But Devron has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them! Are you kidding?
Each round, only one of them's been. Oh my God!
So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it!
What? Kind of like see that, but oh my God, not again!
Behind and retaliates too, but he has to call for
Stop it!
It's been so long since we'll have seen you here on the desk. Usually it was called VCT MYSG, now turned into VALORANT Challengers League Malaysia Singapore Split 1. I'm Tashman alongside Contra, and we are your casters for today.
It's good to be back here. It's been a couple of seasons since the last time I casted VCT, and it's great to be home. Yeah.
He was before me. He's the OG of all the OGs.
And of course, we welcome you on board to watch some exciting VALORANT with some of these up-and-coming teams, and of course, some of your favorite players that you know and love. Tash, there's a lot of changes that's been done throughout all the team rosters, and brand new names are coming on board. I can't wait to see what's about to unfold here in the VCT.
I was talking to Quack about what's happening in the changers, the rosters. So I called it the big shuffle, like the big depression. But honestly, it's a lot to celebrate when you think about it. So Quack told me he wants to call it the big MYSG. I forgot what he said actually, but anyways.
I thought it was going to lead to something great.
It was huge, but I honestly don't remember what he said. Regardless of that, he gave a quick name, I'll remember it later, but it's a big shuffle amongst all the teams. We had one team that was dominating before in this particular region, which was Paper X. Now with VCT lock-ins already locked in, which means Paper X is out of this, at least this play-ins, or this playoffs, this split rather, and we are going to be seeing some new names rise up. A lot of effort is being placed onto Bleed, especially after their performance last year in the VCT APAC LCQ.
That's right, and overall, they are going to be one of the favorite teams here amongst the many teams that are also proving to be really hungry to fight for that spot. But of course, we'll walk you through some of all these tournament schedules, as well as all the infos that you guys will definitely need to know before we get ourselves into our matches for the evening. Now, Tash, I know you're just as stoked here. You were trying to recall what you said to Quack. Instead of calling it the Great Depression, I think
I want to look at it.
It's going to be a lot of great action overall that's going to be happening here in the VCT. But for those of you guys who are tuning in, whether you're from Twitch or anywhere else, I know that you guys have been waiting for this for a very long time. Go ahead and chill on the stream, and you know there's going to be a lot of things that we'll be able to show you guys in just a quick bit.
Okay, I remember now. He called it First, he said it was a Singapore roster mania, but I have to disagree.
Okay.
Because we have some Malaysian players in the mix. Yes, a lot of those teams that are shuffling are these Singaporean teams. It's very interesting. I like to call it the Holy Trinity between Louvre. We remember Louvre, the OGs of VALORANT, one of the biggest teams here. And then they became Bleed. And then Louvre disappeared eventually. And now we also have Kizuna as well. Now they've kind of divided into 3 different teams. Now with Bleed sort of changing up the recipes from they went from EU to Southeast Asia fusion now to a full spicy pot of I think Southeast Asia flavors. And we also have Kizuna that has I think Riza from Malaysia. And then we also have Louvre as well coming into the mix. This is going to be really exciting. It's sort of like a tale of old as time, rivalry, friendship, the whole shebang. We love to see it.
That's right. So with a lot of all these changes, we'll definitely uncover all these layers by layers. But I think like the talk of the town for Bleed Esports is with the return of Juicy back into the VALORANT Challenger Series, where I really want to see how much can he offer this time around, and Bleed, are they as strong as before or even stronger, or how have things look to be, because there's so many of all these other up and coming names. I'm excited to see one particular team Path. They came in through the qualifiers, and they've been making a lot of waves on social media, so they definitely have something to prove for themselves.
Yeah, as I said before, lower bracket run is the name of the game. It was pretty hard, but speaking of lower bracket runs, let's talk about the format for today.
Greetings, challengers! So good to have you joining us once again for another year of VCT Malaysia Singapore. 2023 marks the first installation of the split system, namely Split 1 and Split 2. Each split will primarily consist of a Challengers Qualifier, Challengers League, and Challengers Playoff. Now, let's jump into the breakdown. Split 1 will start off with the Challengers Qualifier to obtain the top 4 teams via a double elimination bracket who will proceed to the Challengers League. They will be seeded with the 4 directly invited teams, Bleed Esports, Enigma Gaming, Toda, and X10 Esports, to compete in a round-robin format. The 6 teams with the highest placements at the end of the league will move on to the Challengers Playoff, as well as qualifying for Split 2's Challengers League, whereas the bottom 2 teams will be up for relegation. In the Challengers Playoff, teams will play a double elimination bracket for that sweet chunk of 25,000 USD. Now, let's head into Split 2. Similarly with Split 1, there will be a Challengers Qualifier to obtain the top 2 teams. The 2 teams from Split 2 Challengers Qualifier will join the bottom 2 teams from Split 1 Challengers League to battle it out in the relegation promotion bracket. It will be a 4 teams GSL bracket whereby the top 2 teams will be promoted to Split 2 Challengers League, joining the other 6 teams from Split 1. In the Challengers League, these 8 teams will once again engage in a round-robin table in order to obtain the top 6 teams who will move on to Split 2's playoff. The top 6 teams will now go through a double elimination bracket where the winner gets a direct invite to the Pacific Ascension Tournament. In this phase of the tournament, the top teams from the other Pacific domestic leagues will compete against one another for a slot in the international leagues.
We know that's a lot for you guys to take in, but it definitely is jam-packed from the start of the year all the way to the finish line. Of course, we're starting off with Split 1, where we are here for the round robins first before we get our way into the playoffs. So there's definitely a lot to play for. We talked about prize money and stuff, but I believe that it's a whole lot more than that for all the teams involved.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about the format. It's a little bit, I would say it's the same as last season, round robin. For those at home who just came into the scene of VALORANT or esports in general, round robin means that every team will get to play at least once amongst each other. So they will be facing each other. So it's going to be fair and square, and you can't really say that, oh, this person had a good run because they didn't go against a certain team. Now, what do you think about the round robin format? I
do think it's really fair when it comes down to how it has been played out for the rest of the seasons as well, where you will need to fight to see and gauge what the power level is like, and therefore it's a lot of experimentations for the teams to also work through to also prove that, oh, not only are they good at specific maps, is there something else that they would like to try? Because certain teams, they're definitely confident when they get into the playoffs run, that's where they really show their true form. So, everyone's starting on ground zero, and therefore there is just a lot of things that they really have to factor in, like how much preparation time did they really have before they let themselves into the VALORANT Challenges MYSG. So I believe that you expect teams like Bleed Esports to have been having constant scrims across APAC, and you also do have all these other new names who definitely are going to have maybe their fair share of struggles, and I really want to uncover each one of these stories bit by bit.
I'm really excited to see a lot of them. I mean, you did say before we went into the format about the new teams. There are new teams here, but not necessarily are the players new. The one that's actually really, really new, I would say, is Team Path. These players, I would say, have played in the local Malaysian scenes, but never really went far. So this is a team that, like you mentioned before, their lower bracket run, qualifying here. They have one of the most interesting stories, and I would really love to see a brand new Cinderella story. We saw that from No Namers last season, and perhaps this season it might be Team Path. Regardless, we have the new and improved Team Lure coming back here, and we all know they are the OGs when it was first year in Valorant back then.
Exactly.
Everyone talked about Team Louvre.
I really want to talk about Louvre as well when we have basically veteran rosters, especially with Redco. I saw what you posted earlier, and I know you're still holding on to him, and he's offered you some good sum for it. So let's see how well will they do
I need a lawyer.
throughout the season itself. Don't worry about the lawyer. You guys get to settle your bit later on. But we have not only Redco, but he's accompanied by players like Bryce and Maxi, and they have solid team chemistry, and I just can't wait to see how well could this brand new look of Louvre gonna be looking like later on. And of course, you have return of familiar names like Todak, and now, of course, we want to unveil to you something really surprising to me was that X10 Esports is here in MYSG.
Yes, X10 as well as Enigma actually caught me off guard because X10, as we know, is a Thai team, but they're deciding to go with a Malaysian roster. Now, for Enigma as well, if you look at their players, these are MYSG players, even though they are an Indian organization. When I first saw the invited teams, I was kind of like, wait, is India playing in MYSG now? But it just turns out there was a little bit of a change in where their region will be. Now, let's talk a little bit about these players here. When you look at teams like Hey Yakiniku, we've seen Banaf play before. We've seen Brandon, Dizzy, Musi, Red Love, First Love. These are all veteran players. It's just that the great shuffle, the roster mania has happened, which means that the players they may have played before together are separated into different teams. Now, given the fact that we have seen a very huge downtime between the last VCT champions all the way till now, with the only I think major champions in between was the Galaxy Racer India Invitational, as well as the Clash of Nations, ESL Clash of Nations. I think that most of these teams have not had very huge international competitions since then, other than the local scrims and also local tournaments.
Exactly.
And I think in these local tournaments, it's very, very important that these players build their chemistry. Yes, as players individually, all of them have their own strengths, but this must also come into their, I would say, how they play together, how they talk to each other, how they move together. And with the changes, when you look at the list, right, we always open up VLR when we want information, and we say like, oh, okay, this team has a track record of playing like this, but this is going to change now. Because if you look at these participating teams here, most of these teams had a roster shuffle. That means if you want to talk about bots, it's going to be different. How they play together is different. How they move together is going to be different.
Exactly. And of course, just to introduce to you guys once again, these are your participating teams that will be playing throughout the challenges run. So of course, the esports definitely need no introduction as they've been the mainstays of MYSG for multiple seasons right up till now. And of course, with new names like Enigma Gaming, Hey Yakiniku, Kizuna Esports, Louvre, Team Path, Todak, and also X10 Esports to be joining along the fray. And therefore, we will definitely want to touch on some teams that we have not talked as much about. Hey Yakiniku, you know what I really am curious about is that how did we get from food to esports? Because like, man, this is such a great investment coming in from, from the team.
Can I say something? I'm so sorry. Something to do with food, but nothing to do with Hey Yakiniku. But did you know that Nongshim, a noodle brand in Korea, has a team as well?
Really?
Yes!
And the
trends are coming!
I feel like it's great because like gamers, we all love food.
Exactly.
And can't wait to meet them, if you know what I mean.
Okay, that was good. Now imagine a PC that can cook yakiniku on top.
Oh, you gotta change your
GP.
PC if that's ever gonna be the case.
I just need to take off my coolers.
Man, I don't think like I want that to happen midway through my games. Anyways, going back into what we have here. So some of these exciting names to look out for is of course X10 Esports that we did cover up early on. So this whole roster actually consists of some familiar names such as Crisania, and he'll be joined along by Thames, Vera, Thane, as well as Nev, which we've seen quite a number of times before in the past few seasons, especially now with X10 Esports also investing in this region. I feel like everybody is looking at MYSG to be their golden ticket into APAC.
This is a very interesting development because I used to ask all my fellow casters from Philippines and Indonesia, and they all said that one of the strongest countries for Valorant right now has always been Thailand. Now, if you look at their tag on Twitter, their name is X10TH for Thailand. So this was kind of the reason why I got a little bit confused until I saw their roster. Now, when you mentioned that about, MYSG being the golden region, I'm really liking this change because back in the day, MYSG was considered one of the weaker regions. As time went by, people are starting to see value in our little small region of Malaysia and Singapore, and this is very, very exciting, especially as the years go by. Because if you look at our players as well, we've seen some of our local Malaysian players and Singapore players have been picked up by international orgs all the way in, I even say, South Asia.
Yeah, I mean, like overall, I think with what Paper Rex have proven internationally, they definitely broke that glass ceiling, and this whole region is no longer what was deemed as the underdogs overall. And when you take a look at some of all these teams that have had proved track records across international tournaments, I believe that there's just a lot to unfold here, and when given that opportunity, they will be able to do so much more. But we're only looking at the top few teams to be able to join the ranks of all the other teams that are also competing in the Masters and beyond. So therefore, this is going to be quite the journey for them. These are just what I would call baby steps, even for very familiar names that are on board.
I think there's a lot of hope leaning onto Bleed, especially if you remember their run during VCT LCQ, APAC LCQ, when they came pretty close against Boom. That was what, 3-2? One of their closest games, but I would say it was kind of back and forth depending on the map. So when you think about Bleed, there was a complete reshuffle, restructure rather in their team, where we saw an EU Singapore fusion to now a full Southeast Asia spice pot. We have Scary entering the team as well, which is a Thai player that, here's a reason why he's called Scary, because his aim and how he plays is absolutely terrifying. And I really wanted to see that today. Unfortunately, he won't be playing today, but more on that later. Now, when you see about it as well, we saw Juicy coming back in JH as well. I don't know if you know, but when I visited Singapore last year, I got to meet the whole team before they were announced, and I was asking them, why the change? What's going on here? They didn't really share with me, but when seeing them hanging out together, talking over some hot pot, I understood exactly.
No wonder you were talking a lot about hot pots and stuff.
I had hot pot with them.
All right.
Yeah. So I had hot pot with them, and
you guys never invited me.
You weren't there, so I don't know how to help you there.
Fine. It's cool. Anyways,
so coming back to what I was talking about here, it's more of like we saw their chemistry, how they played together, how they talked together, and even if you have a team that has really great chemistry with great ingredients that make a great hot pot, Bleed, invite me again, please. Thank you very much. You will have
Don't
the
miss
perfect
out
meal.
the guys from Hey Yakiniku.
Yeah,
they know how to make
I'm going to bring that in a second. I was going to go into that as well. So we have the perfect soup, rather. And I'm guessing that this chemistry is exactly what they are going to be banking on today. But now if we move on into Hey Yakiniku, now they are a Singaporean team. But it's very funny because Hey Musi actually came into my stream and I said, hey, I have a lot of hope because I want to see a Malaysian team out there. He goes, hey, it's okay. I'm a Malaysian player. We got this. So he has a lot of, I would say, confidence as a player. But speaking of confidence, did you know? Here's a fun fact about him.
Okay,
did you know that he literally just got back off his flight?
Just
from Malaysia to Singapore.
Wow.
They have not had any practice throughout Chinese New Year.
Okay.
So I asked him on stream a few days ago. I said, hey, what's your expectations? What can I expect from you? Well, we had zero prac. And I said, well, I want a fun fact, please. And he goes,
just go in with raw talent.
That's
probably what we need overall. I mean, technically speaking, the flight from Malaysia to Singapore is like
45 minutes.
45,
but
1 hour.
1 hour from the airport,
It's not too bad.
Yeah.
I mean, just looking at it, they should have had their own scrims and preparations previously.
Before Chinese New Year. So I think it shouldn't be an issue. I think he was just being dramatic.
Yeah. I mean, like, overall, now that they have had probably 24 hours or less to work along with, they should be calm, composed, and cozy enough to be joining alongside us. But let's also take a look at some of the changes
Pause.
that we have.
Can I talk another fun fact? Last one, I
Go
promise.
ahead, go
I
ahead.
promise. Okay.
I know,
so,
I know you're very excited today. Just
Okay,
go
so
ahead.
this one was very, very important to me because I took the time to actually message Bleed about this. And I don't know if the boys know about this, but this has been leaked to me. So listen up very closely.
Okay.
So,
Are you sure it's an information that we can share right now?
yes, it is. Okay,
Okay.
so here's a Bleed fun
Okay.
fact. Crazy Guy spends 1 hour applying skincare products on his face.
Hey.
1 hour.
Hey, it's actually great. I
We
mean,
love it. We love
that's a lot of self-love.
We love a self-love and self-care king. So I'm okay with that. Okay,
Yeah.
so here's another self-care fact. Scary takes the longest showers.
Which is great. I mean, like, you gotta be feeling fresh and then everything so that you could basically style on everybody else in all these ranked matches or so. So, you know, like when he takes 1 hour, it's just for him to chill and take a life and everything else. But you know what? We're just gonna be hopping on to some of the rosters to unveil to you guys who are joining us here in the stream. Now, let's take a look. We do have Enigma Gaming fielding Divine, Frey, Styron, the Doctor, as well as Zan. And to me, my eyes are fixated at the Doctor. He is the absolute clutch master when you give him the golden opportunity. It doesn't matter what he plays. Sometimes you see him on agents like Cypher. He would still be able to bring in many of all these frags back to the team.
I really love his Viper, and I will honestly say that he is one of my favorite Vipers here in MYSG. I'm really glad for his return. He did take the role of coach, I believe, for a little while in Orangutan, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm really excited to see his return as well. Now, for Frey, my eyes are on him because when we saw him on Chamber in the previous year, he was absolutely formidable. His shots were just so clean to the head, and that what makes him a great Chamber. He doesn't miss with the Tour de Force. His headhunters have been really clean. But now with the changes to Chamber, I'm wondering if Frey will still be maining on the Chamber or will there be a change in his agent? Now Styron, great on Sova, but now we know that Sova has been replaced by another agent with the new Fade, and also the value coming in from agents like I would say Sky. Will he be switching out to a different initiator role?
Yeah, there's a lot to talk about when it comes down to these form changes, which I was hoping to get on. Well, especially with the nerfs on Chamber, I believe that other form of agents will be more heavily prioritized in that essence, and therefore we'll definitely have to look, are they going with the tactical double to the setup, or are they going to put a little bit more of the initiators to kick
Cypher.
things off? So Cypher, yes. Before we even get to Cypher now,
He's
is
crazy!
absolutely monstrous when you
Yeah.
deal with him in the ranked games. I'm pretty sure that
I'm
you stepped on
scared.
a couple of tripwires.
I stepped on a lot of tripwires. There are so many situations when you step, suddenly the cage goes up and you have the heart attack of your life. And it happened way too much. And I don't want to talk about it. There's too many flashbacks happening right now. I need to stop. But
Yeah,
also
yeah.
another Sentinel that we should be talking about is Killjoy. She did get a minor buff, but the buff is still enough to keep her alive a lot longer. But let's talk about Hey Yakiniku, another one of our teams that are absolutely new, but their lineup not so much. Now, we've seen DZ before. I think he's a pretty incredible jet, how he plays. Very sharp, and he doesn't really have to rely on his team. But with the right combination and the right enabling for his teammates, it does make him 3 times, 4 times even more formidable.
That's right, and of course he's joined alongside with Brandon as well as First Love, which we've definitely seen some decent chemistry coming in from the team. Now, I really want to see what else does Redla has to offer on the table alongside with the team that did manage to prove themselves to be staying put on the past VCT challenger stages. So I'm looking at First Love to, of course, have decent impact alongside with DZ, and of course not forgetting about Ben F. So when it comes down to how Hey Yakiniku plays, we look back into more recent tournaments that they had. They did have very decent track records overall, going up to some of the teams who are also here in the challenger stage.
Speaking of chamber mains, Redla was also one of the formidable chambers we saw in the previous season, and I'm really excited to see if he was going to continue or not, because we saw a bit of a mixed bag rather in terms of chambers. There was once a situation, if you look at ranked games, where when it was changed, pick chamber up anymore. But some of them did continue and still love it regardless. But let's talk about Louvre as well. So this is the most OG of all OGs, and I'm really disappointed that I missed out on their first year. But bringing back here with Redcaw on the helm and seeing Redcaw already spending like what, I think almost 1 year in coaching, I'm really curious to see how exactly it will work. Like how this translates from coaching to player. Does it improve him as a player? Does it improve him as an IGL? Shinsei as well used to be from Lead Academy. There's a lot of, I think, not responsibility, but rather expectations onto him as he moves up into the big leagues.
Yeah, overall, Louvre has been quite the household name as well, even though that they have been here and there for a couple of seasons. And when with Louvre here establishing their grounds in Southeast Asia for so many years as an esports organization, there are standards to be met, and of course, expectations, like you said, on Redco now returning back. But you know for the fact that there is a grand mastermind that's within the team, so we will definitely see Louvre as a huge contender in the challengers.
Yeah, Louvre, I think that they are formidable. They're scary. And with this very interesting situation, we saw Louvre kind of like go away. And I thought, okay, that was it. That was going to be the end of Louvre. We're not going to be talking about them anymore. But I guess these players really, really still wanted to compete. And what better way to come back under one of the first, I would say, strongest teams here in Malaysia, Singapore. So when you look at them, I would say that for Bryce especially, I think he wanted to compete as well. I want to see what exactly makes them tick. Because if you talk about Louvre, they have played together. They did have these tournaments in Singapore where they did compete under the name Louvre, but it was with different players. Because they were just kind of bringing back Darion, they were bringing back the other teams. So I want to see how this particular Louvre works. But now, one of my favorite teams here in Malaysia right now, which is Team Path, I would say Cinderella story runner in the qualifiers here. They are a team that has an absolutely, I would say, the funniest presence on social media. They're not afraid to meme themselves, not afraid to talk about their mistakes. And I think this is what makes a great team, rather, when you are not afraid to be embarrassed and learn from your mistakes. And another thing I really liked about them is that I asked them, what exactly do you guys want from your team? What is your storyline? What's your story here? Because I did visit their gaming house and they said, we are just a team of people that are just here. We're just trying our best.
Yeah, which is great. To try your best at every given opportunity that you do get definitely does matter a whole lot. For me, I've been following their social media for quite some time right now, and I was really curious when I saw, hey, there's this brand new organization that's actually putting so much effort, and you know, Team Path is on the right track.
Yeah, speaking of right track, they recently just had a shuffle as well from their team. They had their IGL Kara switched out when they came in with Kai. Now, I was really curious because it was toward the end of the year when this happened, and now it's already the end of January. So I'm not sure how long this is going to be happening, how long they have been playing together, and how the IGL is going to be. But apparently, according to what they're saying, it seems like the team is coping very, very well. And the announcement of Click from Toda coming into Path was very recent as well, only announced just a few days ago. And they called Click their lucky charm.
Well, overall, I believe that Click, as an addition to the team, definitely gives them a little bit more of that added volume in terms of experience as well.
He's been competing for quite a while.
Exactly. And when we look at Team Path, they really seem to be one of the hungriest teams out there. So, of course, that's enough about Team Path. Let's hop on X10 Esports. This is an organization that has solidified themselves ever since the very first VCT. That was back in Thailand, where you see Patifan being the superstar of Southeast Asia. Now, we're going to fixate our eyes on Kizuna because he definitely is the most lethal of the bunch. And just look at their guns, man. They're flexing it.
They will go to the gym together, 100%. But tell me a little bit about Kizuna, because in my run during VCT MYSG last year, I never got to see him play.
So Kizuna has quite the long journey in esports. Even back in the days, he was competing, I do believe, even in PUBG, where his name was already being brought up.
Wow.
And when you take a look at all the other guys that are also in X10 Esports, you got Neff, you got Thames, Vera, as well as Fane. Each of them have been pretty much coordinated. The playstyle of X10 Esports, I would assume it to be, is that not only are they very calculated when it comes down to the execution, you're looking at this team which has a little bit more of that flare dynamics on top of it. So you would expect some huge plays with whatever agents like Raze as well as Jet, they can definitely pull off great moves.
I'm actually excited to see Vera. I did see him play on Julius last year, and he was also very, very sharp. But I really like the way that we talk about Julius here in MYSG. They're very, very W gaming, very, very aggressive. And speaking of aggressive, another team that has a very, very aggressive Julius, I would say, is Toda. Now, with the return of Aduka to the team, this does bring in another layer, because previously the role of the Julius was taken by Click. Now he's in the coach for Path. Him coming back in, I'm not surprised that he's back, because he was actually picked up by Orangutan for a little while before rotating back here into Toda. Frosty's pickup as well is absolutely insane. Everyone was talking about it. Now tell me a little bit about Frosty's.
Yeah, I mean, Frosty, he's been possibly one of the best jet player in Malaysia for quite a while now. But especially now with the addition of Kyle as well as Jeet into the team, this whole roster has ample of experience, not only in terms of VALORANT itself. I mean, you take a look at Aduka as well as Subway. They've been playing so many other games like CS back in the days, and they've competed tournaments after tournaments. But Todak, they have so many runs. Is this finally going to be the season where we finally see Todak rise up on top? Because they tried, and many times in the playoffs, they've been disappointed halfway through the playoffs run. And there are times where, you know, so much expectations were on the line, they faltered. This is basically their journey into rebuilding themselves with their familiar faces as well as the addition of the new.
Yeah, we also have, of course, their new analyst and coach as well, which is really exciting to talk about. But yeah, you are right. Let's see how they do this season as we go and talk about Bleed Esports. Now, coming into Bleed, we do see, I did say before, no longer will they have their 2 European players, but we are seeing Juicy come in. Now, a crazy guy as well. Lexi coming in, standing in for Scary today. We know that if we look at the team, Juicy, if we look at the off-season games, Juicy has been performing very, very well. All eyes definitely will be on him. He's very, very sharp on how he plays, very aggressive player, and I think it really supplements the very aggressive gameplay or style that Darian wanted to bring in from last year.
Exactly. Just taking a look back in Juicy's career in VALORANT, of course, there was a lot of ups and downs, and it's finally great to see him being back here on the Challengers where, you know, it's been possibly a couple of seasons now, but he was known as the prodigy back then. But how much has he actually grown throughout, you know, the past couple of splits that he's been missing out on? That is definitely going to be what we'll definitely want to see. How much more has he improved, and how much has he grown as a player as well?
Speaking of grown players, let's talk about Kizuna. Also, what part of the Holy Trinity, I would say the Singapore Holy Trinity that was once inside of Louvre. Now, I did ask Kizuna's admin, hey, give me a very funny fun fact about Kizuna. And they said, I'm so sorry, Flaring. Please do not cancel me for this. It was Curse, okay? She said we have a ball player. And I'm very disappointed.
There's nothing wrong being bald.
There's nothing wrong with it. That's why I said, hey, yo, what's going on
look at
here?
that, man. He's looking great. He's macho.
Listen.
Like, what's not to like?
Flaring looks good, regardless. There is no situation that Flaring will look bad. But looking at this lineup here, I'm excited. DX10 had a great run as Killjoy last season. Flaring a great IGL. He has the big brains. Kimi, we've seen Riza before as well. Also another one of my favorite, I would say, controller players here. And I'm really curious to see how exactly Shun can fit into this team. We saw Shun before playing the Initiator. Will he still be doing the same thing?
That's exactly where, you know, Riza has proven his track record while he was in Kingsman for a splitter.
I love Kingsman. Bring him back, man.
I mean, like, of course, times have changed. We welcome all these brand new names, and Kizuna Esports, definitely an exciting team to look at. So I hope that, you know, like...
Have you seen their jersey?
I mean, I'm looking at it right now. It looks
No, I mean, color. Oh, it's cute. It's cute. It's hella cute. But
even
yeah,
without colors right now, I mean, like, they look great.
yeah, speaking of that, like, if you talk about Kizuna, in terms of power, I think they are a superpower team. And I was asking predictions earlier on Twitter, like, hey, what do you guys think of Kizuna? A majority said it's going to be a 2-1 in favor of Kizuna. And I'm not really sure whether it's because Scary is not playing or because they have because they love the whole, I would say, newer team. beating their old former rivals or something. I like that storyline too, and I think it would be really fun if it does go into a 2-1. Because end of the day, these players have played together. How do they feel when they come into the game? Can they sort of mind read or understand I would say, the patterns of behavior from their former teammates? That's also another thing in itself. So when you come through all of these teams here, all of these teams are looking very, very, I would say, strong. And I think that when you look at Toda, I think one of the biggest obstacles that Toda faced last year was the communication. You saw Aduka a little bit too fast coming in compared to his teammates, and he wasn't able to make those frags. Now, I think with the changes in those teams, with the analyst, with the coach, I have no doubt that this would have already been changed in terms of how they play, how they want to take a side, how they want to defend as well. And I'm really, really excited to see what the story, what the gameplay will be like, especially for Toda, as they were the #1 team in Malaysia, or will they be overtaken from the #1 spot by Team PA?
Now, I really want to move our topic into something different. Now, I'm going to throw you under the bus a little bit. So now that we've already introduced some of all these teams as well as the players that are involved, we're going to get into the power rankings later on. But before we even get there, let's take a look at our matches that is going to be coming your way, where we are going to start off the first series here with Bleed Esports taking on Kizuna Esports. So these are strong giants in the region overall, and with Kizuna, though they are fairly new in terms of their name in the Valorant circuit, I do believe that they will be able to still match up with the pacing of what Bleed Esports have to offer, but by how much is definitely going to be the question. Now, jumping back into that question that I just dropped.
I'm scared.
Where would you place some of all these teams in terms of power ranking? Let's start with the first two teams, Bleed Esports as well as Kizuna.
Oh man. For day one or for the whole tournament?
At least for the first half of the circuit. What's your expectations?
You know what? It's time to go into the map veto. We're safe by
Great that you
production.
Let's
talk a little bit about the map veto right now. So if you guys at home didn't know, even though Lotus and Split is out, we won't be playing on the Lotus patch. So none of that will be happening just yet. Now Kizuna taking out Haven, I'm not surprised. If you look at one of the, I would say, strongest maps that Bleed has been playing on, it has always been Haven. Even with or without the same teams, I would say that with Legia as their coach, I did go into his stream last night. I asked, hey Legia, how scary are you as a coach? He said, if I want you to dance naked on the table, that's what we will do. So I have a feeling that he is the biggest mastermind behind all of this. So there is a reason to ban out Haven. Now for Bind, going out for Bleed, I think this is a map that they don't want to deal with. No proper middle site. So you have to take control of the teleporter area as well as site itself. No way they picked Pearl. Sorry,
it's really interesting to really see the options that were left open up on the table. We'll slowly unfold the rest of the banned map vetoes. Well, of course, Ascend being the neutral ground, and then you have Bleed that's going to be testing the limits of Kizuna while they've selected Pearl, and therefore we will definitely have Breeze being locked up. But the decider map, I was really thinking about where exactly is it going to be. It could be Fracture, or I guess we finally got our answer. It has to be Split.
There's a reason why they don't want to go to Fracture. Fracture is very, very lurk heavy. It's very momentum based, and I think an Icebox as a neutral ground.
Icebox.
Yeah, an Icebox as a neutral ground.
Icebox.
Me too. I think it's a very neutral ground map. It actually awards, or rather rewards, players that plays aggressive even on defense. So that mid defense is very, very important. Now for Pearl, this is a very, very tricky, I would say it's not a new map anymore, but a lot of teams and players are still trying to find their way through the map. It's small yet big at the same time. One side has a very long, I would say, area to take. And
B side.
Yeah, B side. Very, very hard to take, but hard to retake at the same time. And if you look at the way that Pearl is played, also very lurk heavy. And it's kind of like reminiscent to what you expect from a Fracture map as well, but not as aggressive. You have to really take your time on how exactly you want to play it. Kind of like how you would see from Pearl if you want to go, if you can take, maybe you want to take B, right? So imagine the B in Lotus being the midsection or the connection of Pearl. Very similar what you do. If you have the link, I would say control, you can go B or A. It's entirely up to you. There's so much map control.
Exactly. And when it comes down to these two teams, what we really have to look out for is that in the first two maps, it's very heavy on the middle control, where whether you're on Ascend, like it really opens the doors whether on you're aiming to basically take an attack over around the A or as well as the B side. But the Esports have proven track records
They have a
history
great
on
track record on that
Ascent
map.
itself. So
Yeah.
therefore, I do think that they will feel very comfortable. Kizuna is hoping to definitely test them towards their limit in that essence. And with Pro, I think like Kizuna may see a little bit of a fair share of struggle, but with the deciding map being on Icebox, if we do get there, then I do think that it's going back into a neutral ground because these two teams, they love to play with pretty fast pace, and therefore both are definitely looking pretty good on their chances on securing the third point.
The last time I saw Lexi from Bleed, he was playing Breach. And I loved how oppressive his Breach is. Now, I have no clue if he's still going to be running that because especially with new different initiators, you know that Breach is a little bit more aggressive. It's a little bit more, your team has to go when you deal with the utilities. So coming into these agent picks here, I'm curious to see what exactly will be happening. I haven't seen Crazy Guy in action just yet, so I'm really curious to see how exactly they're playing this. But Lexi this time looks like he'll be locking in straight into the Omen. Now, what I like about Omen previously when Maxi played was how aggressive he can be when he's not lurking. The teleport behind or dropping a smoke and teleporting onto an elevated position, giving yourself a little bit of a peephole on top of the smoke. It's such an aggressive way to play. And now Darion's on Cypher. Wow, actually Colden, a caster from Singapore, had already sort of predicted this.
Yeah, and overall, Cypher is really strong on Ascent as well. Like, whether if you put him on the B side on defenders or even on A, like the setups right now has extended range on that trap wire. Therefore, it's going to be pretty tricky for the attackers to be able to penetrate the site all too quickly. So they really have to find ways to clear it up. Therefore, when we look into the roster of the Esports, pretty much of a balanced strat, if you really ask me, where you have the Sola as well as the KO to be able to receive intel for the team. And with all that sort of information gathering, like they could easily execute their plan pretty much smoothly. Whereas you take a look at the side of Kizuna, I think like it's pretty interesting to see Astra being brought back in the hands of Flaring, where
Flaring has been insane on the Astra.
Like on this Astra,
he's Galaxy IQ.
Yeah, he's got IQ from another realm overall.
Yeah,
but
I mean, literally embodies the character itself. I love how creative he plays with Astra, actually. You don't really see the usual spots on how exactly he'll be using it. And he does know how to use his stars more on the aggressive side as
exactly.
well.
When you look at their whole composition right now, you have a little bit more of a control playstyle coming in from Kizuna, especially now with the Killjoy involved. It definitely will be vital for them to be able to play the attacking side on a little bit more of a heavier front. And on defense, they should have decent enough of a setup. So we're getting ourselves ready and we're jumping in to our first match. It's Bleed Esports versus Kizuna Esports.
Ooh, this is very exciting. A great game just to open up this split. When you think about it, battle of rivalries, battle of friendship, battle of trying to prove who has grown the most as they had parted ways when they were previously playing together. Regardless, I'm pretty sure these teams have played together. Ooh, he has lineups here. Now coming back into this, I really love this aggressive stance coming through. And immediately, Juicy, he's already suppressed. So if they push out there, he's in trouble, but he still holds his ground. Kimi is already taking up site here onto guarded entry. Even inside the top side, he missed Darion. Does get tagged, but Darion will get the first pick. But coming back on the side here, Riza will at least get one in return for a trade. So it's still gonna at least be a 2-1 with Flaring the last man standing.
Great clearance overall, but then again, like they're only left with Flaring with so little health left. So therefore, it definitely does take quite a bit for them to actually get at this point back in return. So you really want to aim for the hit if you really want to catch Crazy Guy as well as JH. Therefore, just going to rotate all the way into the B side.
If he clutches this.
Absolutely free entry for now. I mean, there's no pressure on them right now. Bleed Esports with the advantage here, but there's still a couple of stars for them to utilize coming in from Flaring. Now we're going to be looking whether or not could he absolutely clutch this with less than 50% health.
Yeah, there's only 10 HP left and he is gonna be suppressed, moved out away. They know exactly where he is. With only 10 HP, can at least get a trade is the question. Just gonna swing out and that will be it as JH finishes the game. But it's okay for them because...
Not the game yet, just the
not
first
the game.
round.
I mean, just the first round. But, you know, regardless, I think with 2 still up, I think this is gonna be a very good round for Bleed as the opening.
You don't.
Now that with the first round being settled up, Kizuna now being forced into an economic round, I really do wonder if they're going to have any form of force buy in terms of artillery here. We're looking at a couple of stingers in the hand, which could still give them a little bit more of a firepower. That's going to be on the hands of Riza. Now they're also dealing with a Jet that's bringing in a Vandal at the get-go. So you will expect Bleed Esports to still apply the pressure and secure 2 rounds back-to-back.
There's a reason why Juicy's name is Juicy. It's because his shots are absolutely juicy. So with that Vandal in hand, he's going to get a lot of value out of it. This force buy from Kizuna, if they don't at least take out at least 2 to 3 guns out of Bleed's hands, it's going to be bad. This is a one-way, but Kimi does not care. Immediately coming down as Darian sprays the heck out of him. Crazy guy holding the corner. He does get marked here, just waiting for time. Got the cross, sprays out, but Kizuna, GXN and Flaring get 1 each. They are not going down without a fight. They still have their Vandal, but only losing Kimi. This might just swing into Kizuna's favor, or will it go the other way?
It's quite unfortunate that they did miss the timing when we saw Crazy Guy trying to hold 2 different angles. He tried to hop across, but he eventually got caught out. Kimi
so good.
definitely had
What a flash.
great entry, and now Juicy's got to lead the charge.
Juicy with the Vandal, just waiting for time. He spots out Flaring, takes him out, and is going to be traded out by Riza. DX can get 1 more. JH trades him out. 1 versus 2. JH is so very low as Shun is just buying some time here. But I don't think they are going to be committing for this. Time is running out here, and they would rather bring that Vandal to the next round. He knows he can't win in a 1 versus 2, so if you move on into the next round, DXN and Shun at least have their Spectre and their Bulldog.
That is such a huge round for Kizuna. Not only did they actually
That's
won,
a big risk.
yes, and overall, like when we take a look at how they've executed, it was so clean. And I don't think that Bleed Esports was really ready for how hard we're going to press on, especially with that force buy. Now they're bringing back 2 Bulldogs into this round, so you will know that both sides would still have decent run hitting into the turret, but it's forcing Bleed Esports to run dry on their economy overall. Now, with that Cameron spotting 1 out, they know that they're going to be hitting into that B side. Therefore, Bleed had ample of time to rotate, but can they do it in time? Kimi sprays through the smoke, and Darian's going to be able to trade right back to bring Kimi down.
I am liking this setup here. Every time Kimi comes through, he immediately goes down. He does not get a trade. And the thing is, his teammates are always so close behind to get a trade. So it's like, even if Kimi does go down, doesn't get a kill, him taking space is enough for the team. Flaring watching Boathouse here. I'm loving the fact that they're at least getting the site. They're at least getting that plant here from Kizuna. This sprays from Flaring is not allowing them to at least trade up. They spot 1 out. The sprays from Lexi not just shitting. Riza and Shun get 1 each. Flaring as well. And suddenly, Kizuna is taking the lead, showing them exactly how much they've grown since they parted ways.
My word, what a hole that they've basically gripped onto. The moment that they planted into the slide, it felt like they knew exactly which position to hold out. They read Bleed Esports perfectly well, and when we came down to that commitment, I felt like they didn't really push all together. Bleed Esports really had to restructure the way that they look at things. Now being forced into only pistols, we see just a little bit more of the buy coming in from JH, and that's just about it. Great flash, but not enough to take it down.
Shorty does get traded out though.
That felt illegal.
Ouch. Yeah, that was illegal. Playing so aggressive that way, but he knows that he has nothing to lose. All he had is a shorty in hand. Juicy gonna see swapping that out with a sheriff. Now, I'm really liking how they're playing separated, how they're playing default here. Because what they're doing here, even though they're kind of spread far apart, if they play for picks, just picking them off 1 by 1, they can just whittle through their economy. They can come back eventually as their economy comes back and they have proper guns. Regardless, you've seen this cut in noise and how much space they have in terms of lurks as well. Shun going the other side, and I'm really liking that fake. They spent so much time at B just now, and suddenly look, 3 already on B side. They can go to A and only worry about the Cypher, but the thing is, Darion's setup is new.
I mean, it's only one trap wire that I'm looking at over on the
But he
corner of the
reacts
A
to it.
side. Therefore, when he's just trying to react to it, especially coming in from Garden, he won't really have that perfect catch.
Look at
Maybe
the
he
fast
can bring
rotations.
one down, but the rest of Bleed, they have to respond in kind. Tap coming from Darion, actually catches one, Risa goes down. But then again, there's still a lot more to deal with, and this Omen really has to lead the way. I mean, them being on Eco, this is as good as it gets for the time being. But Bleed, now with only 3 members, this is manageable.
I was kind of hoping there would be a change there, but that flash comes on and Flaring Shun already with a 3K in his pocket. Make it 4 as they take it out clean. Kizuna, what on earth?
All that hype pre-challengers was absolutely worth it for Kizuna Esports, and you start to see why they are also one of the heavy favorites. Though they are new names in terms of having their organization set foot into this Valorant circuit. Wait a minute. Am I seeing things right?
ECL, Valorant
Is he trying to
Challengers.
catch Jet all the way up there?
Stay
But
safe. What?
okay, I won't question
that's
it.
Fair enough. That's fair enough.
I'm pretty sure he realized it later on, but this B hit has been so effective for Kizuna. Now they spotted out the bot being planted off, so expect to see a little bit of retaliation. It's a little bit jiggle coming in from the corners of
He's out of a
Vizian,
dash.
but Juicy's not going to be able to hit that shot.
Oh, they gave so much cover for DXN to just move back. Really liking the support coming through here. But I really liked the fact that they reacted. Kizuna reacted off of Bleed's, I would say, utility. They already were prepared for that flash to come through, and they anti-flashed it earlier in that last round, which is why it was so good. The ultimate Snellcommand already popped, and Kimi already on the side, taking up so much space. But look at the ring around the Rosie. He does not realize that Darion is on the side. Darion finds him immediately, but Risa does trade it in the end. Regardless, they're already on a site. They're already getting a plant. Kizuna has not failed a plant yet, which is what makes this more impressive.
And there is going to be having a tight grip over on the side right now. Shun will be guarding from the bottom layers, and everyone else is just hanging by over on the top side, where they don't really have a clear entry plan, where if you were to break the doors, they're just going to be pit into this grasp of Kizuna members, and Flaring's already got a catch on Juicy.
Look at that cross coming through, but the cross is just too much here, even though they do look like they were choked a little bit. All Bleed said was wait for the utils to finish, and then we move. And that's exactly what they did. They played off of each other's informations with that cross, allowing them entry from 2 different areas. And for Kizuna, where are you going to look? Are you going to look at Heaven, or are you going to look at 3? And I think that's a really great way of them trying to go inside instead of just rushing through and being a little bit too hasty for those kills.
And that was a really important round for Bleed Esports. You saw Juicy invested in that operator. They managed to bring that operator back into the hands of Juicy yet again. And the execution, the retake was so clean that they've already read where exactly these members are. And I thought it was going to be a stronger grasp coming from Kizuna, but especially when they had Flaring taken off, a lot of all these does have settled down where they could basically get a cleaner execution overall. Now, things have slowed down for a little bit. Bleed Esports now investing in more members onto this beach. Flashes go down. Vizian's gonna lead the way, and they're about to be suppressed. We'll be able to get that orb in the hand of Kimi. It's gonna take a while before they can actually find anything done right here. But
Juicy
look at Juicy. He's just gonna be eyeing it down and see if he could basically pick one off.
They did get the alarm bot. So Flash comes out, immediately comes inside, but Kimi reacts, finds Jay, immediately pops his ultimate. Watch this, he says, but what are we watching out for? Hasn't seen anyone on the site just yet. Gonna give away that site for now. Just gonna give the area, that is the main area, to Bleed, playing off the backside. It's been working for them previously, but now that Bleed has figured out, the Kryptonite here is just waiting for the utility to go away. How exactly is Kizuna gonna come back from this? That util does not get any information that they need. Let me just play for time. Look at how many smokes and cages are going to be in here. Juicy is trying to get some information. Unfortunately, whiffs. Kimi reacts to it, gets one. Darion and Shun gonna get one each as well. And Kizuna, those crosses, those swings have been working out so great. You see them coming. Their timing has just been so good for their team.
Exactly, and I was just looking at how clean of an entry that Jimmy gets with this jet. I felt like it was a little bit too much of a sense that even though they slowed down the approach for the first 10 seconds, they managed to hold out. No members go down on either side of the party, but
This is gonna be
Juicy hasn't been actually getting much value off of that operator, and with that being dropped, Kizuna did not pick it up for themselves. They're just going on full Vandals for the time being. Meanwhile, only one Stinger in hand, forced to even play on Classics this time around. Juicy still has a hand cannon of a Sheriff for himself, but how much more can they actually get? Kizuna, the more of all these rounds that they take out of all these clear-cut entries, I felt like Bleed, they're just gonna slowly walk away with nothing much left. Look at the setup though. Lexi single-handedly being taken out by DZN as well as Riza.
And they were holding on to that area. Fortunately, we like to see how Bleed is just coming back, at least with the frag of themselves. Kimi out of the way, gonna immediately run into B. That mid control is just huge for Kizuna. Riza just swings out, catches Crazy Guy off guard. And now flaring, just trying to help his teammates here as they go into the site, gets a spray, but Juicy a little bit more sharp with his shots. Finds DXN in the end, and suddenly it's a 3-on-2. Very, very winnable from Bleed, but they have to play together with barely any information. And look at Riza as well as his teammate holding on two different areas. They can swing together if they want to. They can play a little bit more defensive. But for Kizuna, this aggressive stance has been very, very rewarding for them.
It's really down to Flowering on holding them off for the time being. I don't think that Bleed has much to offer. Now they're trying to take a wraparound to see if they could catch anybody post-plan. I mean, I don't think that there's a way into this one overall, so Juicy's just looking to pick up whatever...
Oh no, Juicy! Oh no, Juicy! He's just waiting, but Jay still gets one. Jay 32 HP,
still has the flash.
Flashes out, but that mark doesn't give him a chance to survive. I have to say though, this fade on Shun is giving so much value to the team.
Absolutely. And Kizuna, the way that they are just pressing so hard on this attack, it's absolutely overwhelming on Bleed's side, and especially forcing them on basically 2 ecos by now. It's absolutely absurd to see how the first game of this whole tournament is actually running. And Bleed Esports now finally getting all their weapons back in hand. Kimi will be absolutely challenged by Lexi, but they will have more to deal with. With a couple of shots, but Kimi still gets it done, taking down Durian. All the trap wires will be down, but they don't really get that firm entry for the time being. The rest of Bleed Esports are on high alert for the time being, but they're still not leaving the B side left unattended. They know that at any given point in time, Kizuna could easily just rotate, but full commitment, just waiting for the KO suppress to be over. And DXN just slowly taking his sweet time. I think they are about to cut across through Garden, but gotta take a look at mid though. They do have Crazy Guy on the watch, and therefore he tries to spot him out with whatever's necessary.
I like the fact that I'm getting deja vu from this match. It's very reminiscent of the previous lead. Pre-Maxi and pre-Pit. Regardless, we do have the suppress coming through, and here comes the hunter. Here comes the hunter, but unfortunately doesn't get anything. They're just trying to counter the Killjoy ulti in return.
Now, without the lockdown set in place, this should be a better entry for them, but you see some of the HP bars are being layered down from the side of Kizuna, so this is absolutely doable, even though despite it being a 4 versus 5. Great shock darts to be able to reach the generators, but all that pressure forming up over the top side here. They're just going to be pushing all together from above, and Crazy Guy's going to be able to find one. Change with a double. Crazy's going to bring it back, and my, oh my, 4v5. Bleed made it look easy.
They've already figured out the Rubik's Cube. They've already figured out. Just like I said, the deja vu situation, right? This was exactly how Bleed used to play. Very explosive toward the last 40, 30 seconds. It's exactly Kizuna did. Like, hey, I think we figured it out. All we have to do is just wait for them. The hold that Bleed had was just like, okay, we have one person rotating between the two sites and the rest of us hold until the full commit. It's okay for us to play retake. There's no issue in that.
Absolutely, especially they have to keep in mind when Kizuna puts that lockdown, you have to check whether if Sova has the Hunter Security available. So, I mean, despite that, like you talk about that retake, it doesn't really matter. But I mean, they take that sweet time. I felt like they let their guard off after a couple of shock darts being set in place, slowly having their health bar being chipped off. And Kizuna started to loosen up a little bit, and that's where they got caught off guard, and Bleed started to solidify themselves, and we're looking at a single Phantom on the hands of Flaring. I mean, it doesn't matter. Both sides are having full utils to go out and about. Shindo didn't manage to snare anybody there, and they will have a little bit more of a widespread of an attack coming from Kizuna this time around, whereas Bleed will send Juicy all the way down to the middle. They're not going to be able to get anything in return for the time being. Just waiting for every single utility to be expended for now. They only got 45 seconds from here on. So,
This is where
Esports, lead on B.
Yeah, this is what the explosive play comes, right? But Crazy Kai reacting off that recon does get one. Juicy finds one in return. Finally, the value for that op is coming through. Regardless, he has to push out, but Flaring does get one for himself. Juicy gets one
30
more.
seconds left.
The op finally showing his true colors, and this is where things get very scary for Flaring. He can at least go for one, but Juicy is not allowing that to happen with the 3K in hand. With the op, Bleed is starting to just snowball.
Man, Juicy is done with his warm-ups, and now he's going to be the one with the top frags. I mean, the first try on the operator didn't work exactly as intended, but finally, like, I mean, once he's landed a couple of blows with the Sheriff, like, he's feeling himself right now. Juicy back online after a couple of seasons. I kind of want to say
that it feels like, you know, if you're the first game of the day, you kind of feel a little bit off, and then suddenly you're feeling yourself, and you're feeling really good. That feels exactly like what Juicy is going through.
Yeah, I mean, this being the very first game of the VCT Challengers, I mean, there's always going to be ample of pressure, even though you're coming in from a veteran team. And we'll just look at Juicy. He's just an absolute natural on this jet, just feeling absolutely in control of every altercations that they were in. Of course, we're in the midst of a timeout being called in by Kizuna, where some of the attacks weren't as effective as it used to be, and therefore they want to see if they could extend this 5-pointer that they've secured for themselves, because if they did not get much in return in this round, and you're looking at the X10 already on the Guardian and having Kimmy to squeeze whatever he's have out of Shun to basically force this round. If they lose this, they're going to be pressed on by Bleed Esports, and you would expect a little bit more of that swing going in favor of Bleed.
Let's see if Juicy can get any value from the midpoint here. Not going to get anything yet. I love how aggressive he's going here. But with this dash popped, you want to see some value at least coming out from it. And Crazy Guy will be offering some assistance at least with that drone. Mark's one, so immediately you see a reaction from Juicy. But with that mark also, no one will be actually crossing mid-side. They know where exactly Juicy might be. If you saw earlier, they saw that Juicy was playing toward B main. We saw a check earlier, no one was there, and they thought, okay, the next best place that we can expect Juicy to be is toward mid. Now with these changes between these two areas, Kizuna is, I think, what they might be thinking right now is that how can we adapt this mid-round? Clearly, what we were doing earlier, it worked for the first few rounds, and now it's not working anymore. Bleed is not budging. Bleed is not moving. How do we counter a team that will not react off us when we make so much noise in the entry? But here comes the explosive play.
Huge one coming in from Lexi, finding Kimmy, only on that updraft, did not prove any form of value, but Therion lurking about the corners, and he's about to find a second shot, but Shun will shut him down overall. Juicy seeing whether or not will they basically climb up and above, and there we go. First shot of the operator did not land the mark. And
14
Riza
seconds,
finds
12
ahead.
seconds.
JH down. They're gonna get that clean plan. And with only 2 members left, they got to do something about this.
This is gonna be really hard as they have 3 different areas held and they know where exactly the last 2 are. Unfortunately for Juicy, does not land any of his knives onto any members of Kizuna. But unfortunately, fortunately does get a hit onto DXN. No one is gonna show their faces because all they wanna do right now is just buy time. They know where exactly Riza is. Right now, the other one is underneath. Riza swings out. Crazy fights Riza in return, but Shun saves the day! What a clutch! And I have to say that this crossfire they had worked so well in their favor.
That was going down to the wire, where going down to that 1 versus 1. It was kind of unfortunate that he dropped and that during that timing where he was being pressed on. I mean, there was only a couple of seconds left on the clock for him to be allowed to even defuse the spike. Now, I'm just looking at how well Kizuna has been able to even approach this on a slower tempo and still manage to take out a couple of members of Bleed very, very early on. Oh,
whoa,
God.
this is an all-in. This is a rush into the side. Kimmy is high in the air right now, above the cages, but Juicy does find DXN first.
Shorty?
Kimmy in hand has a shorty. He wants to play aggressive. He wants to push up as Riza is backing off in the backside. Now, no members of Bleed coming through just yet. Shun does get an info where Crazy Guy is gonna be flashing his teammate, but look at that cross. He
got caught.
swings out. What is this?
Crazy Guy! That was not allowed. I mean, just take a look at this firm grass coming in from Bleed. They're about to cut through the gardens, and this is going to be pretty immense onto Kizuna. But you have Shun and Flaring to hold them all back. It doesn't matter if you're going to be on him, and it will eventually shred them right through. And Bleed left with 2, and that's just about enough for them to go down with the defuse. Crazy Guy.
What a swing! I feel
He was blinded.
He was blinded, swings out, gets a kill. I don't know, man. It was kind of nasty. I need 2 showers.
Round
2 showers.
Yeah, 2 showers.
Make it 3. I mean, like, you know, it takes an hour each. Go take your time.
No, that's
Go take your
scary.
time.
That's scary. Wrong person. I don't know. I mean,
going back into that attack, oh my word, like, how swiftly Kimmy goes right into the side, and he just absolutely gave that vital information. Nobody's in the site right now. The setups were clean and crisp. Bleed Esports, despite them having the right ideas, that garden attack didn't even work out. We expected it to work out. And now Kimmy's going to go at it, this time being suppressed. So not going to be having
that damage.
that smooth of the entry is compared to your time. But take a look at the minimap. The spike's nowhere near. It's all the way into B.
It was just
They're
a
hoping to
bait.
catch them, bait it into this A commit.
It's taking their time, just waiting. Immediately flashed as well. And now the idea is they might be going A, but look at Bleed. Such discipline. No one is moving just yet until they see where exactly the spike is.
And you
There is
actually
a
have
trap.
Juicy inside the boathouse. This could be
this-
very, very punishing to Kizuna.
They know where exactly they are now. They know where exactly DXN is. And immediately the reaction is coming. They only leave 1 person on A, but immediately Juicy is there as
Spike's
you
down.
expected. Juicy gets 1, Darion gets another 1. And Darion, even though he's marked, he's just gonna stay on the side.
Read them like a book. Juicy already glowing with his Champion's Vandal. Now
That's a
he's got to
flex.
deal with Tree though. This is going to be pretty immense on him, but he finds it still! And it's a beautiful clearance. Juicy does it with a triple.
Oh my god. I like how Juicy went from the forefront to the backside, catching them off guard.
And that first half, what a banger it was, right? I mean,
Yeah.
this being the first game, have really set the bar, if you ask me. And now, the pressure is on Kizuna because on their attack, I think like they did really well. But you know what Bleed Esports is absolutely capable of.
What?
Like, they're just gonna take the first few rounds, get a little bit of read, and after that, the attacks will start to amplify, and Bleed Esports is very well known for the way that they've been able to decipher every nook and cranny of this form of entry point. And not only that, take a look at this current pistol round though. Everyone's intending to play around the mid section, especially for Kizuna. And I wonder what's about to go down here. Oh my. first.
Juicy. Look at those tags, but he does go down, trades out. JH gets one and DX10 gets one as well. I love this mid battle.
I absolutely love it too. Crazy Guy absolutely getting blinded off with the smokes, covering his tracks. Meanwhile, of course, they have to respond in kind. They're about to enter A, and they spot them out. Now, Flaring's kind of hit on the corner, despite being blinded off for a split second. Lexi, he gets the value of his entry, but the spike is still down, though. Oh, this is going to be pretty darn tricky. Kizuna still holding them off. And DXN is being read and scanned. Meanwhile, every other member of Bleed will be able to clean things up. It's down to this 1v1. Shun, can he do it? And Crazy Guy!
What? No, Shun is clutch master! He does it again and again and again! How many times has this man clutched? That's insane!
Shun, on this fade, is absolutely crazy.
Crazy Guy should change his name to Shun.
I got to take a little bit of a split second to really read the situation again. I mean, you just saw how they had that mid battle, and then like eventually they found a little bit more of an entry point, and even so, Bleed Esports, they retaliated very, very well. And now Kizuna starting off with this really big advantage here, going in with a couple of Spectres, only having Shun onto his pistols, but doesn't matter, right? If you're going to get a triple of that, you're just going to get a whole lot more, but they absolutely shut him down. Juicy gets a headshot through the walls anyways, and he is about to have a blast here with Party. Lexi now leading his way into the site, but you still have DXN holding on to the boathouse. Kimmy drops one! And they all get splattered on the ground, but it's only Flaring left and Bleed. They can neutralize the scores once again.
If he spotted him, slowly comes through. Yep. Crazy Guy gonna get him very, very fast. I'm loving the pace how Bleed is doing this attack. If you notice, they are controlling the momentum of every single round so far, and I am loving it. How they take mid, they just take the battle, and then suddenly one or two just slowly make their way into the site. Even though Shun had that clutch, you have to commend Bleed for that mid control, for how they take into the space and make sure to hold it. It's just a very unfortunate situation just now with Shun, because for Crazy Guy, he wasn't able to get the headshot for a quick kill. But if it was a situation where maybe he could get it, it might be a different story altogether for that round.
The force spy coming in from Bleed, bringing a whole lot more of an opportunity back on track. Great flash coming in, but it's not going to stop Kimmy with this shove all the way out of his A side. And they're basically trying to cheat them right through, but Lexi says, no, you're not going to be able to get a firm grasp. Lexi with the double. And Riza's not going to be having a good time here. He's got to pull back. I think he knows there's going to be another one lurking around. Lexi could secure a triple, and yes, he does. I mean, you can't do that to Bleed, right?
One surprise.
Does Bleed bleed is the question, and it looks like at first Kizuna thought they did, but they're stopping it right now. Now, with Darian already prepared for that post plant, we've seen how he does in defense, and it's crazy how much time he buys with his Cypher. Let's see how his post plant goes. The flash comes out, he does get the information he's needed. He does not get the tag, but Juicy finds Shun. That's one Clutch Master out of the way. Juicy has all the information he needs, but the beauty of the Spectre is that you can run and gun as much as you want. The drive-by is just so good on that. And with almost all of their Spectres intact, as Kizuna goes into the buy, Kimmy already on that op. Ooh, might be painful, but you can see Crazy Guy already forcing that Vandal.
Indeed, and Bleed with that back-to-back rounds of victory. Understand why Kizuna opt to go in with that A push out the side, because, like, I mean, you don't really have much of weapons to deal with the rest of them anyway. So consider that a decent economy, but they only managed to pick off Crazy Guy on that past round. Therefore, Bleed opts to rush into the side. Not going to be having any form of a vision control overall. They're going to be able to punish Lexi overall. But even despite that, I mean, we still have Kimmy to still be on that operator, and they're just gonna take that sweet time before they commit into getting into this A side. Absolutely giving them free reins overall. And you take a look at the rest of Bleed, they still have that trigger discipline. They still hold on into their positions. And now they're about to make a move.
Oh,
As the
look how
plan goes
Riza
down.
is going down. Immediately gonna get two hostiles. They know exactly where they are. Recon doesn't scan anyone, taking their time once again. Shun gonna be reacting, but no one. Actually, he does know that one has been seized. They want to play off the haunt if possible, but this swing up from Riza doesn't spot anyone behind Generator. Immediately, JH finds flaring. Riza with already 4, making it 5. Give it our first ace! There we go! First ace of day 1, VCL MYSG clean! And Riza marks his return.
The VCT won't be complete without an ace. And we're starting things off early on the very first game itself. Kizuna on their debut.
Look at that.
Just seeing how well he just cuts through everybody. And I'm surprised none of the members of Bleed Esports were even on the lookout during that point of time. So he goes unpunished, gets perfect vision onto everybody else. And Kizuna Esports really shocking the veterans of the VCT themselves. Bleed. Now going on a full buy. 5 Vandals on hand. And they gotta find ways to read off some of all these defense maneuvers. And you're just seeing the rest of Kizuna having such a solid push that Kimmy goes all the way out here. And now
Wait, where are you going? Look to this, he finds him! Right as he teleports! Yikes, that's painful! Kimmy unpunished for that as well, as they have to give up their space. They know exactly where everyone is toward market side. And they're gonna be giving out the front part at least. And Bleed pushed back toward Boathouse.
I can't believe the level of confidence of Kimmy. Bringing the operator all the way to the back, and Riza with a double through the wall. And it's only flaring that gets punished. I mean, this is as much value that they could bring to the table. Bleed is getting deconstructed in this early rounds.
You have to remember for Ascent, it's always been as though defense have a harder time on this map compared to attack, and Kizuna knew exactly what to expect. Now, for Bleed, we're seeing they want to play reactive instead of proactive. They want to hold instead of move because they don't want to be baited every single round, as we saw them just now onto defense. Now, as for attack, this time, Kizuna is more proactive. You can see how their movements are, how exactly they play with each other. And they are not afraid to take up space, and they haven't been punished for it. And I'm waiting for that punish to happen, at least from the side of Bleed.
At least now they do set up the cameras just to catch off Kimmy if he's gonna go in with those form of shenanigans again. Despite that, Kimmy's gonna be holding onto the market side. Meanwhile, the rest of Kizuna is not gonna be moving around all too much. Whereas the rest of Bleed Esports are just holding tightly onto the B entries. They're thinking about cutting through Garden, but little do they know, Kimmy's holding firmly. It's a jet battle going on, and Juicy!
No! Oh no, Juicy! Just showing why he's the better jet right now. Regardless, already on the side, X10, Darion get one, each trading out each other as Crazy Guy get one more in the back. This explosive play works so well for them. Take their time and just go straight onto the site. It's very, very reminiscent of how Bleed used to be, their signature play, and it's looking so good. Regardless, we already have the upload from the Cypher as well. They know exactly where the other 2 members of Kizuna are. Immediately revealed, does get the flash. Immediately gonna check if anyone will be on main. No one's there. What are we gonna do? Flash swings out, actually, with the wallbang. Gets one. Knife is out, gonna get 2. Without their utils, what are you gonna do? Riza finds the hit, Darion trades, Lexi gets one more. Close round regardless of a 2v4.
Bleed is absolutely here to stay, and it looks like after a couple of seasons, nothing much has changed. And Bleed Esports, despite having shifts of the roster, you start to understand why they're bringing all these new guys on board. Well, some not so new, of course, playing a couple of seasons back on different teams. But Bleed, my, Juicy, really setting up the fireworks here. I know Chinese New Year has passed. Some are still celebrating actually. And this guy's on 19K, Kimmy. Trying to see if anyone's gonna be cutting into this B.
Oh,
They're gonna be
man.
holding on the outskirts instead.
I love this new tripwire. You can just put it in places where you don't expect it to be. Wait, he's
One
so
sec.
low though.
Oh boy.
That's
Frieza getting blind off in turn, but they did get the pick that they need. It's a 1-for-1 in exchange. Juice is brought down. And from where
destroyed.
DXN is just holding into this mid area. But now they're only down to a couple members left, and Lexi is kind of low, but they do get a clean entry coming in from Lexi. Despite that, catching another member out, DXN couldn't really deal with that suppressive fire overall. And I believe that they could still pull this off if they want to. Kizuna, are they opting to save, or are they gonna retaliate this time?
Oh, that
Oh, wait,
is
that was huge.
painful. Riza once again with the multi-frag. That's a 4K in his pocket. Mans really wants to start the day with a bang, and he really does. And if you saw how exactly they played it, I love that spray. But how exactly they played it is just like, if you notice Kizuna, I would say that they are a problem-solving team. You see them sort of give a few rounds to Bleed, just figure out how exactly they go in every single round, and suddenly you see the cogs of their minds turn. How exactly are we going to be playing this? Or what information do we have so far? And with that information, they punish, and I love to see that.
Yeah, and when we expected them to go tit for tat against Bleed, some of the fans out there, yes, surely. But for those who are joining the VCT for the first time, like, you know, I mean, second couple of times, like, you know that these guys are here to party and they're about to bring the pain. Oh my word, dude! He got straight!
Down B.
What's left here for VCT Esports? Charging in right through. JH has got nothing left to offer. Make that a perfect 4K for Shun. The round went by so swiftly. Now they're up ahead, trying to push it into the match point. Bleed under pressure on this first round in Ascent. And I'm just looking at how much more of all these creds do they have left. If they lose another round, this is going to be looking pretty hard for them to come back out of the rut.
There.
What I liked about it was the fact that they are so aware of the eco. They know like, okay, we have the better guns. Push out, buy our utils. And they get so many frags over and over. We're seeing superstar plays here, but it's not from just one player. We've seen Clutch Master from Riza. We've seen Shun with those aggressive plays coming out. And this time Bleed wants to play it slow because they know we're gonna get punished again. And they're taking the time.
Kimmy, though. Oh, we're seeing a little bit of feistiness. And oh, looks a shot. Riza, no cure to blind.
No, I can't believe this! They get away with it again!
This monstrosity!
Match point.
They know the timing so well, and they played off it. Red Bleed like a book and punished them over and over and over again. They're really showing how much growth they've had since they parted way with their former teammates.
Indeed, and Riza just doing them dirty like that. That triple flash has brought back that triple for Kimmy. And look at what Bleed has right now. Finally, they call for a timeout. And they need to win this round on the full buys, well, whatever they say from the past round from Kizuna. Kizuna's running away with the first point.
Kizuna.
And they really have to put everything on the line to stop them from securing this first match at hand.
What I like is the fact that Kizuna is not afraid. As I said before, they're not afraid to punish. They're not afraid to play aggressive. And I'm just like, I thought that we would finally be seeing Bleed punish them for their aggressive plays. But the fact of the matter is, Kizuna is aggressive, but they're not over pushing. They're waiting in a corner, reacting off footsteps, reacting off utils. And the timing for Riza's flash has been so good because they have that anti-flash. All they have to do is just spray through if the timing was right. Now, given that the fact that even though it is an equal for Bleed, well, not rather an equal, but rather a force buy for them, they have been known to at least delay a few rounds and come back when times matter. So I'm really trying to see whether or not this pressure would bring them back into the game.
At least they found just about the right resources to pull in 2 Bulldogs and double Guardians on board. It's Juicy on the Spectre though. Now nothing much that the Owl has to offer. Bleed attempts for another B push. Not gonna be able to scan anybody throughout the X10. Won't be having that clean vision, and this time around, Bleed does penetrate the side, but Shun!
No!
He gets another double for Juicy as well as Lexi.
He
Even up the odds, it's a 2v2. And Bleed Esports has to make this work. They haven't got the plan down just about yet. 5 HP on the side of Lexi.
They're very low.
Kimi's on his operator. This is looking very manageable. And instead, he TPs off into A
No, it
just
was
to try
a
to fool
fake!
them.
There was a fake!
They're not being fooled though.
But they don't believe it, they know. Wait, there was a hesitation. They are looking the other way.
The mind games are absolutely real on this Omen. Lexi finally getting the plan down, but Kizuna still having the right call to stay put. Now they're about to penetrate the side. Let's see what they do.
Kimi goes down the Juicy, Flaring gets one, and I knew it that this was exactly gonna happen. This storyline has happened over and over again for Bleed, and they bring it back with low HP. You think like, hey, don't worry about it. Kizuna thought it was gonna be an easy end. No way. Bleed will keep fighting this until they go up to overtime. I wouldn't be surprised.
I would love to see that happen. This absolute tight contest between the two could be the new rivalry being set on board for the rest of the season. They're still planning out what else could they actually pull to the table. And Juicy, Leafy should have his ultimate available if that's the case. So they do have ample amount of resources to still pull through, but quickly as it goes, Juicy finds the head, make it 2!
No way!
And it's a clean entry onto the B once more.
Oh, that was
And they're
so
only left
clean.
with 3 members. What else could Kizuna do? Bleed now starting to have this whole momentum being pulled right back. And Juicy finds himself that Vandal, so consider it done.
Give Bleed an inch, then they take a whole mile. They're taking it so many rounds in a row. And Kizuna has to find a way to wrap this up quick, because we all know that Bleed is a type of team, the longer the rounds go, the better they are. Regardless, that entry from Juicy was phenomenal. It was sort of like Kimi, but this time, Juicy was the one punishing, not Bleed. Juicy playing for time. He does play around the cage, just waiting for the utils to go down, wants to get those picks, but they're just gonna crab walk their way out, and then eventually, I think for Crazy Guy, not gonna find any frags as the other members of Kizuna decide to save.
Crazy's got to be careful though. All right.
Flaring.
I mean, they're just gonna neutralize.
A little bit of a dink.
A good call from Kizuna to save this round because like they don't have enough to pull through if they lost every weaponry that they did have on that past round.
I mean, the question
Therefore-
is, how many rounds do you want to give? And Kizuna doesn't want to give anymore.
Exactly. That's the only time that they could afford to give 1 point back to the esports if ever the case. And that was so crucial out of Juicy yet again. Let's take a look at this replay where he immediately snaps to Shun. No time for him to even respond.
That was
That
clean.
was absolutely beautiful, Tash. I mean, now things are going down to this particular round. And they call for another timeout to see what could they pull through. I mean, Shun has been impeccable. Both Riza as well as him has pulled back 24 frags apiece. Whereas Bleed Esports, they've been able to still execute really cleanly together as a team. Sure, they did rely on Juicy a whole lot more, but overall, the backing coming in from JH as well as Crazy Guy has been just about enough. And we saw how Lexi on the past round where they played mind games with that fake teleport and stuff like that. It's just stuff of beauty. And we're about to continue on to see where it can. Kizuna shut off Bleed.
Placing swarm
Or
grenade.
will this go on overtime? So it'll definitely take a while. Let's see.
Kimi holding on mid. this op, if he gets punished for it, Bleed has full control of grass and market. They have all the areas to play in, and looks like no one will be crossing. I think they already have the idea that Kimi will be buying that off. Regardless, this is a very strong start. Immediately gonna pop the null command, and you can see Bleed trying to react to it, not allowing them to push through. But look at where the other two members of Kizuna are, all the way in B. Plant comes down, but look at all that space. They're gonna try and do this thing where they can sort of get this area covered from two different places, and not only two different places, get that cross. With flaring on this Astra, he can work with his Galaxy brain wave, but immediately look at that reaction coming in. Pop flash out, Riza comes through, immediately gonna react, spots one out, the cross comes through, flaring gets one, but Lexi trades out. Regardless of that, Kimi with the shorty gets one more, Kimi with two, Juicy as well, bump it up, three for Juicy! And suddenly he has to switch his gun. Swings out, should gets the tap here. That tap onto the shock dart 2, 45 HP left. Ring around the rosy, buy some time, waste your time. And Crazy Guy says, waste his time, why not when I can get a frag instead? As we go into the next round.
Switching sides.
Relentlessly as it goes, Bleed Esports pulls it back. Now seeing holding on to this overtime to kick things off now. Man, as crazy as it gets, we love to see it. And what we do expect is for them to basically press on with this heavy B committal out of Bleed Esports. Now, of course, with a little bit of switcheroo, now Bleed is gonna go back onto the defense. But you gotta commend the efforts of Kizuna overall, where even this down to that 1 versus 1, I think like Shun handled that like a champ. But with absolute great understanding of what they need to do, Bleed Esports now pulls it over on its OT, giving themselves another solid chance into this first corner of the series.
Kimi does not care for any traps, takes up space really fast, but Bleed already knowing how exactly to play it, now they have to give up that space because he doesn't have a dash to expend. He can't get into the site safely and dash out of the way. So they decided, okay, let's go toward tree. And I think this is a good plan, but they do have to play together. They do have to play off Riza's flash. And this will be the last flash that he has, with Lexi already anticipating that flash. All he has to do is just wait behind the smoke before he pushes out. You do hear the window also being broken as well. So that's sort of like giving them an idea that we're not going to allow them as much space or information because we're going to deny them as much as we can.
Pressure is on both ends. Crazy Guy brought the ult in for this particular play. Not gonna be able to shred any form of members, but he might actually clip Kimi in return. Well, Kimi, mind me. That's just 20 HP. Still something for them to work that off.
30 seconds left.
Huge of a commitment coming in from Kizuna, but they do have the Astra moving so deep into this A side. They're about to make that rotation into Garden, and they really have to look out for Lexi. Lexi now being blinded off. They do get that opening, and flaring immediately goes for the hit. Shun catches off Juicy as well. This is very much doable to get the plan in time. And Bleed, what do they have to offer on the table? They're going to be a little bit late to the party, needing to deal with at least 4 of them.
Wait, man's got lineups. I want to see how it works. They immediately get one, trades out with Kimi, sprays out, Darian gets the X10 in return. Now, they do still have 2 versus 2. Immediately blinds one, finds Kimi, he basically almost missed him, smoked out. They have both areas, and it's just great timing from them. You saw how they covered both sides together. Good cross, not allowing them to die as well. That is teamwork, and that is Bleed, I would say, reawakened, reimagined, remake.
D-Rion. My mind. Like, that was absolutely clean. Like, they have read through how Kizuna usually approaches this, and they were just hiding right down under for a couple of times. And the timing onto the Omen. Oh, man. This was just perfect. Just going back into the replays and just bypass Kimi just like that. That shouldn't be allowed to happen, but man.
Kimi and him walk side by side. Thankfully, he did notice. Well, if he didn't, is also going to be another thing, but I think he may have not from what they saw, but Bleed with the timeouts. And I always notice that Bleed likes to do these very late timeouts and is always in these very, very crucial moments. And speaking of just now, I talked about Legia, about how he is a very scary coach. And I think that you got to commend him because if you see how Bleed plays, it does kind of like reflect how he is as a coach, what he expects from his players and how clean they play. Now let's talk about the other side. Let's talk about Mark being Kizuna's coach. I did talk to Alti about him and I said, hey, how did you find Mark? What made you decide to go with Mark as your coach? And he said, well, we said looking for coach and he DM'd and that was it. And I'm like, that's it. Nothing else. You're like,
Simple
nothing
as
else. Wow. Sometimes you don't really have to think, but honestly, it's a
You
great
need a
pickup.
coach? Go get a coach.
Yeah, you'll get a coach. Just take anyone and it's going to work out. Because if you look at the way these two teams are playing, it's very, very similar to one another, which is why I'm not surprised there's this overtime. They're reading each other like a book because they're both reading the same book contents. It's just a matter of who's a little bit faster on that first contact, who's going to catch who out
Who's
first.
going to get the extra point?
Exactly.
I mean,
And
now we're down to this position where Bleed really needs this one-pointer to really shut off Kizuna's efforts, and they've been looking impeccable throughout, especially on the first half itself, to even draw Bleed into a 6-6 record. So now we'd like to see, has Kizuna solidify their grasp onto the defense? Because on the second half, it was all about Bleed, and now we're starting to see the attack taking shape, and Virion has been able to get that perfect entry, closes the door, shuts them off for eye, and Bleed Esports.
This is a great situation
see
for
if they could
Bleed.
basically get anything off of here.
yeah, this is a great situation for Bleed. With still 5 still up, getting onto the site. This is one of the best situations they can ask for, especially since they're in the lead. Now for Kimi, he just has to play off of his information. Flash comes out, but Bleed immediately punishes them from that. They play off that information. JH gets one more, and it's going to be flawless
Attackers
for them
win.
as we go to a 14-2, one of the closest games to open the day. And 14-12 is, I would say, a great way. I mean, it is an OG map. It's a very, very familiar map with both teams playing very similarly. It does come down to how flawlessly you execute the plant. And with 5 people still very much alive and healthy for the post plant, what are you gonna do? Kizuna was choked.
Well, I think like the pressure was a little bit too much, and the way that Bleed has played out on the attack on the second half itself has been looking absolutely clean, and that's the cleanest as you can get on that final round in the overtime, where the talk that they had did actually pay off.
I wonder what Legia said.
I mean,
I'm so curious.
by now they just celebrate their victory for now. Like, well, they probably forgot what exactly they said anyways, but congratulations to Bleed Esports for taking the very first point in the series. Still one more to go, therefore we'll see whether or not will Kizuna be able to pull things back on Pearl, because Bleed Esports have got ample time to practice on this map itself. They were the ones who selected,
This
so
is
and
very
we would expect
interesting.
things to be pretty much similar, except for the fact that, of course, with different terrains and a little bit more tighter space of mid-control for both ends to establish. Now, going back into that game before we even move into Pearl, was that I felt like Kizuna definitely knew what exactly to expect out of Bleed Esports. I think that's a really good start, where as much as they were holding on to that 12 point for most of the part, like you
30
see,
seconds left.
the first half is where Kizuna shined the brightest on their attacks.
Yeah, I mean, as I said before, this map is a little bit more, I would say, heavy on attack. But regardless, even on defense, they did pretty well. You have to say that it's very mirror-matched how they both played. Not in terms of their agent picks, but rather how they play. And Kizuna, one thing about knowing the enemy team and getting that information. Another is reacting off of it. And Kizuna has been great at doing that, same as Bleed. How when they know exactly when Riza was going to flash. What are we going to do when Riza flashes? Have an anti-flash, get ready to spray. How aggressive are we going to go? Can we be punished for it? Now, we got to give credit to Kizuna because they are a team that's not afraid to go aggressive. Just take up that space. Riza comes in through because he trusts his teammate. And look at that ace from
That was
Riza.
the first ace.
The first ace of VCL, and on top of that, the mark of his return, showing how strong he is since he last played in the VCT.
One enemy remaining.
My hand.
Down B.
It's just stuff of beauties, right? When you saw how well Shun has played throughout the course of Ascent. And of course, this huge setup coming in from Riza absolutely blasted and caught the rest of Bleed Esports off guard.
But then you have Bleed Juicy. You see Juicy coming in after that. Like we saw hero moments from Shun, and we saw hero moments from Riza, and then we see Kimmy going aggressive, and we like that. And then suddenly, when Juicy started to feel himself, that momentum onto his shoulders, when he got the side coming into attack, it felt like Juicy was playing the hero here. Saying like, hey guys, don't worry about it. Just let me give you that space. All you have to do is just get onto the site. And that's exactly what he's been doing. And most of the time as well, he wasn't punished for it. He stayed alive toward the end of the round. But let's talk a little bit about the post breakdown. Let's talk numbers right now.
All right, of course, let's hop into some of the stats that we do have. And both ends are equally matched. Like, just look at how things have went. The first kills are equivalent on 13. Well, there wasn't any form of thrifty rounds because everyone's just force buying and just trading off one another.
I'm surprised it's Shun.
Yeah, I mean, like, just look at this guy. He's been able to have less deaths as compared to Juicy. I mean, that's great on him overall. Like, it's going down to the overtime rounds where things didn't really go in favor of Kizuna. Of course, things have been looking a little bit better, but it really did felt like a mirror matchup, Ash. Like,
it really did.
I mean, the 2 kills, like, offset 1 kill per round at overtime, and then you have crazy amount of effort coming in from Riza, where he managed to secure a total of 24 for himself. And I just felt like this whole ordeal, when they move into this map, like, they have the same style of executions, they have the same form of engagement, but we see brilliance of creativity coming from Kizuna, especially like with shenanigans of Kimmy going all the way out with his operator. That was something else early on.
I can't believe he did that. He walked up with his eye in the scope and he wasn't punished for it. That's crazy. But let's talk a little bit about the MVP here. Sure was insane, but personally for me, if I had an MVP, I would probably give it to Riza because it felt like he was the playmaker for the team. His timing for his flashes, how his team reacts has been phenomenal. Now coming back into that, regardless though, I mean the hero plays from them both have been great. Now Juicy definitely deserved, but to see Darion playing a Sentinel this time instead of his usual Jet is very different. But I love to see this change, this character development arc, how he's able to just hold for himself. And I think this is what's great about duelist players moving into other roles, because you know as a duelist you are going to be expecting great aim, you are going to be expecting big frags, but what if you are given a situation where you are supposed to hold, you are supposed to play on the defensive? And Darion brought that to the table because the way that he plays the Sentinel, the Cypher, was aggressive in a way that he uses his tripwires aggressively. He plays around it. He knows the timing in terms of where he wants to put up the cage and rotate around that generator so that people, when you think that it's going to be a Cypher behind the generator, no, he was all the way on the other side. And I think that's very, very smart because we always give props to controller players because of how their big IQ plays.
Yeah.
Darion can also do that too.
And when we take a look at the main difference in terms of which agents they feel like, you take a look at Lead, they have so much intel gathering, not only with the Cypher alone, but also having that Silva that has brought ample amount of resources back in terms of information. Therefore, I would say it was a slight edge. I mean, this game itself has shown that both teams are very equally matched, and we can't wait to get ourselves into our second game. But before we even get there, let's take a couple of minutes break, and we'll be right back for more Valorant action.
destroyed, but Darion has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them.
Three
Are you
across each round. Only one of them's been.
So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it!
Kind of like say that, but oh my god, not again!
behind and retaliates too, but he has to cross.
And we're back from the quick break that we had, and you're currently watching the VALORANT Challenges Malaysia and Singapore Split 1 of 2023. You're here alongside with me, Contra, as well as Tash Bunny, as we walk you through some of the matches that are currently happening. We're still in the series between VCT Esports versus Kizuna Esports, where VCT Esports have been able to overcome some of all these obstacles to bring it back and eventually got their 1-point lead here in the series. And now, let's see what Kizuna Esports have to offer now that we're heading into Pearl.
This is a very interesting map because I would say that even though we already have Lotus and Pearl isn't really new, I would say that this would be the first time it's actually played here in the local leagues. As we come back into Pearl, it's a very interesting map where I feel like some teams have figured it out. I mean, we saw Paper X play it last year and they had the most interesting wall to the point that a nerf had to be done to the map. Now, with the changes of the map, I haven't actually seen the map played just yet. But here's an interesting fact for you guys. Last night, I did see Legiha streaming and he was actually talking about Pearl, how exactly the map is deconstructed. I did see part of it and it's kind of like a reflection of how he as a coach kind of like talks about Pearl and how exactly they're picking out. And we did talk about the newer maps being sort of like a trump card. Whoever that masters the newer maps first gets that trump card off a map where they can have that leverage over the team. Regardless, a lot of teams have already had enough time to play it. And I would say that personally, I feel like that map is easier for attack. But let's see how exactly these teams play this, if they see more defensive or attack is more their thing.
Yeah, and overall, when we take a look at how long has it been, it's been like a couple of months since Pearl's release, and I believe that them going on their solo queues or even with their whole squad all together, like this is not brand new to the teams, but definitely it's refreshing to come into 2023 with, you know, a brand new whole ordeal for all these pro teams to master and also up and coming teams to also be normalized on top of it all. And especially for Split with a little bit more of that rework, it definitely brought very healthy changes in terms of how this could easily be played off on the attacking side as well, where, you know, rotating from one end to the other really felt like a drag back in the days.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll just really have to deal with that, but even with all that being settled down, let's see whether or not can Kizuna actually push it all the way through into the Icebox round. So let's get into the Agent Select as we talk further on what will they bring to the table. We had a lot of conversation on Chamber early on.
Yeah.
But I felt like he has fallen off of favor and we're seeing a little bit of hover coming in from each respective players right now. And we're seeing Arena on the side of Juicy. That could be pretty darn exciting.
I think Arena is great, especially for mid side, because it allows you to get that information for mid if they get a frag and then they can just dismiss out. That's why it's so good to have that Arena. Now with Darion on Jet, this is more of his comfort pick. He's used to playing Jet, and with excuse me, with JH on the KJ, I think it's another thing is to stop those lurks, because you have to remember that this map is very, very lurk heavy, and if you are pincered in main or even stuck in the middle as you rotate to a side, it's gonna be a problem. Regardless, almost a mirror match here. Let's look at the side of Kizuna, how they're playing. So they're doing a Sentinel, double initiator, one controller, and with only Kimi on the aggressive side. Now with flaring on the Astra, 300 IQ plays is great. We can see a lot more chokes coming in from him, as well as DXN playing off of his Cosmic Divide, his smokes, and Riza will be stopping those flanks as well. Now we're gonna be seeing this. I think it's gonna be a game of flank on flank at one point between these two teams, especially for this map, and I'm really excited to see how exactly they lean off it.
Yeah, and you can see that both teams are really getting their grasp onto having Silver into this the pro plays, because like you need to find all these vision control over onto the side itself, and then you have Lexi, who has brought Brimstone back into play, where you see
Brimstone's
many of
great
all
for
these
this map.
pro plays like, Brim may not be the favorite agent of choice for
Yeah.
the likes of many, but you could see how effective they could basically utilize all the smokes that he has to get a clean entry into that A site overall. So it's a great pick, would deem to say, and it's also another answer if there were to be a Killjoy ultimate with the lockdown being set into place.
I was gonna say that as well, like that's the value a Brimstone can provide, but given the fact that the Orbital Strike takes up so much space, you can clear out maybe art if you want to, you can clear out flowers, even secret, and for B-side you clear out one whole area of halls, just eliminating them out of the way, which is what I really like about having a Brimstone on this map in particular. But on the side of Flaring, playing Astra can give his teammates value, whether it would be the Gravity Well, whether it be the smokes. So I think depends on how exactly these teams utilize it. But personally, for me, I do think that having a crazy guy on the Sova will bring a lot of value, but that dink coming through to Kimi punishes him, and he has to give up the immediate space.
Bleed going in with a full charge onto the B side, but immediately having the smokes there to stop them on their tracks. Won't be able to get a firm plan as of yet. Riza already on the watch. But it's all about how much can Kimi do, as he's going to be the one hiding all the way to the back. And Kimi spots will turn the smoke. That's juicy. And oh my, Riza has got this under control. D-Ray on the next one out. They have to rely on whatever is still left. And they're too deep in to even pull back. Crazy Guy still brings one back to the table where DX has pulled all the way through. Shouldn't goes in for the trade. Now down to 2 versus 1. And now Bleed starting to lose over that control through the stretch, and even the spike
I
being
want to see a
down.
clutch. Let's see a clutch. That's gonna happen. No, it's not gonna happen.
A little bit too tough, I mean, considering the angles that he had.
They double swing together as well. Perhaps if he played behind the pillar, it might be a different story, but I highly doubt it because we've seen how Kizuna plays it. They always double swing together. They have that, the power of friendship, if you want to say the least, right? They always swing together. They always have a buddy system, and they always try to trade. So if JH pulled off I would say a clutch in that round, I would be very, very impressed.
That's true. And the reason why you wanted a Killjoy into Pearl is that you could set off some of these traps onto the alleyway right up over mid so that you could still get some intel off of that without having anyone to go on watch. And we're already seeing the rest of Kizuna hoping to stretch this into Art, it seems. But there's a double hold coming in. And Lead are starting to press on. They did ample amount of damage onto DXN. He's managing to pull right back into safety, and we'll have Kimi to back him up for the time being. And not a full commitment as of yet for Bleed Esports. There's no need for Riza to rotate just yet, so they're just gonna see whether or not will Bleed pull off a rush into Art, and despite that, they're congregating and they're about to move into the A side yet again.
I think what's really great about this map is that I think it's a problem-solving map, where each part of the map is sort of like a puzzle piece, and it's going to be Darian with that first hit, Shun taken out. Darian did take some damage, but doesn't really matter though, because they are just going to say, it's fine, give up the space. With 38 seconds to go, we can go toward mid, we can run straight toward B and rush. But because the defensive side rotation is going to be faster, we have DXN waiting to see in the middle side. They faked it, they're going back straight into A. It's actually insane, the mind games that we're seeing from both these teams. Not only is this a problem-solving map, it's almost like a puzzle where you're trying to figure out whether the map is the puzzle or the team. Damage comes through, Flaring picks up one, and Juicy trades out another straight in his face. Plan comes through with 10 seconds to go. DXN solo, he has to play with his teammates.
D-Round being spot out at a whim, and there we go. More flashes brought out, and they'll be able to clear it all off. 2 versus 2. DXN still relatively low, and he will be picked off. Lexi here to clean up shop, and that's where Bleed will neutralize, both having 1 point apiece. But that was quite the drawn-out run coming from Bleed Esports, where they're hoping to expend as much resources from Kizuna from the get-go, and they weren't full from any given point at a time. But that clean entry, my, I mean, that was paid off so well. Bleed Esports just having a better read of how Kizuna has been doing on this defense, and I think it will still take a while for Kizuna to really get a grasp of how this attack's looking like for Bleed, because things have been looking rather straightforward.
Yeah.
Sure, on the very first round itself, it's straightforward, right? But on the second time going, it didn't seem like
Here.
it was all too straightforward. Now they do have an activation of a bot. It's not going to be resulting in all too much. But that has sent Kimi on this high alert. But he does have his Arcane Sheriff. Gonna send some warning shots, but the smokes have been popped. Therefore, they won't be able to spot this entryway, and Crazy Guy just sprays out Riza from the get-go.
Look at how much space they've taken here, top toward mid side. They almost had that B link as well. Yep, they're rushing through. Darian already getting Kimi, punishing him for pushing out. That's that trade, but Juicy is gonna clean that out. So it's a 2-for-1. Still a win in Juicy's, in Bleed's books. Already running through. It's a 2-on-4. Gonna be hard. Gonna push through the smokes here. Flaring tries to run and gun, but Juicy is gonna punish him for it.
Left.
Regardless, that plan's gonna come through. Maybe he's good for one, perhaps not gonna happen as Juicy has the cross. And again, this is what I like about Bleed. This map is literally made for Bleed's mind. As I said before, puzzle solving a map where every single part of the map is as though it's a puzzle piece. You take one spot, hold it, make sure no one comes in from the other side. They're not afraid to waste time and waste utilities.
Indeed, and JH definitely was really sneaky on that approach. Well, Kizuna did try nonetheless to bring a few members down. But of course, there were only 2 members to fend off against the majority out of Bleed Esports. Things may not seem as great to kick things off with for Kizuna, but Kimi now on the operator. This is going to be pretty huge. Instead of taking it into the B side, they are pushing out of A. And he should be making his swift rotation right now because the rest of Bleed Esports, they're just having this beeline onto the side, and Riza has extended himself onto this corner, looking through the pillars, but he will be spotted out eventually. The smoke is just buying a little time, but he will still get some spray, some damage through, but Theron still survives.
I'm surprised that Darian got away with that. He eats some more damage from the Nano Swarm. Regardless, that plant will be coming through.
Spike
But
planted.
dang, I thought that Darian was gonna go down. Perhaps a 1-for-1 trade. Regardless, Darian does take a lot of damage, and we'll see how this retake goes. For Jay, he's watching in from the other side. I'm liking this because this angle not only prevents the flank from the backside, but also if they don't check the corner, it's gonna be a free kill for him. Gigalier comes through. Knife does not hit onto Kimi as well. Shots come out. They do know there's an op on the other side. Top side, at least. They have to play together. Flashes gonna feel wild. Flaring with the spray. Beautifully done. Does go down eventually. Kimi just eating that damage from the nanos from 3 HP. Doesn't matter though. Goes down eventually as JH cleans the house. And 3-1 in favor of Bleed.
My. What an execute coming out of Bleed Esports, and it's kind of sad to see that Kimi couldn't really land that shot. Perhaps that could have given them a little bit more of a fighting chance. Now Kizuna Esports force on an eco, but they're bringing in all the sheriffs on board. Oh, never knew there was Teddy Bear hiding behind this wall. I mean, it's been a while for me.
What's the first thing you do when a map comes out? You go on the cheat mode, you go on Ghost and see every single bear in the area.
Nah, man, I mean, the first thing I do, I want to study every single nook and cranny of this map, but not really zoom into the corners of the outskirts. But it's good to know, right? Like, when we continue on this approach, Bleed Esports, with this form of a lead, they're finally plotting a full commitment onto this A side. And with the extension of Kizuna, they know that none of these members are all around, and therefore, they've only got this Astra to hold them all back. Flaring did pull off quite some frags, despite it not being all too much enough to bring them the pointer back. But still a fighting chance. I mean, nonetheless, they are going on this rotation. So Crazy Guy tries to see if this scan's going to be able to result to anything at all. Now they do know that a few members is there, and Dirion trying to clear it all up. Shouldn't gonna be going down, but the rest of Kizuna, they're on their way, and they've already approached the side. The hallways, though, is being occupied by Kimmy, and oh my, Darion again.
But it's gonna be stopped by Kimmy and Riza, picking off one each. Immediately gonna pop the Bladestorm as well. But that's the beauty of that. But look at Kimmy coming through. JH just swinging left, right, does not get the shot onto Kimmy. Regardless, 2 versus 2, equalize. Crazy Guy finds one, JH finds one. Very clean round for Bleed once again, and they're showing why exactly they chose this map.
My, they didn't even really have to get the plan off. They just out-traded the rest of Kizuna. Now they're just rolling in points right now. A pause being called, and I believe this is going to be Kizuna Esports with a timeout.
It's such a flip. I mean, it's such a mirror. I mean, not a mirror, but very different between these two teams. The way they ask for a timeout. Like Kizuna always asks early, but you see Bleed maybe giving 2 rounds, 4 rounds, and then finally we'll see it toward the last minute. But the change that you see from Bleed is very drastic, and I like the fact that they're able to adapt like that on the fly, how different every round can be for how they play. But Kizuna, what's making them really good is that they are just very reactive to how Bleed plays. Wait for them, see how they play, study, and then we figure it out. They're okay with giving a few rounds and then coming back swinging. And I like seeing that from them.
Yeah, me too. I mean, just looking at how Kizuna has always been able to manage certain trades going in favor of them, though it didn't really result into the round win. It did then slight economy on the side of the esports, and for themselves, I mean, they've committed into their second operator now for Kimmy. And sure, the first time it didn't really work as well as intended, but Darion says, you know what? Well, let's challenge this other chat on the opposite side. First, it's an absolute different
we
form.
saw earlier, right, for Juicy, like he was showing why he diffed them in that round in the previous map. So let's see if there's gonna be a change in this one.
Especially now, like they're going on this double duelist form of setup coming from Bleed Esports. Bleed Esports could just easily pile on them in that sense, where Juicy takes up a whole lot more space to open things up for Darion. That's how it's meant to be. Darion just got on him very early on. Didn't even stood a chance. I mean, we don't even need to see a replay of that. So now that's going to draw a little bit of attention onto B, but Riza shuts off Juicy. So
what's a duelist for a duelist?
It's not too shabby.
Yeah, not so shabby. I think it's a fair trade, given the fact of how they're playing
this. They still have the jet on Bleed, though.
Yeah, they still have it there. I think that's the beauty of the double duelist, how aggressive Bleed can go and how fast they take a site. If you see how they play here, it's just holding, get as much information as they can. And now the lockdown has been put down as Bleed. We have Lexi watching the flank, and Darion just waiting to see if they're actually gonna break it. Yeah, they did, but they're gonna reply with their own lockdown. Are they gonna reply back is the question. Where exactly to put? But here comes another Hunter's Fury.
Counter for counter.
What counter for counter?
Wait a minute.
No way! He gets an extra value out of that. Hang on. How did he get by 1v1?
Anything you could do, they could do it better.
But Flaring finds someone mid-rotate, and Darion finds someone mid-rotate. Hello? I predicted this, but I didn't think it would be like this. Excuse me?
Seconds left.
Stuff of beauty coming out of Bleed Esports now. If only Riza as well should. How much more can they actually get out of this? Riza did get one back, but look at the big guns being pulled off. It's a turret for Darion. And the shot dock will hold him back, but not enough!
He walks through the shock dart with low HP and still manages the kill? Question mark, wow.
That has to be pretty painful for Kizuna. I mean, they stood pretty much of a good fighting chance on the past round. But all these form of small engagements that they were on were responded very well in time by Bleed Esports. And it just shows the mastery of Bleed here on Pearl, that they could just go toe-to-toe, whatever that was brought onto the table, and now forcing Kizuna yet on another economic round. A couple of Sheriffs being bought out alongside with Flaring's Frenzy.
I don't know about you, but like, it feels like Darion is seriously feeling himself, but what a shot from the X10.
Wait, he's running in, he's not checking.
And he gets punished for that. Ring around the rosy. Who gets it? It's gonna be flaring. Getting some value. Free gun. Tanks the damage for it as well. They really want to get that op out of the way if possible. JH
Wait a minute.
gonna find a one in
Oh,
return. JH
goodness.
with 2. Really liking this aggression coming in. 3 for Jay. 4. No, it's gonna be Juicy that wraps it up.
What a push coming out of Bleed on both the main as well as the art corners.
Pincer.
And just look at how things go. They finally understood,
Aww.
oh, Kizuna loves to push out. Sure, just stand toe-to-toe and we're going to have our backup plan with a huge wraparound. Bleed Esports just absolutely corners them off. But despite that, I mean, pretty worth for an eco, don't you think?
Yeah, because how Kizuna was playing was that they knew they were an eco. They wanted to go aggressive and get as many guns as possible. They want to try and shamble down the economy, and it was read by Bleed. So what they did was they pincered, not allowing more than enough players taken down if needed. But on this map in particular, look how far away they are from each other. It's hard to play off each other for Kizuna.
True enough.
Right here.
I mean, that's where they really have to rely on Shun right now. They're just about to cut through these connectors here. And my
Right
mind,
here.
this is going to breach
Right here.
through multiple territories for them to manage this defense. And Durian got a big pick off onto the X10.
I don't know about you, but like every time Darion starts getting that momentum, starts getting that first shot, suddenly he just goes crazy. He's aggressive, and I love seeing it. And look at the crosses. Shun gets 2. He loves these multi-frags. Can he get 3? No, it's gonna be stopped by Jay.
This art attack, well,
Art
not
attack.
the show, has been working in favor of Bleed
My
Esports.
ultimate
Now
is
they
ready.
do go in for an exchange. Brian did get one back though. Now they're going to pop in a quick lockdown. And it's all down to Kimmy. He's only got the operator. If he really wants to trade, he got to find some weapons lying around. But the problem is, none is going to be across these corners where
I don't think he's coming
probably
here.
going to be going in for a save.
Yeah, I think he would rather do that. And on top of that, you're going up against a Killjoy who can play off-site. Either you want to go lineups, either you have to find the bots. It's going to be a problem because you have to look for those. And by the time you find them, you're going to be swung out from. So it's just more, it makes more sense for them to save. Now coming into this, how many rounds has Bleed taken in a row here? 5, I believe.
Yeah.
And I think what's really great about it is just it really shows the mastery. Why exactly they chose this map? We chose this map because we know how exactly to play it, how aggressive we can go in every round, and how exactly to abuse you when you are being weapon diffed.
Yeah, and not only that, I mean, it's possibly 7th in a row right now. I mean, Kizuna has only got that pistol round initially, and they didn't really get much benefit out of those straight after Bleed has just found ways to stop them. Now, Kizuna has been force buying for a couple of times right now.
It's hard when you force buy because when you get punished for it, in the next round you're forced into an eco once again. And maybe at times you kind of the thing is I don't hate the fact that Spectre is brought into this map. I don't hate the fact that that you know your frenzies or even your stingers are brought into
it
this
was
map.
necessary.
Yeah, because not just because it's necessary, you can get value, especially if you know how to play those close corners. But the thing about Bleed is that they punish you for playing hard. They punish you for playing aggressive so many times.
Shun, he spotted out. Oh, what can he do? He's going to be swarmed. There's no way he's going to be able to trade back. But at least he got one, though.
That's a good trade.
Juicy. It's huge enough for them to at least send every other members back into this B side. Not a full commitment yet from the side of Bleed Esports, but they're about to lock horns really, really soon. Now we have Durian going for the
What a
entry.
shot.
Both down! And Dage, he doesn't care. He's just going to clear everything, get ready, and he's just going to be punished with a Bucky, but it doesn't really matter. Bleed still got the point in return.
I have to say that despite those diff in guns, you saw how aggressive Kizuna went. They know how exactly each gun's capability can be. And their whole idea was take their guns. We don't have to win it, just take their guns. They only had one left at the end of the day. So end of the day, they did get value from it. Now the question is how exactly they're going to stop this bleeding from making the bleed. How exactly going to stop this snowball? Because we've seen Jay, we've seen Darion just go crazy because of that momentum. They're feeling themselves right now. Every time he has his ult, he goes very, very fast on the side. How much space has Darion taken?
Yeah, and you can start to see he's starting to feel a little bit more comfortable on their defensive approaches, as it's been a couple of B hits already where there's not exactly much of a middle control coming in from Bleed Esports, and hence why Kizuna is opting to take a little bit more of that room. 2 more members are cutting through into the alleyway. And there we go. Juicy's just gonna go ham on this one. He's only in 80 damage. There's gonna be more coming in for the holes. Reason goes in for punishment as they deplete him up. And that's gonna be the rest of Bleed Esports being pulled all the way back. No vision, no control. They have to rotate if they are forced to do so, but they're still hanging all the way to the back. So let's see whether or not could they basically spot anyone out. But
I want to say calculated. I want to say calculated because you saw how far away Juicy was compared with his teammates. He tanked the nano swarms, took up that space, and then went down in return. And look at how many utilities were used. And there's still another 30 seconds. How many? Basically, they have a free site, not a lot to be used. And Jay immediately finds Riza as Darion is still hanging on, but the Cosmic Divide still available for use. But Jay gonna be using his turret just to get some information. Sprays out, but surprise! The turret was just a distraction. Trades out with Shun, and Darion says, it's fine, let me just play close, take up that space. With only 10 seconds to go, they do this all the time. Flaring does find Darion, flaring for 2, 3 seconds, no time for that, and flaring cleans up house, and finally they take their second point of the game.
Finally stopped the bleeding, and they picked up the operator in return. That's going to be passed over onto Kimmy. So this isn't over just yet. I mean, so long as they could pull it into a 4-pointer, they would still have a decent second half in return. Bleed calls in for a timeout. They want to push this into 10-2, 9-3. You don't want to be cursed.
I think one great thing about Bleed is the fact that they don't leave anything to chance. Even if it's a 1v2, play together, swing together. And I think this is one of those situations. If we can stop them from getting 4 rounds in this half before going to second, we can prevent ourselves unnecessary stress. We can prevent ourselves going to overtime. We can prevent ourselves from going into maybe a third game. Why prolong things when we can end it fast? And I think that's the idea that Bleed has, and I love it. Yeah. Now, let's talk a little bit about this double duelist comp. What's great about Bleed is that they love to play aggressive. And we've seen it happen again and again. And the addition of Juicy on the team, it allows Darion to play as aggressive as he wants with Juicy by his side. They can even go as in a calculated situation where Juicy can kind of like bait into the side. Their duelist already on the side, taking up space, and we can rotate because there's someone there already making all the noise.
Indeed, especially Bleed is trying to capitalize on this double duelist on attack. Once they go onto defense, maybe the effectiveness is going to be as great as it is on this first half, and therefore, like, so long as they can push the advantage, they will opt to do so. Now, of course, we carry on forward with what's at stake right now. Kizuna has been able to start to stabilize, especially with huge commitments with every single utility being put into place, where they've already expended that Cosmic Divide on the past round. They won't be able to have as much of a solid hold, but take a look at this. I mean, you would assume that Bleed Esports will not fully commit into any side until much later on, especially the spike is all the way into the base, and therefore, I think they're just playing for picks right now. Kimmy hasn't been really showing up throughout the course of the past couple of battles that he had. And
he's punished over and over again.
Let's see if he actually does get his revenge this time around.
I think he really wants to, especially as they go into the second half later. Let's talk a little bit about how this works, and Kimmy finally shows up as though he listened. Immediately he says, nah, man, I can't think you did that! He actually punishes Darion as well for going too close! And Kimmy gets those few shots that are absolutely vital as DXN gets one more. Now, this is where things get a little bit sketchy. How exactly going to be playing this? For Bleed, they wanted to go aggressive just now. They're punished. They have to give up the space.
I can't believe how Kimmy got out of that alive.
30 seconds left.
He's not supposed to still be having his hands on the operator, and just the level of understanding of how to pilot this jet is just on another level. And because of his stellar plays, now Kizuna, they're just gonna walk away with this point, going back in return, and now they finally get their fighting chance, but the plan will still go down. And the Swarm's gonna bite him in return. He's still surviving, only a slither health, 6 HP left. Juicy needs to get the frags off, but I don't think there's much left for them left in the tank.
Just Fury is there. If Crazy Guy wants to play offside, it is possible as well. They do put up the lockdown. Man's got lineups. Let's see if it works. I don't think so anymore. Not after the buff to Killjoy, regardless.
Is there enough time though?
No.
Okay. They can
I
play
mean, they
back
have
for it.
lots of time to move. Now, playing from long, that's not planted for them. They have to push out a little bit further. They didn't plant it for the open, and seemingly one each with Kimmy with 3 in the pocket. Now, I think that Kimmy and Darian both got jump scared there. They were not expecting each other to be that close. Now, Darian probably had the idea that Kimmy dashed onto site because you can see him trying to play the corner. And Kimmy was like, why are you this close, sir?
Let's take a look at this stuff of beauty. I mean, Kimmy, he got his first pick, and he had enough time. But the problem is, the other Chad, he also does have the operator. The loading time for you to bring it back out is a lot slower, where Kimmy has already
already prepared.
Everything on the line. So it was down to that point-blank shot. And despite that, walks away scot-free. Absolutely ridiculous.
Probably had
that
a heart attack of his life.
That fighting chance once again, Kizuna. Now, of course, gotten a little bit more back.
Whoa, it
It's
gets
really
splashed.
not complete. Juicy still managing to have a little bit of backup coming in from Lexi. And they will fight on this push into Art, looking pretty formidable. Whereas Kizuna, they're starting to take form while they still have Riza holding on to B. So this is going to be a little bit more of a slower approach, but Kimmy in return.
Wow, what a swing out of smoke. That catch onto Jay was huge. Without the Killjoy, it's a little bit hard to maintain control of the site. Now, Kimmy does mark where he is by the sound of the footsteps, and Bleed said, that's okay. We have full control of Link here. We can go to the other side if we want to. They already have information on how many is on A side. Perhaps B might be a different story. Regardless, we do know that Riza can be pretty scary on how exactly he plays with his Killjoy. I like how he's placed himself. It's a very aggressive angle, but they know that no one is playing main.
Yeah, and for so many rounds that they've not played through the alleyways, and this time they
30
do
seconds left.
definitely caught the rest of Kizuna off guard. This is just going to be a free passage where they have the entirety of the side, but staying behind a pillar. It's Riza being absolutely cheeky, and he stopped the
Nice
plan.
spray.
Now he's going to be hunted
Gets-
down. A crazy guy is on
Trying to buy
charge.
time.
He's going to be able to play Ring Around the Rosie for the time being. Still getting them.
Riza! What a play!
This
What a
first
play!
half is still being salvaged by Kizuna, and Bleak Esports stalls at 8 points. But that was absolutely huge, and such a big brain play coming out of Riza.
He knew they were planting default, so all he had to do was play Ring Around the Rosie, buy some time. As we know that you either waste their time or get a kill. Gets one. They knew that they had to redo it. He knows there's going to be a swing. Swing out again. His teammates were close, so just move Ring Around Rosie. He knows
timing,
exactly how to
so-
play from the footsteps. That means he was very, very aware on how exactly to get the isolation. Not just isolation, but to beat them to the other side. That is insane by Riza.
Great read. Overall, Kizuna is just full of surprises, and now that they're on the attacking site, I want to see what else can they do. I mean, we've already seen so much out of Kimmy for the past couple of rounds. And now Duran's going to open things up on the second half with a direct hit shot onto Flaring, so no more smokes left for the rest of Kizuna. And Duran is holding a very deep angle, hoping that they'll push through the generators, but DXN, being absolutely sharp, will be able to take out Crazy Guy. The rest of Bleed Esports, these trades are not working out for them, but they are still trying to hold on to whatever's left. The spike is down.
Spike down B.
2 versus 2. Could they still salvage this, though?
This is a great situation to be in for Bleed because they not only wasted time, they prevented the plant. But with 1 minute still, this is a situation where Bleed has always been a team that is able to react on the fly, adapt on the fly, change plans on the fly. So suddenly you are in a situation, if you're Kizuna, they're like, what is Bleed thinking? Did they decide to rotate? Did they decide to fake? Did they decide to bait? This is also another different thing.
And they're already having a direct free access into the A side.
Yeah,
They're
because they
pulling back
put
into
so
B.
much
30
utilities
seconds
onto
left.
B just now.
Indeed,
Yeah.
and overall, I mean, it being the early rounds itself, I mean, you don't expect them to have full utilities to begin with, but this is going to be quite a setback for the rest of Bleed Esports, but they have faith in Lexi as well as JH. I mean, we've seen those rounds inside with Sen, what they could possibly pull out with, especially now, do you think about it? Like, they do have one ghost. They have like classic to fend off against double ghosts.
I mean,
Shindo,
Lexi,
he has to pull on the impact.
I mean, Lexi does have the Molly to clear out those corners and swing out by Jay. Very strong. Kimmy on the other side. And JH cleans house again. Bleed. I mean, we talked about clutch kings, Riza and Shun earlier. And this time around, JH is saying, let's talk about me. Let's talk about how I can clutch it. And he's really showing us why he can do it. And the idea is because they know that Lexi, they're gonna try and prioritize Lexi because of that Molly that he still has. They don't want to be smoked. They don't want to be mollied out of the way. See how Kimmy enters the site. Here's the footsteps. They know exactly where both of them are. But it was all just a ruse. Now, because JH was able to get one more, playing off the information, he swings over to the other side.
Yeah, I mean, great effort as well as teamwork coming out of VCT Esports. Now that they're on 9 points and having a better arsenal of artillery to work with, bring in double Gardens into the A side though. Juicy now hoping to pull right back, understanding that Kizuna will be forcing a buy right now. A couple stingers in hand, where we know the wrap of what stinger could actually bring with the high accuracy and firing rate. Lexi coming deep into secret as they push into the dugout, but they will still punish him in return.
Ooh.
Juicy still gets the trade right back, but they are going deep into the flower terrains. And JH holding on, he still gets the frag. But it's all down to this one for Slum. It's all over with Darion in charge.
Man, Riza still tried. You saw how aggressive he was. Still managed to get, what, 2, 3 frags? But Darion from the other side punishes him for that. And it's just a very unfortunate situation as Kizuna was picked off one by one. And I really liked how they were playing all so close. They knew the capability of the guns. They knew how exactly to play it. And each round you saw Bleed 1, it was still maybe JH or even Darion left alive.
Yeah, I mean, overall, Bleed understood what's at stake, right? Like, the way that they held out. They try to sneak into very deep corners of those pockets and then eventually wait for the rest of Kizuna to push.
Juicy!
Doesn't matter. Juicy!
That's a juicy shot.
Indeed. Straight to the head. Punches Riza, so there's just a little bit more room for Kizuna to figure things out. I mean, the spike's still all the way back. You don't expect them to fully commit. Just trying to gather any form of intel that they could get, as we have Kimmy just moving into Art, spots out JH. Not gonna fully commit. I mean, now that it's being smoked up, there's no passageway, no clear entry, and you still have Crazy Guy who's looking through the alleyways. This is not gonna be all too easy for them to figure out. And even despite them scanning it right through, won't be able to spot Crazy Guy just about yet. So that forces them to commit into B. And they don't really have the best weapons to do so. You have Darion now on this Guardian, but instead, Kimmy, I'll take my word back. He won that duel against the Guardian.
Yeah, the headshot was just very strong for him. Takes him out, but not before Darion still picks up one. 1 for 1. Plant comes through, but here comes Crazy Guy as well. The taps come out. He gets Kimmy. Can he get 2? Yes, he does. Going then to 3. And Crazy Guy says, I'm also crazy. There's a reason why my name is Crazy. Well, not super crazy, but the Guardian can do a lot of damage, especially with the right crosshair placements. And we go 4-11. This is a big, big mountain for Kizuna to climb.
Yeah, and since they've been expending resources every single opportunity, like, they can't afford to lose more rounds. We go back into the replays and just take a look at how sharp they have been. Well, I guess like we can watch that another day. I mean, it's kind of straightforward. When they hit into that B side, I felt like it was already very disadvantageous for the rest of Kizuna because they don't really have the firepower to exchange with them, despite having Kimmy with that 1-for-1 trade. I mean, that's decent, but having said that, it's really not enough.
I mean, Riza was out of the game very early as well. Like, he dry peeked that, was punished for it, and Bleed knew how exactly to abuse it without the Killjoy. They don't have to worry about the Nano Swarm. They don't have to worry about the Killjoy turret. They knew that the sites will at least not be anchored by one person. If we already hear this many people on this site, it's a free site for us. It's easy.
True enough. Now, we think he's playing a whole lot more on a middle approach, where they'll like to gather all these form of vital information And this time around, they're opting to cut across the alleyways. Well, don't worry, it's just a little bit of an eye shut for the time being. They did manage to bring the bot down. That sends a few members of Lead on a high alert. And they're gonna fully commit into this A side, directly charging right forward. It's gonna be Kimmy as they cut through, but they will eventually have Juicy to stop Riza on track. They're hiding by the corners of the dugout. But how much can they bring in return? Apparently a double for Flowering.
That's just so beautifully done. Kimmy tries to go aggressive, will be punished by Darion in return. Jay and his teammate, let's clean out house. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. As Bleed takes another round, and I think it's gonna be so easy for them to just wrap it up. And I think it's also really important to say why exactly they chose this map. They're very familiar with how exactly this map plays, why exactly they chose how exactly to play around the area.
Just
it works in their favor. Sorry.
Yeah, overall, I mean, Bleed just knew what exactly to do at any given point in time. Like the setups were very clean, and just looking at how Kizuna has approached all these attacks, I mean, they come in from all different angles. But despite that, like you saw, Bleed, they had a different way of approaching it. Like let's just let them through, and then that's where the moment that they really want to set for those plans, we have a little bit more of that window of punishment, and Kizuna hasn't been able to respond in kind. Now, we're seeing pretty much of a half a buy commitment. Kizuna now stretched really, really thin. Having Kimmy on the Spectre, but I do believe that eventually he should be able to get the Blade Storm out to fully commit into those battles. And
I mean, if you look at frags, it's not necessarily like the biggest disparity here. It's just the fact that for Bleed, they're punishing them early. They're catching them off guard because Kizuna wants to play as aggressively as Bleed, and Bleed knows how to control that momentum, especially for this map.
Yeah, and overall, I felt like it really takes a very different approach from Kizuna to be able to bring this to an overtime. So let's see how many more rounds could they actually bring back until that becomes very much possible. Now, the rest of Kizuna, they're thinking, you know what, let's just full commit, and they don't really care what else is going to be brought forward, especially now that they do have the lockdown. That will be able to clear them out of the secret, so no more pesky hiding spots for the side of Juicy. They will try to tap them out, though. No damage being done just yet, but Crazy Guy gets that catch, and he's about to be locked down. He doesn't really have to visit. He still breaks one back. Juicy, what on earth is going on? And Darion comes back in return. The plant is down. Kizuna still wants their fighting chance into this. They're not calling this over just about yet. Flowering is in charge. They still trade 1-for-1 though. This lurk is not working all too well. And now 1 versus 2.
At the top. And Lexi is going to play Regan Rosie. It is a 1 versus 2. It can work out in his favor, but the thing is, Kizuna isn't showing themselves. There might be a cross here coming out. There is. He knows exactly where Flaring is. The other person might be there. He's almost getting gravity weld. But look at Riza. He's so very low, but the cross gives Riza the advantage. And finally, they get another round from Bleed, and they live another round.
It's great to actually see them on cams right now. And Kizuna finally got this down, nailing it at the perfect time. Very much needed to still draw whatever's necessary. Could still afford either Phantom or Vandal into this round. Meanwhile, the X10 has committed into a Guardian, it seems. So opting to switch things out in return. Oh, okay. They managed to get the full buy.
Barely.
Managing their resources perfectly into this
Shun has no shields. He has 0 shields. He has to play it a little bit safe. Either he plays it safe or he gets those headshots that he needs. He cannot be traded.
True enough. And he's going to be the front line of the attack as well. Hiding by the corner of the halls, but eventually Crazy Guy would easily just deny them any form of vision.
Take flight.
I think what's really important about Crazy Guy right now is staying alive. He does have the Hunter's Fury. He needs that for either plant denial or post-plant. Now, if we look in terms of Lexi as well, the orbital strike, they both have ults that can either waste time or clear out different areas. And you're seeing a different pace here from the side of Kizuna, because Bleed with these two utils can pick them off one by one, and they need the numbers advantage, because every time, what's been the problem here is that Bleed whittles them off one by one. By the time they want to go in for the all-in, they're out of people.
Eventually, with all these format setups being set into place, we see the rest of Bleed Esports giving them a little bit more space to work with, but Juicy has always been able to stop them on their tracks. Flaring didn't get an exchange though, but this ample amount of space has been eaten up by the orbital strike. This is not looking all too clean, but the EXN gives them fighting chance. The spike is down, and he's running for his life. Last man standing, 1 versus 2, and Lexi's trying to zone him up. It's going to push forward, and that's about over.
Defenders win.
Bleed Esports, 2 in a row, secures the entirety of the series to kick off our VCT VALORANT Challenges Malaysia Singapore Split 1.
You know what's really interesting? The fact that Bleed doesn't even have Scary playing just yet. And I'm curious to see how exactly the dynamics would change. Regardless, with this full, I would say, Singaporean lineup that they're having right now, it's bringing back the old days of Bleed. Very slow, very steady, very calculative. And while it looked like it was a very even matchup in Ascent for both teams, as we move on to Pearl, it really shows how much work they've done on that map, how much they want to really fully understand the map and how exactly to play around it. And Bleed again showing why exactly their double duelist comp works in their favor, allowing them to not only take up space, but allowing them for the baits as well. Go aggressive, waste time, waste utilities. Love to see it. I think this is a great benchmark of what we can expect to see from Pearl as we move forward into the tournament.
Yeah, and when we move into Ascent, like, we could see the true colors of Bleed Esports, what they have to offer when you have D-Round this time around, going in for his signature jet playstyles as well. Instead, like, Juicy fall back into playing on the Reyna, and with them working in tandem, they just take so much space as well as control that Kizuna didn't really have much to respond with, and therefore the first half itself has seen them being stretched a little too thin, where you have to play catch up from that point onwards. Sure, like, after that pistol round, it didn't seem like they have gotten a grasp on how to take over control. Like, they were hoping for those trades to work in their favor, but maybe falling back to playing steadily, wait for everybody to congregate for a retake might have worked a little bit better. But despite that, Kizuna definitely showed strength, especially back on Ascent. As we roll back the highlights to catch some of the best moments possible, and man, Kimmy has been on the mark for many a times, and Flaring, I think he was probably the guy that did a whole lot of clutch plays for Kizuna in many of all these rounds.
Yeah.
It's just unfortunate, right, how things turn out.
I think what's really interesting is the fact that when you look at how Kimmy plays, he wants to play aggressive, he wants to get those frags, he wants to get those picks early if he can. This is actually one of the funny moments of the game. And we did see some moments from Kimmy, but in a lot of situations, we see a lot of, I would say, more calculated plays. It was a little bit hard when you're playing calculated, when you're playing more defensive, you're playing slow. It's a little bit hard for Kimmy on the up to play as aggressively. But this clutch from Riza also shows that for players that on Kizuna, they do know how to play as calculative as Bleed as well. But when you think about how Bleed plays here, they always go for default. They love to go for picks. They go to one side, get a pick, move over to the other side. Their mid control, I would say, was phenomenal. Yes, we did see Riza try to take control of both links. That's why they put him there. But how many times have they been punished over and over again by Juicy as well as Darion?
Yeah, like, this corner of secret has been the game-winning play for Bleed Esports multiple times.
They put 2 there, not just 1.
So it's been pretty tough to actually clear off that area, especially when you don't have, say, the right resources to do so. Like, if you had a Brimstone, maybe you might throw a Molly in there. Like, even with the Killjoy, you see the Killjoy was utilized to take out that space into R on Kizuna's attack. So therefore,
they
it
didn't have
was
the utils
really,
anymore.
really difficult.
It was already in a situation where, as we look at the post-match breakdown, I think what's really good to think about is the fact that how Bleed was able to bait those utilities out. Don't allow, because you all know that utilities is one of the main factors of Pearl. Without it, the site gets very small, it's very choked, it's hard to take. So what can we do? We waste some time. We pretend to go all in. We put Juicy in the forefront, thinking everyone is here, making them rotate, get those picks, rotate out. Now, if you look at Bleed here, they had 7 post plants compared to Kizuna, who only had 1. Now, why exactly did this happen is because that they're able to retake very, very cleanly. Kizuna, by the time they got the spike down, they will only have 1 to 2 players left compared to Bleed, who is still very healthy on 5.
Yeah, especially on the second half, I felt that their force buy out of Kizuna Esports didn't really
I have
paid
to
off
agree with you.
evenly, where they were left with a couple of eco rounds, which they couldn't afford to even trade right back against Bleed Esports. And despite that, I think like we've seen a couple of glimpses of brilliances through those highlights where, I mean, they definitely tried really hard to get what's needed, but those A approaches was just very quickly read by Bleed Esports. It doesn't really take too much for them. Like, there's just so many of all these pressure mounting from the corners of Flowers, as well as from Secret, as well as Dugout, for them to handle. So even with those plans down, Kizuna didn't really hold it all too much.
It's not because they didn't hold. I think it's just no strength in numbers at that point. By the time they get the spike down, Bleed's rotations are just really fast. How they play it, they're just stretched out. Yes, they do play together, but in situations they can't read Kizuna, what do we do? Just hold. And how many times do you see the hold from Crazy Guy onto B-Link? They just stayed there, did not move a single time. And you think it's clear, but it's not, because Crazy Guy just swings out. It's hard to really predict the movements or predict the areas when Bleed on defense. And on attack, it's hard because mind games are happening over and over again. Now, Darion on Jet, I'm not surprised that he's MVP here because he's on his comfort pick. See how fast he goes, how many frags he gets before he even hits the site. It actually is just his signature agent at this point. Now, Riza, I'm not surprised he's MVP as well. His holds were big, and I think like from last round all the way till now, he's just been huge with those clutch.
Yeah, he brought the 4th point back into the team during the first half, where that itself was just possibly one of the best coming out of Kizuna Esports. And then you look at those 6 first kills to be so significant on those exchanges. Many a times, Kimi didn't really stood a chance to have much play time overall on his Jet, whereas the X10 may not have as much of a high impact as compared to what they had inside of Ascend, but it really forced Flaring to really step up his game. So therefore, you see those Sentinels coming out of Kizuna to have a higher number.
Bigger impact.
And yeah, like when it comes down to Bleed Esports, everyone's just playing in their respective positions very, very coordinately. It's great to see Bleed Esports on track.
Okay, you know how I said about Kizuna having the power of friendship, how they play off of each other, playing off of those utilities. Now, the idea of what Bleed had here was because do not allow them to play off their utilities. Do not allow them to react from us, get them out one by one so they're not able to play together. In this situation, we're not able to see the same sort of gameplay we saw from Ascent because 2 of them cannot play together. They're being separated, they're getting picked off one by one. And I think strength is numbers was the idea that Bleed had, how we punished them by not allowing them to have more than 3 people alive by post plan. Regardless, that is going to be the end of our first match of today. After this, Hey Yakiniku going to be meeting up with X10. We'll see you guys after this break.
destroyed, but Devron has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them! Are you
Each round.
Only one of them's been.
Oh my god!
So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it.
Kind of like see that, but oh my god, not a
behind and retaliates too, but he has the cross.
And welcome back to the VALORANT Challengers Malaysia and Singapore Split 1 2023. My name is Contra. Here with me is Tash Bunny. We've already recently concluded the matchup between Bleed Esports versus Kizuna Esports, where Bleed has taken the first couple of points with them taking a 2-0 victory. Now we're up for even more VALORANT action as we're going to have another exciting matchup this time around. We'll be seeing some of them having the very first run. It's X10 Esports versus members of, well, I do believe, Yakiniku.
Hey Yakiniku, that's right. And me and Quack were talking about it. I'm gonna try and squeeze in as many cooking puns as possible. This is for you, Quack. As we go into the game, I think it's actually really interesting how we go about it, because if you talk about X10, it's a Thai organization, but the team is based here in Malaysia with a whole roster of Malaysian players. Now, if you look at on the other side, in contrast, if you look at Hey Yakiniku, they are a team with Singaporean players, with Musi being their only Malaysian player on the lineup. Regardless, looking at how I would say standings are right now, our first one on the very top is going to be Bleed Esports leading the charge with the first point, with Kizuna going down for Kizuna Esports. Now, I made a mistake just now. It's not a full Malaysian roster for what do you call that? For X10, it's full Singaporean roster. My bad.
Don't worry about that. I mean, it's the first day where everyone's trying to get aligned with everything that's going on. And if you guys might have actually missed out the banger of a series between Bleed Esports versus Kizuna Esports, look back into the VODs, especially on the first game where they really went neck to neck on that series itself, where first, there's still ample of chances for Kizuna Esports and them going up against the Titans to start off the day. There's still plenty more opportunities for them to be able to pick up where they left off on the first loss that they suffered with. But now, let's start on a clean slate, because this is a whole lot of new territories of horizons to explore, not only for X10 Esports, but for Hey Yakiniku, a brand new organization. And of course, they do have a pretty restaurant in Singapore if you guys really want to check out. And if you're hungry for a whole lot more of Yakiniku, you guys could do so. But them jumping in, and they are also picking up stellar players like Benaf, Brandon, as well as ZZ. I'm definitely looking forward to what they really have to offer as they go up against X10, a renowned organization in the VALORANT circuit back when they were placed in the Thai VCT. But this time around, there's so much differences, and we start to, of course, open up more of all these doors for all the players that are involved. So this is going to be the matchup. Hey Yakiniku takes on X10 Esports, and we will take a look at the roster pretty closely. And Tash, I'm pretty sure you have a lot to tell us about both teams, and let's meet them on camera right now.
Oh man, Hey Yakiniku logo is just so cute. I can't. But yeah, let's talk a little bit about these two teams. Now, for X10, Krisanya, we haven't seen him in a while, but we can already tell that he's probably the brains behind the team. But let's talk about Hey Yakiniku first. Sorry about that. But Hey Yakiniku, if you look at the team right now, Redla, the last time I saw Redla, he was actually a stand-in for Bleed Esports, and he was phenomenal on the chamber. His headshots were actually really scary. He's actually pretty sharp, and he's pretty good with those lurks. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to be seeing the same thing again. Now, I did ask Musi, hey, can you tell me something really interesting about Hey Yakiniku? And he said, well, the only thing I can say is that I literally just got off my flight now, and we have 0 prac. So I guess that's a fun fact to know about them. But we've seen them before. It's not like we haven't casted them. I mean, especially DZ. I think he left a pretty big impact on me when I first started casting last year, especially with his jet plays. He's very sharp, and I think that he is not afraid to take up space. And I'm really hoping to see that his teammates will be able to kind of support him this time as he goes into the site. I've never seen them play together before. I haven't found any VODs. So this is going to be a complete surprise to me how exactly they want to do this. But here's a fun fact. They managed to go 2-1 against Kizuna.
That's right, and that's a very good record to actually start things off with as well. And I'm pretty sure that they have a whole lot of surprises in store for all of us here. And they will be taking on X10 Esports now. This is something that all of you guys who have been tuning in from a couple of seasons ago are looking forward to. And I just love how Egoist is so mysterious. You can't even see his face on the screen. But this team revolves around Kizuna, Neff, as well as Egoist, where of course you still have Thames as well as Vera being very sharp shots. But Kizuna probably have proven himself even on the early days of VCT MYSG, and he's here to once again show us what he's got. Now, stacking up against Yakiniku, I'm sure that they've already had their very own preparation, and X10 Esports going through this organization on how much investments that they had onto, their own organization and their managerial roles. Like, we have Handsome coaching this time around, so I wonder how different could this be for the team versus Yakiniku, who apparently doesn't actually have a coach on their team, so they're doing everything by their own.
Let's have a look at the map veto, though. I'm curious to see what exactly it's going to be. We were given a very pleasant surprise by Bleed earlier as they go into the map of Pearl. I'm curious to see who exactly will be the winner of Pearl this time, but immediately Bind out of the way. And I'm not surprised. Bind is a monster in itself, how exactly you control the area as well as tempo of the game. Icebox out at the same time. And I think there is a reason why. The aggression coming in, and I think if we remember how players like, I would say, like DZ was, it might be beneficial for them to ban it out. Fracture gonna be picked, and Pearl, two very, I would say these are maps that we didn't see picked last year. No one wanted to play these. And now with these two different, I would say Fracture and Pearl are almost the same sort of beasts in the sort of maps. When you think about them, how they're played, it's very rotation heavy, it's very take your time, go for picks, lurk on lurk situation. And I think we might be seeing a sort of like, I wouldn't say mirror matchup, but a very sort of close play between these two teams just because of these picks. And we're gonna go back to neutral ground zero on Ascent.
Well, yeah, and I just love what I'm seeing here as we're starting on Fracture, where, there's going to be a whole lot of aggressive play styles coming in from both the attacking and defending side. And you just look at the roster of players, they love to hunt out for frags. And Yakiniku, I'm just really into see what sort of agents are they going to be playing on Fracture. And X10 decided, you know what, we're just going to skill check you. Let's play Pearl, and we're just going to have the best of both worlds, whether if you're going to be playing from long range onto that B side, or you just really want to cut through corners and have ways to penetrate through that A side itself. And the deciding mapping Ascend, at least that they will go back into a neutral state if ever the case we get there. So I love what I'm seeing as both sides are basically showing their trump cards very early on in the tournament. And even though with options like Haven being opened up, like they didn't even consider it, like, okay, let's not complicate things. Let's go straight forward. Let's take those fights head on. And I just can't wait to see what we got.
I think it's more of like trying to play in an area that's very, very disadvantageous for the enemy. Now, I think both teams surprised each other as they go into that. But let's have a look at the agents on what exactly is going to go. Now, if I remembered last year on how we saw Pro play for defense, the fact that X10 picked defense first is the fact that they want to play aggressive. So that for Fracture, it's a map that rewards aggressive defensive players as well as players who are able to choke them in those main areas. If they're able to get the timing right, it's going to be good. Now with Egoist on this Cypher, we know how well he can hold a site, especially B site. It's scary, it has a lot of corners to play in, and if he wants to go with a shotgun, whether a shorty or a bucky or even a judge, he can. And as for Neff, him going aggressive, him going with a double duelist with Vera as well. What's great about this is that corners cleared with the pain shells and aggressive taking of sight with Vera. Rotations are going to be very fast, but with DZ on Neon, I'm really liking Neon on this map more than ever. Why? Because you have really fast rotations, fast taking sight, that that fast lane allowing him entry onto site super fast. You can go in and out as much as you want. And if you want to go shotgun with the Neon as well, it can work very well in his favor.
Yeah, I just love what I'm seeing, where you also see duplicates of agents on each respective side, that being the Brimstone Breach as well as a Cypher. You understand that they're looking for heavy control when it comes down to either attacking or even on defending, where both sides of the Cyphers can just easily hold off an entire side of their own or just buy time for their respective team in order to basically take positions. And with that being said, I believe that we're ready to see what X10 as well as Yakiniku has to offer. So I definitely am stoked to see how aggressive can they basically get when it comes down to the first map of play. We're diving into Fracture. So Tash Bunny, are you ready?
I'm really excited, especially looking at Yakiniku's picks here. Look at that double Sentinel. Now this allows them map control on both of the sides. Now remember, this is a small site, big map in terms of rotations. Far rotations, even through CT side. This is going to be a very interesting situation as you have maybe Redla on one side and Musi another. But how does this translate for attack? Is Redla and Musi going to go in from both different sides and catch everyone off guard, not allowing them to come from the other end? Or how exactly are they going to go on aggressive? Now for DZ, him getting onto the site is going to be good, but immediately Vera going to go on with the pre-fire, sees one, gets tagged. And immediately Musi is just gonna run away and say, okay, I'm telling my teammates that you're here. It's kind of like, Mom!
Oh boy. Good chase. The Cypher's got to look out like Musi, where exactly is he going? I mean, he's already cut through the underpass and therefore he will be able to survive, but that also leaves a lot of attention and being drawn away from this B hit where they're already getting into position, the spikes being brought forward, where they're on top of those ramps. This is not looking all too clear-cut. But X10, they lost their opportunity to hold it all out.
He's gonna take that.
Hey, Yakiniku, they got themselves a free entry, but Thames will stop Brandon on track. They already have the jet all the way up top, though. This is looking kind of concerning for Hey Yakiniku.
He's ready with those post plans. DZ wants to push out. This is a very aggressive situation. Redlaw walks straight into that. Does get punished, but Nep trades. Nep for 3. Make it 4. Where are you looking? Thankfully, Thames was there.
He definitely had to take a breather. He ran out of bullets on that ghost. I mean, he was going hard on these guys. And that's pretty much a clean take. Sure, they did lose to you, but despite that, I mean, pistol round is just a typical shenanigans. And Krishna came back and say, you know what? Well, I'm going to bring in that Guardian to play. It doesn't matter if I get taken down or not. So, as it seemed to be, X10 still having very clean direction of what exactly they want to achieve. We saw that push out of the satellite, and that was enough pressure to basically sway Musi into an uncharted territory, right? Couldn't really regroup all too quickly, but even despite that, once he regrouped, didn't really have much to offer. Now, going into round 2, we're seeing force buy coming in from Hey Yakiniku though. A couple of Spectres all around the board, but they don't really have those shields to work with. Dizzy already applying a little bit more pressure. They are having a little bit more of an access, but keep an eye out. I mean, Dizzy's already soaking a couple of taps already. Benef gets to plan very much safely. And the rest of X10, they're regrouping. They're about to pull things off all together.
The thing is, we did see a change in the Spectre. You can't do it long range anymore. You have to play close. So this is the idea. They're able to take up so much space, but the sprays come through. But Egoist does get one. DZ trades him for another Vera as well. This game is going fast-paced as Brandon does find one heading into Arcade. Trying to go for 2, but Krisanya with that Guardian gonna be rewarded for that buy. And Benaf throwing out the concuss. Shoots through. It's going to be a clean round here from X10 as Hey Yakiniku did not get that Valley from that force. This time in round 3, their economy in shambles.
Yeah, they managed to save a couple of weaponry to still be able to trade right back, but of course, they're not looking to force anything all too well. They do have a couple of utils for them to still work with, but just keeping an eye out on both sides of the breach, Thames as well as Benaf. They're pretty much on point with their aftershocks. They managed to catch a couple of members, especially I would say for Thames, where that itself has stopped the approaches where you saw Hey Yakiniku having Grisha being cornered up. But even so, despite that, couldn't be really able to actually fend off any form of aggression coming out of X10 members.
That's
well,
enough
the bot
info.
just gotta go. And let's see what DZ has. The flashes come in and immediately pulls back. Great discipline, but he's only got that sheriff in hand. They're on his phone. Oh, it's a double for them. Is there gonna be more? No, he gets a triple.
Oh, this
And
is
it's
so
an absolute
clean.
clearance.
Yeah.
Oh man, not like this. And he still managed to stop him though, thankfully.
It's a good cross, but I have to say, you saw how much map control they had ahead of B main. You saw how they played that, was that they wanted to take up that space. They're not allowing them into main at all. Push up, and suddenly they're pincered together. playing around that smoke as well was pretty smart because you don't expect someone to already be pushed up that aggressively, especially when you hear someone kind of shooting from that side. That distraction is something that you have to watch out for. An X10 masters of distraction, but we're actually on the other side. Naps, sprays, crazy.
And it's only been 3 rounds. He's getting a kill average of 2 per round. That's huge enough. That's what you want for every duelist on your team. Easy though. I mean, he's been playing with fire on that past round, even despite him holding on to the Sheriff. I guess that they've been going on to this A side a couple of times, haven't been able to crack things open despite it being possibly a decent approach on the very first round itself. And Banaf sees whether or not can he actually catch anybody off with the aftershock. Bot being put right in, Neff's just going to be able to pull back. Not being shocked by the Neon after all. They're just going to take things slow and steadily. But take a look at Drop. They're already having the Cypher slowly taking form.
Vera.
Vera, though. Oh!
Nice. Very beautifully done.
Nasty.
Yeah, very sharp. He was already holding. He knows exactly where they're going to go. He gets 2, finds Dizzy. That's huge. Now, without 2 players around, it's going to be a lot harder to take up space, and they're already rotating over. Does get flashed out. Sprays come through. Neff gets traded out, but Vera with 3. Can he get 1 more? Yes, he does. It's so clean from him. The up early buy works exactly in his favor.
My. X10 starting off with a bang. It's been looking crisp from both sides of their duelists. It's basically playing catch up with Neff right now. Neff's only got 1 in return, and it's all about the Vera show. The moment that they spot what's over a Drop, he quickly repositions into the main area and just wait by the door. He managed to catch the majority of members, even though Banaf has been able to trade right back. And he activated his ultimate so early into the match. So, I don't know, if I'm Hey Yakiniku, I'm going to be a little bit worried here. Now I'm being forced into just set my buy, like, I got to get what's necessary.
Yeah, they can't cook just yet. Sorry.
I mean, they're taking a little bit. It takes a little bit of time for, you know, food to be prepared anyways, but...
Vera has already gotten Lucy. We talk about that. Look how fast. He's actually pushing in with the operator itself, and they know it's only going to be 1 person. He gets 2! What a shot!
No scope!
What is Vera doing? He pushes straight into the cage as well. This man has no fear. Flashes out, gets punished by Banaf, and Banaf's just like, okay, this op is mine now.
I mean, all in all, that was still style points coming in from Vera. Now Neff does have a huge rocket being sent directly onto Banaf, and
you know what's really funny?
It's so clean.
It's the fact that Neff has already had his ulti for 2 rounds. And because Vera has been doing the heavy lifting, he didn't have to activate it all. He finally got to use it now. That's how much impact Vera has been doing, going aggressive in all of these rounds. I'm really liking the fact that he's holding in angles you might not expect. Arcade, drop.
Yeah. And I want to really highlight this before we even get to more rounds. Christiania, sure, he had 1 pick. Look at the assists. 10 assists in 5 rounds. This guy is like, hey man, like, leave something for me, but he's just spot on with every single opportunity that he gets.
Hey, I helped.
Yeah, that's what you really want a Brim to do at the end of the day.
It's probably his team beacon as well as giving a lot of impact when you think about it. We saw the sprays coming through from X10. That's been massive. Okay, so I like this ultimate because you have to rotate out of sight in order to reach it. It's something really hard to do, and if you don't have an ultimate to counter it, it's honestly annoying to deal with.
And you don't really have a Sova on Hey Yakiniku's side, so this is going to be pretty much crystal clear for them to... Oh, wait a minute. Egoist. He got caught up for a slight moment, but he's going to be in a safe position.
Spike planted.
So it doesn't really matter all too much. I mean, the rest of X10, they can eventually pay catch up, especially now. Look at the position of Vera. He's on the outskirts. He's about to basically lurk around the corners, and Banaf, he's just gonna go in with the Rolling Thunder, catches a few members off. Vera now being caught out by the tripwire, but doesn't really matter. Now going on 1v1.
Ooh, punished. He gets punished, and Egoist does get 1. Christiania as well. Redla finds the trade onto Egoist. Suddenly it's a 1v2. But Redla says, nah, we're not gonna be allowing any more than that. And they do bring 2 guns into the next round. And while Hey Yakiniku does get 1 round, finally, Look at how many ultimates they have. 3 to 2. And I think this is going to be huge because with Dizzy going and aggressive, he can go fast if he wants to. He can clear out so many different angles, especially with the overdrive and the slide.
Yeah, that was some game-winning play coming in from Banaf that Rolling Thunder really clipped the majority of the members, and then eventually getting that trade onto Vera has opened up so much more room for Yakiniku to just worry so much less. Now let's take a look at what the players are up to, and I guess somebody's a little shy here. I guess he's being rather mysterious. He wants to keep it that way. Well, I guess he's back. Anyways, like focusing back on X10, the call for this timeout.
I think it's good that they do that.
Yeah.
Because you want to really figure out what exactly have they found out and why exactly they've managed to take that round for them. Even though it's just one round, what's really important is the fact that you need to figure out how we can change it so it doesn't happen again. And X10 is known for these sort of timeouts that are very, very fast.
Yeah, and you just really got to problem solve the moment that you find a little bit more of that difficulty, not really having it go resolve. If it goes on for round after round, then might as well you just basically just get everybody together, be back on track. Hey Yakiniku, them getting onto their first point, and it's gonna be a huge aftershock, but that's not gonna stop Dizzy though. He's just looking to see if he could get anybody clipped up, but that's where Vision now being denied by Dizzy. So not much that X10 could do for the time being. They managed to climb over on the top side. Really though, I mean, now they're just taking a very different approach. X10 now unleashing their own Rolling Thunder. Vera's gonna be able to catch one while at it. Well, Thames as well as Nap, they're putting everybody at work. X10 depletes everybody up, and it's so much cleaner, man.
What a great retake they've done. We saw that they were already predicting that Dizzy fast push. They allowed them onto the side. Remember how earlier they didn't want to allow them into even A main? This time they said, no, we are not going to, because we know how exactly it's going to happen. We know that Dizzy's going to come in with the fast lane, with the overdrive. So what we're going to do, we're going to allow them that space, and then we're going to pincer and see how they came in from 2 different angles, rushed inside. They weren't even prepared for that post plan. And that's how clean it was by X10 Esports. And the punish coming in from Yakiniku is just so good. They're like, you can play as basic as you want, as fast as you want, but if you cannot kind of like compete with our speed, we are going to punish you for it.
And let's see if they're going to change up the tempo from Yakiniku.
Is he still doing the same thing again?
Yeah, exactly. And this time even faster. Everybody's on board right now. Shots being fired. That alarms the rest of X10, but they're not in rotation just about yet. 2 members over on the drop, and they're being held back as the smokes are already stopping them. But they're going for a very deep plan, so this is going to be a little bit of a challenge. Despite that, you have a breach for the exact reason, so it's all down to Thames.
He gets Banaf with that aftershock, and immediately X10 takes up all that space. Now, the idea was they planted this for B long. They can play post-plant. DZ gets the spray onto Vera. Brandon gets a barbecue shot as well. Thames does get a trade. That's 3 in the pocket for him. DZ gets 1 more. That's a good trade. And here comes the overdrive. Slides through, but Nev denies that from happening.
And he didn't have enough time.
They ran it like a book. I am shook.
He still managed to pull off the defuse in time. It didn't really matter. He didn't really clip him off. And that window was so small, and Nev still managing to trade right back. I mean, both their duelists now on the 11 takedowns. Meanwhile, Yakiniku, sure, they have decent challenges, and we're looking at DZ still trying to put whatever is at stake. Now they're being forced into their eco. I mean, on the Sheriffs, I think like at least there is going to be windows where they are going to be looking for those pickoffs. But in return, look at what they're doing here from X10. Pretty interesting. They pushed out from both B as well as A. And no, okay, nobody's going to be a cross drop or even on to Arcade. And on the other corners, they have absolutely no idea.
Surprise. They have no idea. I mean, they actually have an idea there's going to be someone there. They know there's someone underpass. Regardless, for DZ, this time around, because they're on Nico, they're going to playing a little bit safe. There's going to be a little bit more trigger discipline. And I'm liking this change of pace coming through here because it felt like for just now, hey, Yakiniku was sort of forcing it into main. They were taking their time. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to throw that cage up there as they have to kind of figure out how exactly to cross this safely. Look at the cross that X10 has and look how fast they rotate.
Now the setup's been put right in. Eagle is still managing to get one in return. And now without the Killjoy, the Pulse is going to be pretty much deterred overall. Hey, Yakiniku still being stretched overall. And they're coming in from the main. Brimstone just holding them back ever so slightly, but there's still no pickup coming in. Neff still gets one. Dizzy gets a double, but it's still a full buy from X10. They still have the advantage and they will push forward.
Still waiting for Hey Yakiniku to figure out how exactly to take these sites. We did see a change in the last round where they decided to go underpass instead. But one thing about Hey Yakiniku that I've noticed is that they're not that proactive in terms of taking up space and holding up the area. Where they go is where they leave off. And everyone's on site. We haven't seen like a stretch where they decide to go and hold CT, want to hold areas. They are too busy on the site themselves that X10 is able to get onto the site. They want to play for post plant, but X10 was like, we know how exactly to control this map when we get it. And I'm a lot worried for them when they go into attack later.
Indeed. And X10, the way that they've been playing on this defensive side is that they really spread out just to gather whatever information. They're always ready to go for those pickups. They do have the lockdown online. And now Ego is kind of stuck in this corner where he really have to give off a lot more space. Almost being checked there over the top. Another Molly being set into place. This is gonna hold them ever so slightly. Doesn't matter if Kushina gets locked, but there is another Rolling Thunder set into place.
They're going to go aggressive this time. This time they are going to choke them. Dizzy already with the 3K. He's going aggressive. This is the power of a duelist that is enabled by his teammates. So much info and so much utils used that he's able to just push out. They know exactly where Dizzy is. They know that he threw out the stun. And Neff is just going to throw out those pain shells. He's very low. He has to move away. He has to give up that space. But it's really hard to see. He's hidden behind that smoke. Does get one. That's going to be Vera. With this cage, he is not afraid. The sprays come through. But Redla finds one. The aftershock not allowing him to push forward. Neff so clean with those tabs. But unfortunately, Musi finds him in the end. And Hey Yakiniku seems to have figured it out finally.
Huge improvements on the fly, and that has been 2 successive hits on Hey Yakiniku into B. And therefore, are they going to try to do it all over again? I mean, those were commitments with every single ultimate left available. And therefore, X10, they got most of their members picked up early, leaving only 2 duelists. Still left standing, but Nev, despite him being all alone, I mean, how much damage has this guy dealt? Like, to the point that even the replays were in their favor. You know, this is still going to get a whole lot more spicy. Wait, did he just shock himself? Yes, he did.
I think he was trying to clear the corner. It can happen, but the Kunka is gonna last longer if it's the enemy. Regardless for this, look at where Redla is. He's just clearing the bottom side there. They put all of their utils onto main, hoping for a rotate. But look at X10. They did not commit at all. They left 3 there, but they still left 2 over on the B side. They already read them like a book. They can fake this rotate if they want to. Now for Vera, no picks just yet, but it's going to be Neff. It's going to find Brandon. Never mind, he did pick him off in the end. And will it be Musi's turn is the question.
Now he still has a shorty to work with as well if he wants to lurk inside of the smoke. X10, they're on full health and nothing seems to be working out so far for Hey Yakiniku. And opting for a late rotation onto A, and now every single corner has been taken space by the rest of the members of X10. This is going to be rather difficult, especially now with Neff planted up top.
30 seconds left.
Them going for this entry is just going to take a whole lot of effort. And
Man, they already
managed to connect, and Dizzy, they did get the trade down. So there is a glimmer of hope left, but never mind. It's gonna be Thames that lands the shot, but
Musi with 2!
10 seconds.
Musi with 3! Not just quite yet.
He's gonna go for another try though. but he has to respect that operator. Now Vera switches it over, found Phantom on the ground, 2 versus 2. And BenF probably waiting for the aftershock to come up online to turn this fight around.
Vera, it's hard, they have the cross, but what is low? What a swing coming through. Banaf trades it, but Egoist just gonna be faster, thankfully, with that reaction time. So we're gonna be seeing a 9-2. And hey Yakiniku, they need 4.
Still great effort being shown. I mean, it went down to 1 versus 1, but of course Egoist coming in from a much difficult corner for BenF to clear off, and despite that, like you saw, BenF was only left with probably 20 health. Like, that's not enough to work with unless he could basically snap through the head.
It was no time, because if you can see, he already had the information from Vera. He knew exactly where he is. All he had to do was swing, and that's exactly what he did. And we're seeing that a lot from X10 actually. Every time they do that post plan, every time they take up space, they have a cross coming through from so many different angles. And as I said before, this is a small site, big map.
Yeah. And that's some quick moves coming in from Dizzy as he just absolutely clears it all the way out and finds Nev. Absolutely unguarded right now. Hey Yakiniku does get the clean plan deep into A. Now, with that rotation coming in from A main, it's not too much of a cause of concern. Just look at how many members of Hey Yakiniku planted right in. Here comes the aftershock. We'll be able to clip, and that will still be an exchange. Rixia, despite being stunned off, he gets to take out Vera.
Vera, unfortunately, did not check his corner. Another one behind the box. They are isolated, can't play together, but Banaf gets 1. Temps trades it out, but Dizzy in Get a Day will be the one to clean up shop. And Hey Yakiniku gets away with another point, 9-3.
Switching sides.
Now things are going to look pretty much doable, especially with Hey Yakiniku having pretty much the same setup, having both the Cypher as well as Killjoy to be able to hold those sides for their own. So consider a very similar approach of how Hey Yakiniku would go on the second half versus X10. But you've seen how aggressive they are even on the defense. That's going to be the biggest difference maker, where I expect a little bit more passiveness coming in from members of Hey Yakiniku, because currently they are behind. I mean, heroics aside, you need to deal with these 2 duelists that are absolutely popping off throughout the match.
I really want to say that they're doing double sentinel 1 site, and A will be 3 aggressive. So what they're trying to do is that 1 site will be hold site, 1 site will be aggressive site. Look at how many people are pushing out A. They don't have the info, they're going to rotate off. But getting onto the site with a Killjoy and a Cypher, think about how much time they can waste while their teammates finally rotate at the end of the day.
Yeah, but if they do get those picked off, so this does not really matter all too much. Aftershock now being lined up, and Nev gets the first pick.
Oh, that's going to be Redla down. It's going to be Moosey as well. Both duelists just taking up that space and getting those frags. And again, taking up the space. Does not realize there's 1 at the bottom. Dizzy, I thought your blue hair might be eye-catching. Apparently not. Regardless, Dizzy is just going to quickly reposition. And this is not going to allow them that space into tower.
Pretty dicey for Hey Yakiniku right now. Every single corner is being held for the time being, but Brandon does get the catch, so it doesn't matter what Eagles have set up already. They still can't deal with this Neon. And Dizzy quickly eliminates it, but Kizuna coming in from the back though, trying to stop the defuse, but won't be able to do so. Kizuna still has the lineup!
And he wastes time! Oh my god! There is, oh man, not the lineups.
I felt that. I absolutely felt that. Hey Yakiniku, they had it for sure. But they had to deal with this brimstone that just cheekily burns them all to the ground. And X10 probably having sheepy smiles across their face.
I'm not gonna lie. If I die to lineups, I rage so hard. And I think now that they know Kizuna is a lineup Larry, they're gonna make it their life mission to hunt him down.
Boy. Man, this is starting off with a little bit of a teardown. X10 quickly moving over onto the corners of the drop. But there's always gonna be a huge arsenal of defenders coming in from Hey Yakiniku on this A side, so it's honestly not so clear-cut. And this time around, take a look at B. No traps whatsoever. This is going to be pretty much A clean
Easy.
entry.
Clean entry. Just now, the reason why they managed to rotate so fast was because they could waste time. But regardless, even if they wasted time, it was quite fast because it's a double duelist comp. They cleared everything pretty quickly, and on top of that, they had frenzies. They were just spraying all over the place. Regardless, I think for Yakiniku, they know a rotate is about to happen. You're already seeing two of them already halfway up through the CT and immediately explosive into the site. Neff just pushing up there. Doesn't matter if he's taking damage. He wants to play as close as he can. He knows exactly what he can do with the Spectre.
Let's see if anybody gets
What a
checked
shot.
right now. Redla comes in with a huge tank, and oh my. That's the setup coming in from X10 that has paid off, and they are just clearing things up, leaving only one Killjoy standing, and that's not going to deter them at any point whatsoever. 11-3, X10 just gunning for this entire round to be settled with, and they will eventually move to Pearl. I mean, it's so difficult, right? Like, how do you actually stop X10 if you're going to be on Yakiniku's side? Like, the rotations came by a little bit slowly, and with the B side being absolutely open up, you're just giving too much room for X10. And
I think the room was not given. It's just Yakiniku was not prepared for how fast X10 takes up that space and holds that space. That's how important it is to take care of the spaces in this map. We talked about lurk-heavy situations. Let's talk about site control. And Yakiniku does not have that as Brandon opens it up.
that was some great picks coming in from Brandon. And now at least dwindling down the firepower of X10 would give them a little bit more chance to deal with this situation, but they still will have to find ways to see how could they possibly clear up towers, because you still have Nev, who's an absolute threat throughout this course of the round. He's going to be clearing generators for the time being. Temps trying to hold them all back. He does get one traded off.
Not able to push out here. You can see that they want to go, but they do not know that there's a shotgun red inside. Ego is already with 3. Ego is with 4. Ego is with the end! What a great way to end this particular round.
The second ace coming in this time around in favor of X10. And that's on the Cypher, by the way. Egoist just knew what exactly to pull off. And that huge element coming from Kizuna has forced members of Yakiniku to just commit to the fight. And they never stood a chance. I mean, you still have Neff on standby. Apparently he's not needed. Like,
He didn't even
just
have
give
to shoot.
Egoist a time to shine.
Exactly, and he did. He took that round fair and square. And I talked about this again. If you take up that space, be prepared to take the space around the area. And Yakiniku has not been proactive in doing that, mostly because they lack numbers by the time they hit the site. It's rare that we see Yakiniku have at least 5, all 5 when they hit the site. And even if they did, they're still playing so close together, they get traded.
Yeah, overall, they finally pay more attention onto the B side, but now down on numbers over onto A, where X10 is plotting an attack. Still holding back, though. I mean, they don't really want to make too much noise.
They already heard the noise.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a little bit of a boom bot going down, but they're just going to be blinding a couple of all these entry points. Dizzy really trying to hold him all the way back. He will be able to get trade. The spike is down. Doesn't really matter all too much. 1 for 2. And X10 says, okay, that's just about enough. It's time to hit the B.
Oh, Egoist was ready for those rotations. That's exactly how you want to play the Cypher. He also has all of the enemy positions. They know exactly where they are. Gets Redla with the dart as well. Musi finds Temps. Musi gets 2. Musi says, I don't want the game to end just yet. But Egoist does find Redla in the end. 1 versus 2. This is hard. He has to get that isolation. They want to swing out here, but look at this double swing. They're primed and ready for him, and Egoist with a 3K. Even though he's a sub, he's saying why exactly he's inside X10 regardless.
Well, I guess like the better Cypher wins the trade by the very end of the day. Muzi did pull off. I mean, he gave everything that he's got in that sort of scuffle, and when it came down to the wire, nothing much you could do, especially when X10, they've been going on this push and pull approach that has worked in their favor multiple times. And on the attack, I mean, it is as efficient as it gets. The way that they've been able to just destroy whatever defensive approaches that they had. And I mean, hey Yakiniku, at least they did a little bit better on the second half, where on the first half itself, a couple of all these attacks over onto the B has went in their favor, but it's pretty much linear on how they've been able to go in for those trades, right? And most often than not, you have Nep on standby, and man, there's just so much to take in from that round itself. But we'll quickly jump into the highlights later on to recap on what went on. But we get ourselves another ace.
Yeah, we get ourselves another ace, but it's not going to be from the duelists. But I have to say, DZ really tried his best to get onto the site. Sometimes he does get onto the site, but then you can see a cutoff happen as the rotations from X10 happens. So let's have a look at the highlights as we break it down. Now, when we talk, just now I kind of like highlighted a lot about that site control. Look at how proactive X10 is. Coming inside once they got the spike down, and they immediately push out onto the other areas. Yes, we see Hey Yakiniku getting that plant. So maybe they would plant maybe B main. They put the spike ready for shots onto from B main. But what they did was they get smoked out. They got pushed out. What are you gonna do when the team is just that fast as not only taking up space, but also pincering you from so many different areas? We did see signs of life from Hey Yakiniku, but when you look at X10 from how dominating not only their map control is, but how momentum heavy this map is, it's hard to do anything about it.
True enough, I mean, it's not only Vera that was so on point and smart in terms of position. Nev is just really breaking down whatever mental fortitude that Hey Yakiniku had. And you look at some of all these stats that we had, how many first kills have X10 managed to achieve? I mean, majority of it comes from both their duelists, even on the first half itself. Like, on defense, mind you, on defense, these guys are looking so sharp. Well, stats aside, I mean, they managed to even hold the line a couple of times. And what was exciting was that lineup that coming from that Brimstone as well.
Oh yeah, I like
on the second half.
Ksenia's lineups. Yep.
This guy is just a brainiac. I mean, he's played more than enough video games to do so.
I think what's really good as well is the fact that even though he is playing lineups, he still has a teammate ready to push up. They're not allowing that anyone to push them out. Regardless, we can see from Hey Yakiniku, DZ with the most frags. He was getting frags early, he was getting shots, but the thing is, regardless of if he gets kills, he's always traded out. His teammates are not able to follow, and the multi-frags from Vera has been phenomenal. 2, 3 frags coming in from him, especially on defense. And I did say on defense, you have to be more proactive, and we did not see that from Hey Yakiniku. Map control just wasn't there. And I just have to say, maybe this was clearly not that map pick. This is, I mean, they did pick, or yeah, they did. And X10 saying like, okay, you can pick Fracture, but we'll show you guys how to play it.
Exactly. And now they will have to move into Pro with a very different approach. And now that Hey Yakiniku understands,
I'm actually scared for them.
This is pretty much as W gaming as it gets coming from X10, right? Like, this is the whole Southeast Asian play style where they will really have to adapt to the pacing, especially when you're going up against such an experienced side. I mean, X10 could stick to their usual play style and not worry all too much, especially with whatever setups that's necessary. Despite them having pretty much mirror agents, the effectiveness of it coming out from Hey Yakiniku's side have yet to be proven so much. I would say at least Banaf has contributed a whole lot, especially on that first half.
I think it comes down to how one-dimensional the idea of how Hey Yakiniku wanted to play this map. Look, they went in with 2 Sentinels. They went in with the idea that, hey, we can put as many traps as we can. This map is going to be fully in our control, and we're going to play aggressive from the other side. And I was kind of hoping to see Hey Yakiniku push out from main and pincer, but that didn't happen because they decided to rotate from the CT side altogether. So because of that, they didn't get the punish, and by the time that they have rotated in, their traps are out of the way, their sentinels were out, and they were down in man numbers. And we did not see that proactiveness. Yeah, that we saw a different sort of approach where we see Red Last sort of go alone and play alone. But the problem with X10 is that, yes, you can lurk and get a kill, but in a lot of situations, it's going to be a 2-for-1.
Yeah, but most of all these traits have been benefiting them, and now they will reap the rewards and are 1 point up ahead. When we come back from the break, we'll be jumping on to Pearl, so do stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Hey guys, it's DZ from Hey Yakiniku. The reason why we ended up with this name is because when we first originally formed the team, we didn't really know what to put as our name. So since Rella's father actually owns the restaurant and a lot of us have actually been there and enjoyed the food, we decided to just roll with it and have some fun. The reason why I'm the so-called IGL is because honestly, the five of us, we play for fun. So whenever there's an interview, they just push everything to me basically. Other than that, I'm actually the duelist for the team. In the team, they always say I speak very fast, so sometimes they can't really hear what I'm trying to say. So a player on the team is Rella. He mainly plays the sentinel role. He's actually a pretty cheeky person. He likes to joke around on the team and sometimes does stupid things. And he's also a pretty sharp player. So the next player on the team is Brandon. He primarily plays the smoker on the team, one of the more quieter ones on the team. But I think he's a very consistent player as well, and he's one of the key reasons why we are able to win our games as well. So the next player on the team is actually Muzi, who actually plays as the second duelist on the team. So to us, he's actually our resident rank tryhard because sometimes he will literally spend 24 hours of the day just playing ranked and nothing else. So the next player on the team is Benef, who plays the flex role for our team. So the funny thing about him is because we are just 5 people that just form a team and come together. One funny thing is how sometimes he stumbles upon agents that he's not really super comfortable playing also, but he just plays for fun. So some of the stuff he does is actually quite funny to watch. Our sixth player, which is First Love, he's actually really comfortable on most agents. He was Radiant 5 last act. If you ever have to bring him in, he will surely destroy everyone.
When we are free, we usually might go to Yakiniku to eat the brown sauce. It's damn set up.
The team would like to be remembered for being able to qualify without any practice at all. So I'd like to please out there to all the other teams that we are going to eventually face. If any one of you lose to us, a team with no prac, 3 people who are in the army, 1 in school, and 1 crazy rank guy, 下水了 honestly.
destroyed, but Devron has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them. Are you
Each round, only one of them's been. Oh my god!
So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it.
Kind of like say that, but oh my god, not again!
behind and retaliates still, but he has to call for
Where did all the time go as we go into the second map of the second series of the day between Hey Yakiniku and X10? I'm Tasha alongside Contra. We're your casters for today as we saw a landslide of a win between X10 and Hey Yakiniku. What was it? 12-3? 12-4?
Yeah, it's just about right. I mean, 12-4 is still, I think, like a decent record, especially when we saw that trailer right after the break. Like, we were talking about them having other commitments where some of them are still studying, some of them are also in the military service back at home. And therefore, like, you know, like if X10 as an organization don't go in well prepped, I mean, are you gonna lose to these guys, right? Like, but of course, I'm not gonna be saying that, hey, Yakiniku are just slacking off in any form of point, because like they've said themselves, like they may not come in with as much prep as compared to all the other team, and they're here to have fun, and fun we did have in that past round. But now that when the going is getting a little bit more serious, like how do they deal with X10 with such an aggressive attack, and even on defense they were just feeling themselves, and you know what, let's change this. It doesn't matter what the side is, we're still going to play as attackers. So
yeah,
X10 definitely is a tough nut to crack for Yakiniku overall.
I think as we go into Pearl here, this is the map choice of X10. We saw that earlier from Bleed. We saw how exactly they deconstructed the map and how exactly they took space and actually moved around it. I'm curious to see how X10 does it, because as they pick this map, I have the expectation that they would have their own way of playing. We saw Paper X play it last year, and I'm curious to see how all of these different teams here in Malaysia, Singapore decide to take this map. As we all are known, we are known as W Gaming. I want to see how aggressive they can go, and let's see the agent picks. Now, maybe they can go aggressive again, maybe double Julius, allowing them to take up space. But if you think about that, that means that they have to take up that space, get those frags, then rotate back to play together. And in this instance, it's kind of, I would say, Fracture is the opposite of Pearl. It's two sides, it has two winding areas. The sides are a lot bigger. Rotation does take longer compared to Fracture.
Yeah, and it's also great to see that they finally bring Viper here into the VCT, because the past couple of rounds that we've had did not really involve this agent, and she's still relatively strong,
Double
especially
controller.
if you really want to set up your entries into that B side where you could just gate some of the areas of play, whether if you're coming in from the alley or even if you're hiding over on the top. And then you take a look at X10, they're still sticking with the usual setup that they had on the past round. This time, Vera introducing a Neon with their setup being the only duelist. This is going to be pretty interesting, especially with them having a lot of heavy utilities to expend, and they will start on the attacking side, mind you. So, hey Yakiniku, they really have to match things up. But I'm really certain that at least they have a better idea on how to basically play this off, and both sides are also giving a lot more priority on this Fate pick.
Yeah, when you play a map like Pearl, I feel like Fade gives a lot of value. Not only does the HUD clear out most of the site, you also have the Prowlers allowing you to clear the corners as well, which is why I was questioning just now, why did we not see a Fade pick on both teams on our previous series, which is Bleed and Kizuna, but clearly they had a different way of playing it. Regardless, we're going to be seeing some fast, I think entries from the side of X10. Think of it like this. You have Krisanya already clearing out, already smoking out so many areas on the backside. Going onto the side is going to be so good. If they want to play close, Temps can just clear it out. It's going to be a different way to play altogether. Now, if you look at Hey Yakiniku, what they're prioritizing is control, map control. Why they want to do that is because perhaps they're not allowing them to play a little bit more aggressive. They're not allowing them to play aggressive on defense and on attack. That's what I'm expecting here, and I'm really hoping to see a different sort of outcome than our double Sentinel pick in the last round. Regardless, as we go into the second match of today, let's see if we manage to go into Ascent. This is going to be X10 versus Hey Yakiniku. And it's actually pretty cool that we have a restaurant sponsoring a team.
Well, yeah, and like
It's
with
making
that
me
conversation,
hungry.
like they are saying, "Hey, we know the owner, and we love eating at the place," and it all come full circle, right? Like I feel like it's great benefits for the players and of course the restaurant itself. That hey, they're all part of VCT. And you know what? Since we're on Hey Yakiniku, it's also surprising to see that 2 rounds in a row, Muzi, he said that, hey, I'm a duelist, but 2 rounds in a row, he's being put on this Cypher duty, but I understand why. I mean, now the trap wire could easily set up on this B side, and look at the trap. I mean, he's just going to be able to negate X10 from getting, all their steps directly into the side, but there's also going to be challenges where Egos is still going to be keeping them at bay. I mean, just seeing what could he possibly get off the cameras. Muzi, though, he's just going to be the mainstay here, whereas the rest could still rotate around. Things are starting off on a slower note, heading into our second map. Pearl could get a little bit tricky, and therefore X10, they're already thinking of pushing all together, and we're going to be having Egoist joining rather late
That
to the party.
Prowler is so good. Look at how much they can do, but hey, Yakiniku was ready for that. Brandon takes some damage, gets ticked off regardless. It's still 3 versus 3. Very, very winnable, but this time around, maybe not going to be happening as Redlock gets 2 in a row. Krisanya takes him out. 1 versus 2, but Dizzy going to stop it? Great round for Hey Yakiniku, and I think this is exactly the morale boost they need. They need to get that first round to feel a lot like, I think when you talk about mental, right? Sometimes you need the momentum win just to put you into a new mindset as you go into a new game.
That's right, and Redla with those huge pick
Was that a collat?
It didn't seem like it was a full collat after all, but like, man, just double tapping his way through to give them a fighting chance. And X10, of course, overwhelmed very early on.
That was a fast entry, I have to say.
Perhaps this might just be it. Like, go ahead, pick this Pearl. We are absolutely ready to take them on. Hey, Yakiniku starting things off strong. They do have a Marshall on the hands of Dizzy. And they're just going to beeline their way into A yet again, this time. Not really the strongest firm hole, but they do have Brandon, and they've already heard the footsteps coming from the Neon. Still couldn't catch him, though.
Whoa,
So
even
low.
with the gravity well, are
Wait
you
a minute.
kidding me? Ooh, 9 HP! Barely staying alive!
My goodness, I mean, that's ample of damage being done. Despite that, let's see if that's going to be enough to take him down. Dizzy!
Oh!
Double tap with the Marshall, and there's even more coming from Muzi. It's over and done with. But hey, we still have Krishania. The defuse comes in, and well, it's perfect 2 streaks going in favor of Hey Yakiniku. I mean, a little bit excessive spraying going on, but they're having all too much fun all together.
I think the idea of what's happening just now was the fact that for X10, if you think about it, they knew they lost. They knew they wouldn't have the gun advantage, but they were like, okay, let's get this over with and just quickly get our guns in the third round, our bonus. Because if you saw, no one bought that round compared to Hey Yakiniku. And because of the fact, even with Spectres, I feel like this map, you can get a lot of value. There are a lot of corners to play with. You can do the drive-by run and gun if you want to, but there is going to be at least 1 Vandal. So this is going to allow Musi to play around his traps perfectly. That's number 1. Number 2, he can take those long-range fights as his teammates go a little bit more close, and I like that.
Yeah, and now X10 understanding that there is a Marshall in the hands of Dizzy, they're not going to be pushing directly onto B.
They
Instead,
can punish.
They
can
can
push.
find windows of punishment, but we see a little bit more priority over onto the midsection this time around. Interesting lineup of smoke that Han's going to be able to reveal.
Oh,
Red
they
Blood.
know.
Oh, he's going to hold him back. I mean, this is not really the best spot to be.
What a slide from Vera! Just gonna be going in with the punish, immediately gonna concuss, giving up that space. Cage comes out. It's gonna be hard to cross because if you cross through, they can just immediately spray you.
That's right, and that's what exactly happened from that point onwards. Vera getting tagged, but I mean, it doesn't really reveal all too much, but this gives them a little bit more of that breathing space to slowly
Collat?
put him up inside of A. And oh my, the second tap didn't really reach Neff. I mean, dealt enough damage though. I mean, he's on 49 right now. Still needing more members to be able to hold him off, but they are slowly approaching. This is still pretty much X10 with a lot more room to set this one up. I mean, all 5 members are still left alive. And this hallway play hasn't been responding in kind. As I speak of that, Muzi brings one back. The plant's gonna eventually go down, but how much longer does it take for them? Still another one hiding by generator where Muzi has got to stop them on track, but never mind that, as Brandon's gonna be able to take them down. Egoist trades right back, takes out Muzi. So all they have to focus on is wherever they're coming in from the defensive spawn.
I'm not really a big fan of this area of plant because it's hard to defend, especially from the long. Regardless for X10, they want to take up that space. They're not afraid to push up forward as Vera gets one more as well. X10 wins the round at the cost of 2 guns, but I think they're going to be happy with that.
Yeah, it's pretty decent if you say at the very least. I mean, hey, Yakiniku had the bonus buy early on. Now they finally get full weaponry, and Daisy, oh man, bringing the operator pretty early on. So it's going to be that classic jet onto that B generator if you want it to be. So
you can hang on from double doors toward the side of mid.
Yeah.
Also quite scary as well. There's so much control that Dizzy can do, and we saw his capabilities on the Marshall just now. I wouldn't be surprised if he does get 2 or 3 picks with that.
Similarly, scanning into Art, we're seeing Vera getting 3 axes, almost getting bitten by the Prowler, but Brandon's keeping watch as well. I mean, they smoked it off, so it's going to be pretty difficult for them to really access that site. Meanwhile, I mean, things are relatively clear, but they're not going to be letting off their guard. Daisy's still on the watch with the operator.
What a change in pace. Very different than what we saw from Yakiniku as well as X10 in the previous map.
I'm actually surprised, especially for X10. I mean, they're really known for their relentless pushes.
Yeah, and I'm really liking this change though, because it does show that they're not just one-dimensional. They're not going to play fast all the time. They know how to play aggressive. They know how to play aggressively, and this is exactly what's going to be happening. Immediately, they move forward and take up that space. Then Musi has to move back, and Vera punishes him for staying, for not playing with his teammates. But Nap going to get one DZ as well, but Temp's going to punish at least one at the very least. Still 3 versus 3.
There.
Jump peaks, they know where the op is, they can punish. Conquest comes out, not allowing him to move forward. Sees as well, immediately through the window. Love this very adaptable play coming through as Banaf does get one more. Nightfall goes out, he doesn't have any problems to use it. Christenia will get 2 of his own.
I mean, even with the Nightfall, I mean, he's all alone. He knew exactly where they are, but despite that, there's not much resources left.
He didn't have the Prowlers to follow up. It's just unfortunate. If he had the Prowlers...
He used it earlier, right?
Yeah. I mean, if he had the Prowlers, he might be able to go for the isolate, get one pick, move away. But in that situation, it might be really hard as well, because you can see X10 was ready for the double swing.
Yeah, now X10 has managed to neutralize all forms of defense, and now they're only on those marshals. And we see a cheeky little shorty, though, coming in from Dizzy. But he's just 1 point off of his Blade Swarm, so he just wants to see where he can find that one pickup and then turn things around. But despite a couple of all these share shots, it didn't really connect towards members inside of X10. They're still going to be staying put. I mean, the setups are coming in from the Astra, so it will take a while before the opponent Astra are going to be joining alongside the party. Smoke's now being set up. And I don't know if are they interested in pushing it throughout. I mean, they get to take their sweet time. And let's see what this results in. Dizzy!
Oh! They got punished them for that explosive play. Dizzy got 2? No, not quite. Temp still lives, goes down finally, swaps the gun out. Yikes.
I mean, he's still challenging him, even though despite him knowing that the weapon's been dropped. This is on X10's own doing, and now Benef goes in, shreds them apart. X10 falters and leaves all these guns in the hands of Yakiniku. Man, I'm starting to love this team. The way that they adapt, how they've been able to approach and read this situation, it's just impeccable.
Thrifty round with 3 guns. Exactly the mindset that we love. I want 3-1. What a game. And yes, you were right. The idea that you knew that he was going to jump out with the shorty, I think the idea would be to hold a different angle. The non-reposition was punished again and again. We saw Banaf as well taking up that role, playing more aggressively. And this aggressive Yakiniku is exactly down my alley. I love to see it. Regardless, I'm hoping that Cosmic Divide was not their win condition. I'm hoping they can adapt, change it differently. But if you look at Vera this time, because he has Overdrive, he didn't even buy.
That's true. I mean, He can just basically pop it whenever he needs it, though. Gonna go on a 1v1 challenge against a Viper, it seems. But this is a one-way smoke being set up by Redla, so this is gonna be rather difficult. They're just gonna wait until it fades off. Now that Poison's gonna be shut off, they're just gonna be able to read him that he's gonna be hiding right behind. He stopped him, even with that overdrive. Couldn't even charge it in time. Redla doing immense work, holding them up at the midpoint.
Also important to remember that because he crossed through, the decay happened and he was going to get a lot of value out of that. And I think that's one of the perils of challenging a Viper smoke, because you know there's going to be someone there to trade you out. And again, Neff goes through, tries to get the swing, he still gets it. What a great spray out of him. Finds Musi, and that's already one Sentinel out of the way. Just waiting for a re-peek by their Viper. Not going to happen as Brandon. Oh man, that swing. I would get pretty annoyed, I'm not gonna lie.
Quite brutal, I would say. I mean, like...
Swings out with the Prowler.
30 seconds left.
It's all the timings, man. Like, the way that X10 plays really baits them out.
Your fear!
So, they will definitely have to think twice when they are trying to reap rewards out of pushing forward. And now, members of the side of X10 get to bypass the alley just to take over full control of the B side. Now, even coming in from spawn is not going to be working in favor of them, but they do have
Look at that timing.
Lizzie to join into the fray much later on. Banaf going to be looking from the top end as well. So, he's got to be on the lookout. This has got to be pretty difficult for him. Shania is absolutely ready. They bring the wall up in time. Here comes the blind, and they will trade back with 10 pushing out.
That's the problem with that Viper wall. They abused it. What they did was just time that flash out, swing out together. And if you saw I would say that each member of X10 is like a mechanical, like cogs on a machine. How they both checked 2 areas of halls at the same time. And you can see how in sync these players are. And the thing about X10 Esports is that we did not see their roster pick until quite recently. And I wonder how long they've been practicing together quietly. Because it's just so good.
I mean, with such incredible alignment coming in from the team, and just look at those numbers go. I mean, put egoists aside, I mean, on Cypher, when you're going on attacks, sure, it may not be as effective as on defense, but everyone's really contributing mainly equally, and things have just worked like a clock.
Bring them down.
Let's see, Thames now being pretty much in charge, but they are also being blindsided for the time being. Not going to have the quickest of push into this A side for the moment. Whereas, if you take a look at Yakiniku, they're also trying to secure this higher art site that they committed into the Viper's pit as well. Pretty interesting position to put it.
Because they want to maintain that mid control. Because we saw earlier that one of the biggest mistakes that they didn't do was hold on to mid. And because of that, they got picked off at main. And because they got picked off at main, and as well as mid side, they were out of numbers and weren't able to challenge. So what they want to do is maintain that control so they don't get picked off one by one. And if no one comes through, the idea is perhaps they're going through B main. And they have Musi on that area. He has a trip there. And Musi has been pretty good at just holding down the line, making sure that he gets enough information. Immediately, you can see the rotates come through as well. Trapwire triggered, but it's going to be the Prowler that gets triggered first. But Brandon does get Vera out of the way. That's huge. Musi pushing out, just waiting for the push out. And he's going to be playing inside. Oh, he barely survived. Both of them so very low.
But he managed to hold it off Musi just about enough time and still bringing him down low, but the trades are not looking in their favor. Yakiniku, with them denying every form of vision, they can go for a defusal and they will clear everybody along the way. And Yakiniku is just contending point for point. And man, what a huge step up as compared to what we saw on the first round when they were playing back in their own map selection.
Sometimes it happens. Sometimes because the enemy already knows which map. Because it's likely they've scrimed with each other. It's likely they've competed with each other on smaller tournaments and they've probably seen those map picks and they've played against them. So they kind of know where exactly their strong points are, when exactly it's not. But this early timeout, once again, from X10, we might be seeing a shift on how they play. Now, we saw a shift in how Yakiniku plays in terms of map control earlier. We saw it toward the side where they actually put that Viper's Pit in the mid side at Art, because that's exactly the area where they took in earlier. But the mindset of X10 was like, okay, if you're going to be taking that control of that area, we're going to go through main and just rush onto the site. But what they didn't count for was the fact that Musi's Cypher on that particular site was actually really strong. It was enough to buy a lot of time to the point that they weren't even able to get onto site and plant.
That's true. And overall, when we look at resources, I mean, there's a couple of elements that are left available. There's the Neural Theft now online for Egoist as well to utilize, so long as they do find themselves a pick. But overall, I felt like there's such a huge impact being brought forward by Redla in this round itself on this Viper that it made it so difficult for them to push onto B. And we haven't really seen the full force momentum swinging in favor of X10 when they try to take charge onto A. It's all thanks to Brandon for some of all these spectacles that they've been able to hold him off. I mean, you gotta watch out for the gravity well, especially when you're on the push. So for the time being, they're still gonna commit into B. I mean, they have a couple of successes so far, but this is where they really have to go guns blazing, if ever the case. And Thames trying to see if he could basically get anyone on side. Things are not looking all too clear for X10 for the time being, but they do have Vera just leading the way. Managed to cut through halls, and nobody's here to defending, and now the trades are happening.
Oh, here comes Egoist already with a double. Neural Theft comes through. All the information he needs, and even though there's two, they're not leaving it to chance. Look at how much space Vera is taking already on the CT side. Going on to Link, just playing off that info, and Vera's popping off. And you can see the change in momentum and pace. Go in fast, wait for the utilities, and then go for those explosive plays. We saw that play happening just now in Fracture, and they're bringing it here, and it's working out in their favor.
Yeah, and all X10 has to do is to emulate the exact same execution time and time again, because that's what Neon does best, right? I mean, you deny a little bit more vision, you sprint right forward and start challenging anybody on those close quarters, especially onto Hall. So they're looking at another B attack, if ever is the case, because some cracks are starting to form in the defensive side of Yakiniku. So even having two of these Sentinels, it's been pretty darn difficult for Yakiniku. Now he's trying to pull off a better setup into Halls and see if he could finally punish Vera yet again.
He put the cage a little bit more on the outer side instead of inside this time because he doesn't want to play in the corner. But here comes the Rolling Thunder! And immediately, hey, Yakiniku still gets one. They know exactly how it's going to play, but Neff was already on the other side. That's how fast they're playing right now. Took up so much space.
And they are just absolutely wreaking havoc on every single corner, and they're going to be planning pretty much open if they want to play for long. And you can already see that Neff is already in position. It's all down to Thames. How long could they hold them off for the time being? Meanwhile, the rest of Yakiniku, they're about to strike coming in from spawn. They have one up top. And Redla is just trying to see if they can just zone them off completely for Brandon to open things up.
Neff gonna trade out. Thames gets one more. Thames gets two. And it's Kizuna wraps it up like a present. And hey, take it home.
Well, Christmas has passed a couple of months ago, but hey, they can celebrate only after it's over.
It's a
birthday. A little scuttle.
I have to say, I like this change in tempo from X10. It's so clean how they change it up every round. Hey, this is not working 2 rounds in a row. What can we do to change it? How fast should we go? How much time should we take to take a site? We know that it's only Musi on the site. What can we do to counter it? And they've been countering Musi twice in a row now, and I almost feel sorry for him. And look at how many is on B this time.
Yeah, they have a little bit of switch up now, bringing Dizzy into the fray. And that's going to be a little bit of circle damage that Marshall's going to be able to do quite significantly. They are still absolutely being zoned away. And Redla's being clipped off, and he's got to survive. And yes, he does! Still clipping him off with the Sheriffs. But Neff as well as Egoist managing to bring them all down. The site is absolutely cleared off. He doesn't really have much left, though. I believe that they just have to let this one slide. But look at the flank. Beneff's in action.
They already know, though. He needs to get the headshot. The spray's a little bit too much. Have to be careful. Don't let him tap your head. He does in the end. 20 HP left. And that is not going to give him damage. What damage, but value as Neff takes him down. Dizzy with 20 HP. Can't do much when Neff already has 3 in the pocket. And they go for 6. And we can see X10 sort of pull away this time. And I'm really liking the fact that even though it was an eco, they were not afraid to go as aggressively.
Yeah, I think like it's values were for whatever they bought in the past round. So we're still squeezing a little bit more of that creds out of X10. It will still leave them with ample more to still last a round or 2. You look at Nev, he's got 7.5k in the bank.
Here.
So it's going to take a while. I mean, so long as Yakiniku finds one more point in hand, he will be able to stabilize. So this is going to be a crucial round, especially for DZ. He's playing very far forward this time around. They understand they've been going for this sort of a big push for plenty of times now. It's time for payback.
They want to punish the aggressive plays, the fast plays, and that can give him value. Because if he pops the dash, he can get out safely. Or maybe he can get a call out, maybe he can get 2. Regardless, Dizzy waiting right now, and I think that their eyes are primed on Halls, and they didn't know that Dizzy was playing the corner, but Kizuna will trade it back. Now, X10 is gonna get that up in their hands, and immediately gonna be using the Cosmic Divide. They're gonna be trading it out with the Cosmic Divide, sorry, with the Nightfall as well. They have to kind of wait it out because they don't have info in terms of audio.
And they're just basically buying as much time. Redlaw is just putting out his mind, but Egoist as well as Nev managing to stop a couple of members of Yakiniku for the time being. The moment that this smoke subsides, this is where X10 will have to decide, are they really fully committing to this? I mean, 2 versus 2, manageable, but it's a little bit of risk involved. They still know that for the fact that Egoist is going to have a little bit of trouble to deal with Muzi, who's still hiding around hallways, and they're being left unchecked. The plan's going down. They have to pull through, and Muzi finds it.
His teammate was waiting, and Brandon wins it in the end. That's a very, very close round. And you have to remember, those were 2 ultimates used to get onto site, and they didn't even get a plant. This is pretty close.
Very, very close. I mean, Yakiniku, they've been looking absolutely sublime throughout the course of the first half. Like, that was as good as they get, where if they lose that one round, you know that X10 will just extend their lead by so much more.
I saw what you did there.
What did I do?
It was an accidental pun. X10 extended their lead.
Yeah.
Was that
I never thought about it, but since you said, yeah, hey, I'm feeling pretty smart about myself.
Here comes the Blade Storm as well. And is that an Odin? Oh, I think that's actually really good. It gives you so much space and so much control for this area.
Yeah, I mean, Thames didn't really have the best of times throughout the course of the run.
Wasn't this the area that crazy guy held earlier? Oh, never mind. I thought I was going to do the same thing he did. Felt deja vu for a moment there.
Still on the B approach though. He's going up in the air, but quickly falters to the ground.
Just swatted away like a fly.
I mean, you can't do this to X10 all the time. But Redla, he's been such a pain in the neck for the rest of Yakiniku. I mean, X10. But he will eventually bite the dust if they were to still play with such an aggressive approach. But they've been able to neutralize it, therefore it's taking their sweet time. Brandon finds it from the back though. Egoist, that lurk's not working out, my friend.
Oh, here comes the Viper's Pit as well for Redla, just solidifying this site into their hands. They do have 30 seconds. They cannot rotate. They don't have time. Neps finds Musi, but Redla gets one, but traded out by Thames. And with that, with an Odin, gonna get the plant here. It's a 1 versus 2. Now for Brandon, they know exactly where he came from last. They're just kind of hoping for a rotate. But is there a cross? Yes, there is. They have an idea how to play this. They hear the footsteps. It's just gonna not give him, because he was so distracted by the footsteps in halls, he did not check left.
Switching sides.
There's plenty of mind games being pulled across the board, but X10 at least find themselves 2 points up ahead by the end of the first half.
Is there enough time to go into the Astral Form?
Now, well, we'll give them time to think on how they really want to approach this situation on the different side of the half, where things look really, really good on the defense for Yakiniku in terms of attacking. I mean, things could look relatively different. We understand that the way that X10 has played out was a little bit more passive as compared to what we saw back in Fracture.
Yeah.
And I think like they can still have a little bit more leeway to play as aggressive as they want, especially with the changes now. Nev, not on a duelist, it did factor in.
I love this. Look how aggressive X10 is, and look how proactive they are. They thought they were going mid, but Yakiniku's already in. Now the idea is how exactly are we going to get that cross? How are exactly going to retake that space? And X10, they're like, let's come in from every single entry.
Here.
And just to look at how Redla lines this one up, whether if you're coming in from Flowers, it's not going to matter all too much because all this vision is going to be absolutely denied. So they have to focus onto Secret and take out, but they still get traded off. Things are not looking all too well, but they are trading back. And now down towards a 2 versus 2. It doesn't even matter because Kizuna is way too sharp for all these members of Hey Yakiniku.
I love that retake. The idea that they are able to not only take Flowers, but to also take Secret, come in from both sides and use that window as a distraction, genius. How they're able to get trade on trade, but still have 2 at the end, also genius. And they're not, because the idea is you're not afraid to give up side because you know how exactly you're going to be doing the retake. Not allowing them to prepare for that post plant gave them a lot of advantage.
Now, of course, they gotta slow things down a couple of notch if they need to. But hey, it's a full buy coming in from Yakiniku, so I think like they really want to press on the attack yet again.
But they need to focus on taking the site and holding. And I feel like this is something that they haven't really figured out from last round. Yes, for attack, they had the idea on how exactly to go for defense because they have Lucy, they have Redla. But it changes a little on how when it goes into attack. Regardless, they already have the site, and this time they need to prepare fast for that post plant. You can hear the shots, but you can't actually tell where exactly the members of X10 are. Immediately, Musi with a run and gun!
Oh, he's about to be shocked, and Benaf is still staying alive. He's going unpunished, and Redla does find him, though. Eventually, it's going to be pretty rough for X10. This full buy working in favor, and Dizzy's just looking for the head.
Sleep, my sister.
And Hey Yakiniku, they're saying, man, we're just gonna make life hard for you, X10. And wow, such a worthy trade coming out of all these members, and X10 being overwhelmed. I mean, just look at him go. I say break it down a couple of notches, but they say, nope, we're not even on gear 5. We're going to put it to 6, by the way.
This is a very interesting situation as Hey Yakiniku. I mean, they forced that second round. Both teams did. And Hey Yakiniku punished them for that for playing aggressive. And now this is where I'm questioning, should they do the same thing again? But Redla and Temps gonna get 1 each, but hey, Yakiniku gonna push out with their teammates. Getting those trades is absolutely massive, and suddenly it's a 4-on-2. Play aggressive on this map is just stopping them from getting inside is actually a good idea. But the fact that Hey Yakiniku was able to punish them for it, even better. They already knew how exactly they're going to play this from their initial play in the last map as well as their current agent selection.
And the pressure is on. I mean, it's all down to Nevin, and eventually, it's only Ego is left. The way that Hey Yakiniku has been able to pull all the attention, especially on that mid trade. I mean, Redla has been doing phenomenal work, and they did just about enough. This 3 versus 1, and you're looking at a classic to deal with, what, a couple of gardens? I mean, he doesn't stand a chance, right? So, Hey Yakiniku, 2 points, back-to-back. Let's see if there's going to be 3, because whatever that they have on hand, this time, the Vandals and the Phantoms are going to be back up online for the rest of X10. So they should be able to do much more.
It's going to be interesting to see how exactly they want to change the pacing of this game. X10 had success playing aggressive on round number 1. In round number 2, they were punished for it. In the, I would say it's pretty bad because they actually tried to force it. But now, for Egoist, I think that he's doing a great job of trying to hold. But perhaps, as you said before, they gotta chill a little bit. They can't go too aggressive because it felt a little bit like overheat. But that's the beauty of X10, right? They can play a few rounds aggressively. They can take it back a few notches. And for Neff, he wants to wait for that cue. His teammate says, send out the aftershock, send it now. They do hear the sounds of that, of the haunt. No one gets detected. as Yakiniku this time around decides to play it slow. They do hear sounds of shots, they have an idea, but they can play together instead of trying to rush it through. And with them taking the ultimate, I think it's already enough to say that they have an idea where some people might be.
Yeah, I mean, they're not budging as of yet. We're already seeing the lineup taking its course here coming from Redla. So there's a really good chance that they will still full rotate back into B, as they've already invested quite heavily onto this B side. And Yakiniku has had the rest of X10 members being reeled right into the A side. And man, I'm not too sure this is going to punish them heavily, but with those couple of weaponry that they do have, I mean, they stand a significant chance to still find a retake back into the side. Whole side being cleared off, and they are bringing the aftershock. Traps will be set off, but the rest of X10, they're only starting to move right in, so this plan will be effective, going unchallenged. There is 2 members flanking coming in from X10 as well. They have to look out for Neon because Vera is about to strike them from the back, so they will have to play from this side within.
Dizzy tried to take up space on Link, but no one was there. Benaf was pretty much aware that Vera was here for the flank. It's just temps here. 79 HP. Musi gets one traded out. Dizzy and Redla get one each, but Egoist does find one in return. It is a 1 versus 2. How exactly is he gonna get here? Not gonna be happening. Redla a little bit sharp with his shots. All that he needs. And we can see this is gonna be a very close game as Yakiniku bring it back.
Well, this is what we do expect coming from all the teams that are participating inside of our VCT MYSG, and even through the qualifiers. We've been wowed by many of all these up-and-coming names, and for Yakiniku, we've seen familiar faces for sure, and we didn't really expect, hey, are they able to challenge big names like X10? We're absolutely in for huge surprises like this. So I'm not too sure if whatever of all these taunts as well as pep talks that they had, like overall with all these trailers that was prepared by the pro team, first hats off to them. Now we're seeing X10 playing way far forward, trying to deal with this Astra.
Ooh, does get traded. We love to see that, and immediately gonna get the neural, and they know exactly where everyone is. Rotations come to Vera, will be getting that weapon they just won.
In. I mean, they're being absolutely pincered off from both angles.
Oh, Dizzy does still get temps in the end, but surprise, surprise! It's not really a surprise because Musi has already predicted where he is. Now, it was good that they were playing aggressive because they were on the eco. They got that value, but then suddenly you saw the rotate happen, and then suddenly for X10, they gotta figure out a different way on how they want to approach this retake.
Yeah. While these just have to deal with extra members out there, Ego still gets a pick, so the odds are looking pretty good for X10 to still reel it back into the back. He senses that somebody spied the waters. I mean, the sewage area is being parted off. Oh, snap! Huge one coming in for DZ. Now that the coast is clear, I mean, all they have to do is just spot Egoist out. And now it's Yakiniku with the lead.
Yeah, this is actually looking really good for them as they come into the attack side. They know exactly how to play the post plant now. Yes, round number 1, they didn't figure it out, but I think they learned a lot from the last map in particular about how proactively they needed to play. And we start to see DZ on attack side start to take Link. We see Benaf push out all the way to CT side. And I like seeing this different sort of tempo coming in from them in the post plant. We may just be seeing an ascent map, honestly, as we go into here. Maybe even a second overtime of the day might be a huge different thing. But for X10, kind of surprised they haven't called for a timeout just yet.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't seem like they were losing any form of momentum. Most of these exchanges really drew up to, 3 members to 2 left standing, except for the past round, of course. Whereas X10 is adamant on this B hit multiple times by now.
That's a lot of utility just for... That's a lot of utility. There's 2 Prowlers, 1 star, as well as 1... Look at that. How many utils were put onto Link?
Here.
And like that, Yakiniku is like, listen, we already traded out so many utils. We can just rush through as Vera takes out mid, and Musi will be the one taken out here.
Flank being covered up. I mean, there's no opportunities being left for Vera to even squeeze in like that. but at least taking down 2 out of Yakiniku. They will find their way to actually crawl right back in. Viper Pits being committed by Redla this time around. Kizuna slowly withering them down, and still uncertain if they could seek their way through, especially them needing to go blind into the pit. They have Kizuna just trying to make ends meet, but it's Egoist pushing right through.
That's huge! Honestly, with the Redla out of the way, the site was completely theirs. And honestly, I was quite curious as to why Redla was playing close. I know that he wants to get those frags, but as a Viper, you want to stay alive because you want to keep that pit up. Put your teammates in the front line.
Yeah, that was pretty much expected for X10 to be able to check these kind of corners. I mean, sometimes you don't even need those vision in your favor. You just gotta blind spray it all across. But at this current point of state, both sides are on 9 points apiece, and I feel like there's a very good chance that we're gonna be seeing not only an overtime, but Yakiniku's confidence is absolutely oozing out inside of Pearl. So very likely we're about to see Ascend, but I can't really call it just yet. Like the way that the trades have went on, X10 starting to regain control on this defensive side, and now Yakiniku thinks maybe we're just gonna switch things up a little bit, put a little bit more prio onto this A side. But with the spike being up in the middle, I mean, if Nav cuts across mid, he might just actually be onto something.
Look how separated they're playing here. They're just taking up so much space. All the info is needed. Immediately gonna go for the sprays, and Tabs will punish him because that's a good cross, and they're having a buddy system. And I'm really liking that. Regardless, Dizzy does get spotted here, and immediately look at the rotation coming in from the 2 players from Art all the way to site.
Yeah, that great aftershock to get that fight in favor of Vera really bought enough for them to just have an absolute stronghold over on the A. Now with the rotation set in and the trades working in favor of Kizuna, there's still a lot of gap. I mean,
30 seconds
this wall is not really working well for Yakiniku. And Nev line them for the slightest bit. They will pull in the gravity well as well. Kizuna hurt the dashes, and they are hoping to punish him. Kizuna's too good! Oh, X10! They're going in for a flawless run. And now they're on the 10 points.
You have to really see how exactly they played that on defense. How proactive they are with their movements. They aren't exactly staying into one spot. They decided, okay, let's do a buddy system. Let's move from 2 different areas. We have 2 players running in from Art toward A side, and then another just holding B side. And I think that's a really good pacing, if you want to think about it, because it gives them so much map control, especially after they picked off 1 at Art. It gives them so much space on where they want to roam and how they want to rotate.
And now they are bringing all the fights over onto mid. Man, these guys are something else. Nev coming out with a direct headshot. Spike left on the 10 for the time being. I mean, it's going to take a while for Yakiniku to decide. I mean, they lost 1. Now they don't really have those setups coming in from the Astra. It definitely will be pretty difficult. And thankfully, I mean, you have double smokers for that, right? Like, sure, you can still kind of rely on this Viper for everything else. And Dizzy is gonna lead the way, cutting across Art. Gets that pretty direct access, so it's all down to Egoist to hold down to A. But they can still cut across into B. I mean, they're thinking about this as they are moving past connectors. Not there through, and gets double peeked. Oh, Dizzy, wrong place, wrong time.
Oh man, Neff already with the 3K in the pocket. He is aggressive, so very low right now, and he's just trying to get 1 more. He knows there's still 1 more inside of Art. I don't know if he's aware that it's gonna be someone trying to push him out here. Yes, he does. That aftershock putting in that damage, but Neff wins it, but a trade comes through, but Neff gets 1 more, but for Kizuna just wraps it up, and suddenly we're seeing X10 in the lead once again. So let's break it down a little bit, shall we? Why exactly they're trying to go for that mid control? Because when you have access to Link and mid, it gives you access to both sides. That allow you that rotation. So what exactly X10 did was put everyone in a position where they're able to fluidly move in between these 2 areas. We did see a change here from Yakiniku, how they wanted to take Link, or at least hold more areas. But because a reposition coming in from Temps, because he put out a Prowler, they said they gave an idea there's going to be someone there, used both prowlers to clear him up. He got double swung.
Yeah, and for the fact that Neff has already got the first pick onto Brandon, they should have suspected if they were to cut onto connectors that you will still actually bump into this breach. And what they did in return, sure, they went on that Eagle challenge and things didn't work as intended. Oh!
I know exactly.
He has the right intentions, but that Prowler was on the way. Couldn't really trade back off, and this is gonna squeeze Red Light into a tight room.
Oh.
Gets blasted by Neff.
Neff playing off his utils is what exactly we like as Kizuna as well, reacting off the utility. This is what we saw in last map, and this is exactly what they're doing again. Now, they have a buddy system going around here. Neff does get traded out, finds Musi. The cage is not allowing Kizuna to move forward. Shardy is out, switches out the gun, plays through, just kind of bait him push out a little bit. But timing not his side, but egoist was rare there. Wow, I love these crosses from X10.
I mean, the way that they've been having more and more of all these high-pressure situations, they're starting to adapt to it very, very well. And that was pretty unfortunate for Muzi. I mean, he was definitely in the prime position, but that push and pull definitely have caught him a little bit more off guard. Meanwhile, it seems like we have Thames just waiting around onto the spawn just to see if they're going to commit back into this A plan. Hey, Yakiniku will just commit with this fate, using the ultimate just to try to spot anybody out, but not have to any avail. But Benaf still managing to catch one in return. 2v2. This is going to be really, really close. And Benaf is just looking around very closely. He gets it.
Oh, what a flick from there. Gives away his area, but Brandon with a swing. Gonna go to round 21 here. And hey, Yakiniku says, we're not ready to just end this just yet. We want to go to Ascent. Let's talk a little bit about that round. How exactly that happened is the fact that the Nightfall happened and they knew how to take advantage of the denial of audio cues. Rushes onto site, prepares the post plant, and because there's also a smoke there, you saw the hesitation come in from X10 because they didn't have any information. What are we going to do when we cannot react of information? We have to wait. And hey, Yakiniku was prepared for that.
Yeah. Just how well these two teams have been able to catch up against each other and just know exactly what to do in those situations. I mean, where if Yakiniku wins this entire round, I mean, consider that to be pretty huge. Neff again. Through the smoke. I mean, this guy is on another level.
Well,
he's on Breach and he's still absolutely carrying the team as well.
I mean, we've seen him play as Breach before last year, and I have to say he left quite a lasting impression on me. Seeing him on it again makes me really happy. Regardless, double tripwire is number one. Number two, the fact that, oh my god, Vera! Also a nasty corner to play with. This is, oh man.
Oh man. What could they possibly do? Eurotep now up online. He steps on the wire, immediately being punished for it. Vera.
You're not expecting a Cypher to react off it. It's a Vera reacting off it.
It's just perfect setups all throughout. X10 slowly putting their hands around the neck against Hey Yakiniku.
I like
looking
the
for
slow
that match
pace.
point.
I like the slow pace because just now you saw that they were going a little bit fast. And now they're like, okay, hey, Yakiniku, okay, we weren't able to commit going fast. We can't play explosive. Now we have to take our time. With 16 seconds on the clock, they don't have time. I think they're just going to have to waste, they're just going to have to wait. Because there's no way they can rotate on time. There's no way that they can take a 2 versus 5 unless they get the isolation. But that's not going to happen with X10.
Yeah, they really have to save this round. I mean, looking at their economy, things are not really looking all too good for Hey Yakiniku. Sure, Brandon can go in for a buy, but they should have just about enough to get their hands on the necessities, right? Like, one of them might actually need to fall back into a Spectre or so, and Redla is happy to do it.
What I really liked about Benaf in this particular round is that he was, if you saw how he played with his Prowler, it's always a swing with the Prowler. And that's exactly what Neff did. Because as the smoke went out, he saw the Prowler and he was already anticipating a push from someone as well behind it. And that was how he managed to get those picks. And I think that this little small, minuscule details that they're aware of is giving them a lot of value, as Vera will be just sending the opening shot to Dizzy.
They're just taking absolute control over onto the center stage, and that forces the rest of Yakiniku to really hold back. I mean, their life is on the line. X10's already on match point. And what else could they do? Take a look at that side for Muzi. Will get a little bit more of that access, and they have 3 members out of X10 by the corner of Art. I mean, are they really gonna go for it though? It better be worth it.
Just taking their time this time. And I think what's great about this is the fact that they know that mid control is crucial. They have a cross going around, and it's going to be Vera with the first pick, second pick, 3 in his pocket. But now stops him, but Thames does get the trade.
Oh my, it's over and done. They don't even have the spike with them.
But Musi still gets a pick regardless. And they do have the trail onto Musi as well. That's one use. He is marked and decayed. Where is he gonna look here? There is 3 to worry about. They have a double area holding on there, and it's immediately deleted. 3 people. And Thames wraps it up 13-10. Second map looking a lot closer for Yakiniku. But this time around, X10 showing us what a great team they are as they move into the first day.
Yakiniku might have actually made them sweat, but X10 are undeterred, and they will secure themselves those victory points overall. And game 1, absolutely clean execution onto Fracture, but when it comes down to Pearl, hey, Yakiniku definitely have been able to keep up with the pacing of how X10 has been able to play out. And the only necessary change for them is to rewire the traps, and things have been looking a lot harder for Yakiniku to basically get access over on the B side. And with them even attempting onto A, it didn't feel like they were absolutely comfortable. But hey, bringing them over 20 over rounds, I mean, that itself is quite the success already for the side of Yakiniku. And we catch back on some of these great plays that Dizzy had. I mean, a couple of times going for the challenge, and Thames had no business doing there.
I think what's really great is the fact that for Yakiniku, it's more about the adaptation, because they kind of have to follow the tempo that's set by X10 in a lot of situations, especially when X10 was playing on the defense. For X10, they maintained the tempo. They did play, I would say, a more stonewall sort of way. They wanted to hold the corners, hold the areas. Mid control was very, very crucial for them. But because that mid control was so crucial, especially toward the second half of the game, it allowed them to do fast rotates. It allowed them to do fast retakes. And their retakes has been a lot better, especially compared to how they were playing on attack, because it seemed like neck to neck on attack, but on defense, it fit a little bit more in their comfort zone.
Yeah, like, this was the turning point for X10, where they finally had enough economy to actually work a couple rounds. And then this absolute massive gravity well pulled everything back to secure everything for the Neon. And all in all, I mean, Yakiniku look great. Look at the amount of first kills they have, actually surpassing the likes of X10. But despite that, I mean, the setups were great, and X10, they've managed to come in with a lot more successive retakes to get the plans off on favor of Yakiniku overall. And when we look at how things have been shifting for X10, sure, things look to be a lot slower pace as compared to how they play in terms of how they manage Fracture, how they manage Pearl. On attack, it wasn't much of a successive hit, and Yakiniku, they say, yep, we're just gonna go on fast tempo all the time, and that is already very much predictable heading to the late game for X10.
I think what's really important as well is the fact that for X10, they changed up their pace dramatically as they headed into round number 23. They didn't want to allow them any more rounds than possible. Now, if you look at Benaf, I think what's really good about it is the fact that for Benaf, how he plays with his fade is the biggest value giver for the team. It not only allowed him that first frag, but also allowed his teammates to swing with the Prowler, allowed his team to get so much space, and allowed his team to move off the sound of the disadvantage for the sound crease, especially from his Nightfall. Now, if you look at Neff, how exactly he plays it is also just as aggressive. He's very fast to use his utils. He reacts off his utility. He's not afraid to play selfishly, and this is the reason why I was such a big fan of Neff last year because of how he plays his utility. He can play alone, but usually when we talk about breach, everyone says, oh, you kind of have to play around a breach. You have to time it rightly and move together in with the util. But for him, he was okay with just dropping the util and swinging by himself. This confidence coming through from him has been phenomenal. Temps as well, very great on top with the Prowler, but I have to give it to Banaf. The aggression from his Fate was just a little bit better. For Egoist as well, I think that he's been good for the multi-frags.
Yeah, and I think like he played a crucial part on that second half itself, where Kizuna so far has been the kingmaker of whoever comes into the A side. And I think like, so from that point onwards, they know, okay, this setup has been pretty much stable, and they were willing to really try the aggressive approach playing onto the midsection, which have benefited them with all those early trades. And hey, Yakiniku, we saw Red Love being so effective on the attacking side. Second half, I think like a couple times he got picked off alongside with Brandon for a couple of all these pursuits, and then it made it a lot harder for Hey Yakiniku to come back and say, okay, let's have a smooth setup into getting this plan down. A couple of times they did manage to get the plan, and even that, they didn't really have enough time to really reset themselves to prepare for what X10 have to bring on those retakes.
I think what's also important is the fact that in a lot of the rounds of wins for Hey Yakiniku, they had a big impact ultimate, and it was a lot more clean compared to rounds that they didn't. And on top of that, because of you saw how stonewally X10 was playing, that mid control did not allow them to kind of move around and take up space. That's why you started to see a momentum sort of go on toward X10, because there was really nothing that they can do. There was really nothing they can do to play toward post plan, because when Art was already taken out, when they already taken space on Art, when they already taken space on, say, Dugout, as well as Secret and Flowers, how exactly are you supposed to take up more space when you are getting swung out from 3 different areas? And I think this adaptability from X10 is what really was the change, or what's needed to change the way that the game was going.
Exactly, and on top of that, they also had a better establishment onto the alleyways where, sure, they are allowed to play a little bit more aggressively, and they really cut off members of Hey Yakiniku multiple times by doing this exact same approach where you really have to force yourself to retreat if you're on the side of Hey Yakiniku. Like, that itself being botched, where they are being pulled all the way back, like, you don't really have the best way to execute into the side as efficiently as they did on the early halves itself. So let's quickly take a look at the standings as both games have concluded. And you know, there's a whole lot more weeks run of Valorant action coming your way, because this is just the beginning of it all. Both Bleed Esports as well as X10 Esports will be tied on top of the podium for the time being. Matches to come will be, of course, from Todak, Enigma, Louvre, as well as Team Path. And for Hey Yakiniku, as well as Kizuna Esports, it was still a really strong debut where both teams respectively have brought both Bleed Esports as well as X10 Esports on a really close game.
I think it's really good to see a different sort of lineup plays and players, especially as we go into day number 1. It's really unexpected how we see these plays. And while, I mean, we did see adaptability, we see different teams formed from previous teammates, I'm really liking this adaptability coming through as well. Now, if I were to compare X10 and Bleed playing on Pearl, I would say that X10 was a lot more faster than Bleed. Bleed was just the master of just baiting out those utils. And we didn't, I thought that we would see that from X10, but they really like playing to force compared to Bleed. So it's such a 2 different ways of playing the same map. And I really want to see them two actually go on this map just to kind of like have a case study by myself to see how exactly they play, how they take up space, how exactly they will counter each other. How do you counter a team that is not, that refuses to show themselves and has crosses? How do you bait out utilities from a team that's not quick to use it?
That's right. I mean, all in all, these up-and-coming teams going up veteran squads like Bleed Esports as well as X10, they did show that, hey, they stand a really good chance to even match up to them in some of all these instances. So, you know, like, this is definitely going to inspire, you know, all the other teams who have yet to play that they stand a fighting chance as well. I mean, it's all up for grabs as they're making their way into meeting up against teams like Paper X eventually. So that will be pretty much a wrap for today of all the action that's happening. But tomorrow onwards, there's still more to go. Tash, I mean, it's been a great start, and I wonder by the end of this week, who's the team that's going to be having a firm hold on the top of the standings.
I'm really curious to know as well, but don't forget to follow this channel if you guys haven't, because more Valorant Challengers Malaysia Singapore split number 1 will be happening. The winners straight on up to split number 2. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more Valorant. Tash Bunny and Contra, we out.
Remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down B. Player standing. Spike down A. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. 30 seconds left. Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Sorry, kid.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Molly. 5. Bingo.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Flawless. Spike down A.
Destroyed, but Devron has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them.
Three
Are you
across
kidding?
each round. Only one of them's been. Oh my god!
So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it.
Kind of like see that, but oh my god, not again!
Behind and retaliates still, but he has to cross.
Bye.